this is Mick Foley.
This is Harley Race.
This is Shelton Benjamin.
This is Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
This is the Monster Abyss.
And this is Daniel Bryan.
This is JBL, and you're watching the MWF.
Be there, live.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, hope you're enjoying the first official weekend of summer. They go by pretty fast. Take a minute for yourself, relax, take in some of that sunshine. Try and hit the pause button on the craziness called life. I know, look who's talking, right? I tried to make it to the Sunshine State itself this week for some work and relaxation, but an imbecile from Southwest Airlines not only ruined the trip, but the majority of the items in my checked bag, as they looked like they were covered in feces and semen. So, for me, there will be many interesting days ahead with Southwest. Instead, I enjoyed, unexpectedly, the White Mountains for 2 full days away from the studios. 3 nights, but 2 full days. Already back in action, albeit a little late, for our usual Saturday night tradition this week. A little different, where it's a non-pay-per-view Sunday. We're going to try and do it on Sunday nights. Let's see if you guys like that. Any better? Any worse? Have no thoughts whatsoever. As always, welcome to another installment of Wrestling Insiders Week in Review after what was certainly a hellacious week, both in and out of the world of wrestling, especially here in Boston wrestling. Last night after AEW Dynamite, I had a quote-unquote shoot interview episode of my own where I tried to clear the air on Marty Jannetty. My thoughts on the real Marty, thoughts on the extremely sad Paul Orndorff video that surfaced this week, along with an update on when we'll have news on our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest, Saturday, November the 13th. You can check that out if you like in the archives, but produce we must. As always, this supersized Week in Review program will feature all 5 of our weekly shoot interviews, with one-stop shopping for your busy schedule. With that said, I will address the 500-pound elephant in the room now. We had 2 great days with Marty Jannetty last Friday and Saturday and produced some great content and episodes for you to enjoy for months to come. On the flip side, Sunday was a complete and utter embarrassment, worse than the Sunday we had with him in February. Marty chose to show up drunk, leading us to wasting over 4 hours of studio time trying to sober him up, leading to an angry studio crew that left the building. When he finally sobered up, we produced a couple of episodes that were fair. Then, as we prepared to go live for our Hell in the Cell watch-along, Marty vanished, later finding out that he went back to the liquor store. If you watch that live episode, no more words need to be said. It went downhill in a hurry. I have taken that episode offline, not to try and embarrass Marty, because I care about Marty Jannetty, the human being. I tried to be patient during this live episode. I tried to understand that our friend has had not 1 but 2 major reconstructive ankle surgeries this year. I tried to remember that he's in constant pain 24/7. I tried to remember the stress he's under from some life issues, I should say. But once he started with lies and attacks, once those started coming out of his mouth, forget it. The Italian in me started flowing hot and heavy, leading to what I'm sure was an entertaining or depressing few moments to some, depending upon your point of view. I personally regret getting as angry on the air as I did on what was supposed to be a fun night for you guys and putting some goodwill into the world for Make-A-Wish. Monday was almost as bad, as I woke up to an email from JetBlue stating his itinerary was canceled. His phone was off. He was missing. The sister that he lives with couldn't find him and was messaging me on social media. I was trying to get my own work done here at the studio for you guys. I was interacting with those I believe could help the total package of his issues, both physical and emotional. The studio was bullshit about what happened Sunday night. It was just chaos and mayhem all around. On top of that, I got word that someone I'm extremely close with in my real life was attacked last Saturday night, just to add to my stress level. And then, Tuesday, trying to get away from it all and head to the Sunshine State, as I noted. Well, like I said, we made it on the plane, but never made it to Florida, as I hit consecutive day number 71 at the studio. Just frustrating all around. I will never forget what Marty did Sunday night. At the same time, again, I care about that human being very much. If he gets the help that he needs for his plethora of issues and can be counted upon to be the Marty Jannetty we had Friday and Saturday night, the door to this studio, the door to live the door to live events will be open to Marty Jannetty. If we don't have complete assurance that the Marty of Sunday doesn't return, then we can't have him back, which would hurt me personally. Professionally, we simply cannot risk as much as we all want him to be doing good, as much as we want to have him around with us. With Marty's visit, we pushed back Wrestling Insiders Week in Review a little later than normal, as I noted. It is a non-pay-per-view weekend. I got back from New Hampshire later in the afternoon. There was a lot of work that needed to be done with me away for 2 full days plus 2 half days. So, like I said, let's see if you guys like this on Sunday. It would be great if we had enough support to be able to bring in superstars every single weekend for you guys, but that's what the Patreon, the eBay, and the Super Chat donations are for. It's that time again, whether you're joining us during the premiere or watching at a later time. Sit back, relax, enjoy the stories, memories, and legends from every era of professional wrestling here on Wrestling Insiders Week in Review. As we continue to note, it's SOS, save our shows. We need your support to continue to bring you this much free content. As many weeks, there are not enough livable hours for me to do the work that needs to be done. It's tough. You know what? Sometimes you want a paycheck. You know what I mean? Different story for a different time. If you're unfamiliar with Wrestling Insiders Week in Review, usually we get together on Saturday night and present you in your busy life with one-stop shopping that features all of our Wrestling Insider shoot interviews from the past week in one simple, supersized program, making for hours of great wrestling talk with a variety of superstars and legends. As always, you are our tag team partner in crime in building the biggest, baddest Boston wrestling MWF ever as we prepare to celebrate our 20th anniversary this fall, culminating with our Back to the 80s WrestleFest live event and Fanfest Saturday night, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. Save the date. Again, folks, as always, we're going to have some news for you on America's birthday, Sunday, July the 4th. That's going to be fun. As always, there are many ways you can help us without spending a penny. Please, if you enjoy the content, simply give this video a Jim Duggan-sized thumbs up and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Both are free, and it helps let YouTube know that you enjoy the content, so they'll share our videos with the millions and millions of fans that have no idea we exist. That's very important, because if we don't keep growing the channel, we're going to start to shrink, and that would be no good. No bueno. No bueno. We got to keep growing. We need more and more fans. We don't need less and less fans. It's been a rough couple of months. Also, if you're watching this premiere, share the link on social media. It costs you nothing but a second of your time. Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, Facebook wrestling groups, wrestling websites, anywhere there could be fans that would enjoy 80s, 90s, and current wrestling event talk. Share the link so they can sample what we do and hopefully become new friends like you. We're looking for more of you to join the Boston Wrestling MWF family, La Familia, at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling, where you get early ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders, including New Jack, the Final Interviews series, access to our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online, millions more on The Howard Stern Show, Patreon exclusive videos, wait until you see what's coming in July, plus you help keep wrestling legends working. Again, that's patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Link can be found in the description box below. Die-hard wrestling fans, check it out. You will love it. It was another busy week in the world of professional wrestling. Let's kick off Wrestling Insiders Week in Review, podcast style, with Oscar of Men on a Mission's Monday Night Mission, where the former WWF Tag Team Champion manager shoots with Marty Jannetty. Marty joins him on the program. Great look at their days together in the WWF. They talk about the A&E biography series. and a whole bunch more. This was probably the finest of Oscar's episodes thus far. Let's see what you think. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, it is Monday night. You know what that means. It's time for Wrestling Insiders Monday Night Mission with the manager of the former WWF Tag Team Champions Men on a Mission, the man that almost blew the roof off of Madison Square Garden at WrestleMania 10 back in 1994. I could only talking about my Monday night partner in crime, the one and only Oscar. But Oscar, we are not alone tonight.
We're not alone in the universe.
Well, we're definitely not alone in the universe, but another member of the Boston Wrestling MWF family is joining us here in this podcast suite. The one, the only, the man that was rocking all weekend here at MWF Studios, multi-time WWE Tag Team Intercontinental Champion Marty Jannetty. Marty, this is a first for you being on the Monday Night Mission with Oscar.
Yes, it is. MJ is in the house, and it feels good.
Well, all right. I'm sure you have.
Let's turn up the heat.
Maybe it'd almost be fun just to have you guys just kind of go back and forth, and I can just kind of moderate and give us the time cue when we need to take the commercial break. Marty, I'm sure you saw Oscar with the many fine women when you were on the road back in the mid-'90s.
I saw one. Where did I see you last? It was at WrestleCon, Oscar?
Yeah, it was in, I think there was that thing in Georgia, in Rome, Georgia. I think that's the last time.
Oh, that was the last one? Okay. And we've done so many of them lately.
Yeah, I know. It's a good thing. And with the pandemic going away, we should get to do a lot more.
Yeah, I hope so, and I hope to see you. How's Mimi doing?
Oh, she's doing all right. I'm going to tell her you asked about her.
Yeah, tell her I said hello.
Now, Marty, you don't know this, but Oscar is going to be moving down to the Atlanta area sometime soon. So you two are going to be almost neighbors.
You better hurry up, because I'm about to move to Jacksonville, Florida.
No, man, you just better stay your ass put.
Well, we'll try to get a wrestling school going down there and then move down to Clearwater and get one there and have a couple of them. And we'll try to surround the WWE complex with them.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, all right.
And then you can come. I'll get the. Let me see. That'd be southwest side and the northeast side of Florida. You come in and get that northwest and that southeast side, and we'll have them surrounded.
All right. Well, yeah, that's a plan.
We can do it.
Oscar's ready. Well, Oscar, lots going on in the world of professional. I'm sorry, I interrupted you, sir. What did you say?
I was going to say, yeah, Marty, let's piss some more people off.
we ain't done a good enough job yet, right?
No.
If we're still talking, we ain't done it. Hey, we got more to do.
but back in the mid-'90s, Marty, what kind of women would you see Oscar with?
Yeah, Oscar could free flow. Yeah, freestyle it right now, Oscar. Let me give you one. Say something about Dan. Think of something real quick and free throw me some Dan. Can you still? Can you still freestyle like you could?
Oh, Lottie Dottie, we like the party. Get down to M Boston with Dan Marotti. The Dan man, you with the guy who's ready. He was a freak. Talk about Marty Jannetty. I talk about this. I talk about that. Every time you saw Marty, he had a different rap. At the most, till about 12 o'clock, he was a rocker and his room did rock. He wasn't with Sean. He was on, and he was with a beautiful girl until dawn. And she was like, "This, oh, I want a party around 12:30. You gonna fuck me, Marty?"
Wow, Oscar.
Still flowing, ain't he?
Who had more rats back in that era, would you say, Marty?
No,
You or
Mr. Good
Oscar?
Looking. No, Mr. Good Looking. No, Mr. Good Looking model himself back then. Don't even lie. With the long hair and
Sean?
the rocker look, and looked like he just got on stage with Van Halen.
Oh man, I was hairsprayed out, wasn't I, with that big hair?
Oh man.
Now,
who's the man?
Oscar, when you'd frequent the Boston area, did you ever become friendly with one of Marty's longtime close personal friends, in more ways than one?
Oh no,
Annie the Ass Eater.
Who?
Annie the Ass Eater.
You would know her if you saw her. She was always at. You used to stay at the Hojo's, right? In Revere.
what?
Didn't you stay at the Hojo's too? Everybody, the boys you saw stay at that Howard Johnson's up in Revere.
Yeah, I think I've been there a couple of times till I got wise, and then I got a bigger class of hotel. But now that you mentioned it, I remember Andy the Ass Eater. Yeah,
That was Greg Valentine's regular.
Now, did Annie ever service you, Oscar?
not me.
No.
Yeah, he's married. How were you going to ask him that?
Well, he wasn't married then. He was a very eligible bachelor back in the mid-'90s.
Nah, I wasn't gonna be too many places with Greg Valentine then, but so no.
Could you freestyle while you have your ass eaten? I guess maybe is the question.
Nah, let's leave that alone. We're gonna leave that alone.
Well, she's a very beautiful woman. If you admired Adrian Adonis back in the mid-'80s, before he dyed his hair blonde, they kind of had a resemblance. But we just wanted to cover all the bases in more ways than one, Oscar.
No, yeah, no. Oh, ooh, Lord, that just brought back memories.
You know, one of my favorite memories with you, Oscar, was when we were in Las Vegas and they had us do that Jerry Lewis telethon. Remember that?
Yeah. Oh, you was there.
Yeah, man. Because you freestyled on TV, for the.
Yeah. That was the big time. Them was all my people. We went down to Vegas.
Yeah.
We did the Jerry Lewis telethon. We went with Sue Agency. It was me, Marty, and I can't remember who.
I know Macho. We were sitting around, me and you and Macho Man and the Bushwhackers. And the Bushwhackers, you remember Lisa Gibbons came up and stuck the mic in her face, and that dude with her, I can't remember who it was. He asked you he says, "You're the rapper, huh? And what can you rap right now?" He came right out with a good one too.
Well, that's how Oscar broke in.
Yeah, no, I remember that the Jerry Lewis telethon. Man, it just. I'm glad you brought back that memory. We did some amazing things.
Yeah, we have
through the years, Marty. I mean,
we've seen the world. We've seen the world. We've done some things. Hell, we met the president. Donald Trump was around when you was there. He come to a few of the shows, I believe, or that might have been. Yeah, he was. Yeah, he came around when you was around, I think.
Yeah, Donald. No, he started coming after that. But
okay, yeah.
I did see him getting off. One of his just before he was president. He got off one of his jets. He was at LaGuardia one night, and I did. Yeah.
But ain't it crazy, man? We know a president. Not a whole lot of people. A lot of people like him, but we know a president, man. How many people can say?
How about that? No, but it goes further than that. We know a lot of people. A lot of people would never know, won't never know, and
right.
That's just amazing.
Yeah, I mean,
now, Marty,
we met them all from A to Z.
I don't know,
as the Sheik would say.
I don't know if you're. I don't know if you're familiar with how Oscar broke into wrestling on a chance night in Las Vegas. But are you familiar with who he was actually opening for? What act he was opening for?
I used
You're going to be very impressed, I think.
One of those memory slips.
Tell him, Oscar. Tell him about how you came to be in the World Wrestling Federation and who you were working with in Vegas and why you were there.
I was in Las Vegas closing down the show for Andrew Dice Clay.
Oh, damn.
Marty.
And you remember how hot he was.
Yeah, back then, hell yeah.
Yeah, this was when he was the hottest.
Yeah. He was...
and then that's when I ran into Vince and Macho Man at Caesar's Palace, threw them a rap, and then Vince called me up the next week and offered me a job.
And that's cool right there. That's cool.
That's talent. I mean, just imagine having no background in the industry, having a chance encounter, seeing Vince and Mr. Perfect and Savage going through the casino, and then just cutting a freestyle rap.
You see that girl?
Who walked by?
I don't know, but she had a bubble butt, and she knew it because she was looking in the mirror, which she don't know.
She didn't know we were looking.
We're looking
no, we can see now, yeah.
The one thing that Marty can attest to you was not having a background of wrestling cost me dearly. I paid for it. Because a lot of the boys did not take kindly to having an outsider come in and make it $1.
Yeah, I think it was some of the stiff kind of guys. When I say stiff, meaning their personality, not to work in the ring. They were just Yeah, I don't think it was so much that you wasn't a wrestler. You know, you had no wrestling thing because you wasn't getting out there wrestling. I think it was just some of the stiff personalities were into the rap thing. I think it was more probably that than anything because most, well, the only ones I can speak for, we loved it. We was like, yes. You know.
Yeah, but let me ask you this, because could it also have been the fact that those same people expected Men on a Mission to flop? The fans kind of got into it a little bit, and then they found that kind of intimidating.
It could have. I mean, it could have been. You know, I don't know if it was that, or it was just something different. You know, some people, when something new to them, they don't know how are they supposed to adjust. You know, it throws them off.
Yeah,
I guess. To me, it was smooth. It was cool.
And I think the entrance really helped.
All three were cool guys too. You know.
Well. I can't speak. Well, I know one of them.
Oh well, I don't know what's the heat over there.
I told you the story one of the stories about Mabel last night when we were enjoying a fine dinner at the world famous Kowloon Entertainment Dining Complex. He was on my short list, if you know what I mean. But he certainly know Oscar. Oscar is a first-class gentleman from...
No, you got to do more than that, man. I love the Mabel, too. What
you
happened?
don't want me to bury him on Oscar's podcast.
No, what happened? I don't even know
we don't want to hear this.
Oh, he was just...
He wasn't my favorite person every day, so what happened?
First time we had him, he was pretty good. The fans really enjoyed, because he was a great attraction. He was at that building we drove by, that big castle last night I was showing you. And you know what? About a year or so later, we were going to have him again, and Paul Bearer kind of gave me a warning about him. And I said, I said he was all right the first time, because Percy, the first time we had him, was doing the mortuary science down in Alabama because he needed health insurance for his wife. But by that time, I believe the second time, the wife had passed away. And when he knew that Mabel was Viscera, whatever you want to call him, was coming back, he kind of forewarned me. And I said, So, oh boy, now you're probably talking about, I remember it was Labor Day weekend because I was at a barbecue. And you, Marty, you know how little time I take away from doing this.
You was at a barbecue?
A barbecue, yeah.
A barbecue.
My ass is literally glued to this building. So for me to actually have a day off and enjoy a barbecue with the kids, and to have him hounding me relentlessly, telling me about his first-class accommodations that he was supposed to have, that he didn't have the first time.
He probably did need a bigger seat.
Oh, I'm sure he did. He had a big ass. But the first time, I didn't get him first class, and when we negotiated the second time, it was never mentioned. He just kind of decided out of the blue that he wanted first-class airfare.
Man, you probably put him on JetBlue where them seats.
No, it was. I remember it was Delta because it led to me having to go back and forth with Delta. And I said, well, no. I said, we don't have it in the budget. And I said, we never agreed to it. I'm not paying for first class. I said, you must have a zillion miles from all your air travel. And he goes, oh, well, you got to call Delta and see if they can adjust the mile. At the end of the day, I wasted 3 days trying to get him upgraded to first class with his miles, and it was a complete waste of time because he did not have enough. Then on top of that, he had this supposed asshole lawyer from Connecticut calling me and texting me, telling me that he needed first class. This con artist, whatever he was. Well, anyway, you know what? I don't want to say right now what I thought, but I greatly disliked him. At this point,
I remember that guy too.
I think his first name was Rob.
Yeah.
Damn,
please.
I kind of feel bad I asked now.
Well, anyway, he was a pain in the ass too. At the end of the day, I don't honestly. I have no idea what wound up happening with the seat. I know I didn't pay for it because again, we didn't agree to it. We didn't negotiate about it, and I didn't have the money for it. So he came, he did the show, he was worthless, he was lazy, he wanted, I want to do a tag team match instead of doing a singles as we'd advertised, so it would be even less he had to do. And then, here's the kicker to me, because, you know what, I'm used to taking a lot of shit in this world. I've known Linda since 2002, so I mean, that kind of speaks for itself.
I noticed you had a lot of toilet paper around.
What's that? But so after the event, you know, we usually gather together for a nice fine meal. Well, anyway, Viscera and one of the other featured talents on this show, who will remain nameless. I don't know if I want to bury him, even though I buried him to his cell phone not too long ago when we had a disagreement. But
Watch
instead of...
watch this girl stare at her ass. Is that a girl?
I think so, yeah. Looks like she could belong on the Moolah compound in South Carolina, though. But anyway, so they sat away from the group, Oscar, the two of them. And Mabel and his friend, who was a former WWE superstar, they sat and they ate and drank over $200 worth of food. Then they were presented the bill by the waiter. And these two were outraged that they were asked to pay for their meal, to the point they had the balls to ask the waiter to get the manager of the fine establishment and have him come over and actually ask him why they had to pay for their meal. And I thought that was one of the most embarrassing, disgusting, pathetic things I have ever seen. I don't know in what mindset someone says, geez, I'm going to walk into someone's restaurant that I'm really not personally friends with, eat and drink $200 worth of their food, then act like I'm insulted that I'm presented with a bill because I expect it to be free. And because this person is a first-class gentleman, he wound up comping their meal. But you know what? Because the big asshole was associated with us, I felt somewhat responsible for it.
By association.
Exactly.
But
and I was pissed off about it.
You know he died though, right?
Who? Oh, yeah. Well, you know what? Tough shit.
Yeah, okay.
You know, I don't know what's funny, though? The list of the people that I truly hate, almost all of them have died.
Oh, shit.
It's
I hope
strange.
you never hate me.
No, it's odd. There's very few living, and it's a very short list of people that I feel like have done us wrong or screwed us in
You're
some
on a
way.
negative track. Let's get back to positive. Hey, Mo.
Well, he's not
What
Mo.
about Mo? No,
Oh.
I was bringing Mo up. What about Mo? Are y'all getting along now or no? Everybody seems to be mad at Mo.
What's the matter with Mo?
Last few people I've talked to, like, wasn't good. So I don't know. Has he gone crazy or something? Because I love Mo to death, but I haven't seen him in a while. I don't know. I'm
Shoot,
sure.
Oscar. What's going on with Mo?
I don't know what's wrong with Mo. I don't really fool with him like that.
I ain't seen him in a couple of years, but we always hug and how you been and stuff. But I don't know if he was running shows. Maybe he stiffed somebody or something. You never know.
Did he stiff you, Oscar?
Nah, no, nothing like that.
But what do we got? Well, come on, we're shooting. What do we got? What's happening?
Nah, that's a story I'd never tell.
Hey,
now
wait a minute. I
Okay.
just shared my hatred of Mabel.
Nah, I understand that.
That's you. Oscar said that's you, though.
This is a deeply personal family matter.
Oh, all right.
And I don't think it's ever going to get resolved.
No?
Really?
You want me to intervene?
Yeah.
Now, how the hell are you two going to do an autograph session together in September?
You know what? I've been praying about that every day. I don't know how we go through it.
How long has it been since you've seen Mo?
It's been years.
Yeah. Oh, really? That long?
It's been at least 3 or 4 for me.
Well, what do you think of Mo?
Maybe more.
What do you think of Mo?
I love him to death. I mean, me and him get along fine.
Now I know.
And I can't not like somebody, because of their problem with somebody else. Remember, we talked about that yesterday. I mean, me and him are fine together.
He ran into great problems.
If he did something bad, I don't, condone that for him. But, I was just going with, me and him.
He ran into great problems with your former tag team partner on a European tour that led him not being used for a long time. Back in, that would have been
You talking about Sean?
Spring of '94, yeah.
Which Sean?
HBK.
Oh. Yeah, this probably you're not going.
Annie's friend.
It's going to be hard to find somebody that wasn't pissed off at Sean at some time or another.
Now I think you were still with the company at that point because it was the spring of '94.
Okay.
Were you on that tour when they had the incident? Do you remember off the top?
No, he was not. No, he wasn't.
Thank you, Oscar.
Yeah, because I'm sitting here thinking about it. I missed that too. Man, I guess I drank my way through a couple of them years.
No, by this time, the Rockets had long since been resolved.
Yeah, because that was at the end of '91. Yeah.
He was going up and down the ring with Diesel at the time, and I think at that time Diesel was still the unknown bodyguard, but that's when him and Sean was, a unit.
If I remember, it was right before Diesel got the Intercontinental title from Razor Ramon. But just so Marty knows, Oscar, explain to Marty what happened between Sean and Mo on this European tour that led to Mo being exiled for almost the better part of a year.
Okay. For some reason, Mabel wound up passing out backstage.
For some reason.
Good.
Fell.
They should have left him there.
And so
I'm never taking George Grace night.
Ascertained that no, Mabel should not work that night because they say he had heat exhaustion.
He had what?
Heat exhaustion.
And that could be.
So no, it could have been. It was in Israel. It was hot as hell, so
Yeah.
I could buy it.
Yeah. Oh,
right,
definitely.
so-
Hell yeah. It's hot there in summer. It's hot there all the
So
time.
Sean had an attitude because,
There's a shock.
according to his logic, the big man's not pulling his weight. I'm pissed off about that. So we all sitting backstage, and Sean is in the showers. And for some reason, Mo was standing up. Sean was coming out the shower. Sean passed by Mo and elbowed him and told him to get the F out the way.
No way. Sean ain't got, unless Diesel was standing right next to him.
No, he
he
wasn't.
ain't got, or he didn't have the guts to do that back then. That's why Diesel
he
was
had-
his bodyguard.
He had the guts.
Well, that's what I'm saying. This must have been they must already had started to click too, because he had everybody around him to protect him. Then he'd get all.
Mo told him because one thing Mo got, he got a really bad temper, and he's half crazy any damn way. So, so when that happened, Mo told him. He said the operative word is "excuse me." So he told Sean that the operative word is "excuse me."
Oh, okay.
Sean got the lipping off, and Mo got in his face and told him that he would kick his ass. He said, "I'm not playing with you, Shawn Michaels, and I'm not scared of you, and I don't care who you affiliated with, but you not finna punk me like that." And Sean got scared.
Yeah. Now that I can see. I don't know what the hell he'd be bowing like that for, because that's, like I said, he just went through some shit. He cleaned it up.
Sean got scared, and Mo was serious. About a week later, maybe two, but I'm gonna say a week. We had a meeting with Vince. Vince said there was too many tag teams. And Vince sidelined Mo, and Mo was sidelined for a year, which goes to show that Sean had a lot of power.
Yeah, always did, especially with Vince. Then he built that clique around him, and now he had power with the boys because nobody could get through it.
I didn't think it was fair. I didn't think it was right, but it was what it was. He had a tremendous amount of power on the whole politics of the backstage situation.
He was the king of it because what's that song? I'm just your boy toy, or I'm not.
Now, are you trying to? Why do you think that Sean had so much power and influence over this?
Well, we can speculate.
Yeah,
I put it like this.
We can leave it at that too.
It's not what you know; it's what you can prove.
Yeah.
Well, I know Diesel Kevin Nash in some interviews made some interesting remarks about Sean when they'd have the big clique get-togethers on the road. That sometimes Sean would have a woman, sometimes Sean might even have a guy with them rolling around after the events.
Who said that?
Kevin Nash, yeah. So,
damn.
Well, Kevin enjoys his wine.
Oh, we got talking.
Kevin and I had some tremendous late-night conversations as he drank his wine several years back, but that's a different story for a different time.
No, it's not. It's a story for right now.
No, nothing.
I know, right?
No, it had nothing to do with this point in time. It's just there was a group that him and I were both going to be involved with, and Kevin's a night owl, and he'd like to call at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, and he'd be drinking his wine, and he's a very insightful, intelligent human being.
Yes,
I
he
enjoyed
is.
those
He is
conversations quite a bit. But this wasn't an interview that we did, but he had said that, there were times that, Sean would be getting a little frisky with the same gender, so to speak. And it is Pride Month, so why not celebrate?
I saw a guy. Let me tell you, I'm gonna tell you how things work. Like I said, it's not what you can prove. And when I say that, I mean I never see nothing up close. Oh, wait a minute, I did see a couple of things up close. No, but I saw in Ocean City, Maryland. I saw a guy. I ain't gonna mention no names because I won't bury nobody. I saw a guy.
Who is it? Maybe they need to be buried.
Here, I got a shovel right here.
I saw a guy having a private conversation with Pat Patterson, and that night he was the Intercontinental Champion.
Oh,
I'm like, is that how things work around here? Is that how things work around here?
Gee, I could kind of fill in the blank on that one, Oscar, considering your run was from 93 to 95.
Shit, if I'd have known I could have kept the tag title longer, I'd have put a rubber glove on and took his ass in the bathroom.
Oh, my God. Oscar, wow.
You know, old Jimmy Powers one. Do you remember Jimmy Powers? The young stallion? He once told, we were real good friends. He once told me something like that. He had said, Pat offered me a couple $100 just to come in and lay on the bed and just, all I had to do was lay there. He would do the rest. And I don't have to do anything.
A little fellatio.
It was basically what he was saying, right? And he goes, it's a couple years later, he goes, man, now when I look back on it, damn, I wish
I know, right?
if I had just said yes.
All right, wrestling fans, I'm getting the cue from the back. We're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back with more of Oscar's Monday Night Mission with our special guest this week, future WWE Hall of Famer, Marty Jannetty. Stand by. Boston wrestling sports and the MWF explodes into a new year of unknown with professional wrestling content galore, and we need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after we review the previous night's Monday Night Raw, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with the unpredictable WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights after WWE, NXT, and AEW at 10 p.m., you never know who's going to show up on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey through the 80s and 90s on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday nights after the lights go down at the Thunderdome on SmackDown, it's John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. If you want early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and to help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times, for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now, available on eBay. As the Demon, he became the first WWE Universal Champion at SummerSlam 2016. Here's your chance to own this limited edition collector's autographed art print, personally signed by Finn Balor, one of only 50 made, direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible for your wrestling collection now.
Cheer! Why, hello! I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell, beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as
wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. Well, Oscar, my worry is you are the vice president of everything here in Boston Wrestling MWF, along with the work you do with Dr. David Reese.
No, you got that.
You know,
now you
once,
got it twice.
well, we'll get it, of course. But now that Marty has had both of his ankles reconstructed, I'm worried he's going to get that itch to want to get back in the squared circle, and I don't know if it's safe for him.
I would personally clear Marty to compete.
Well, you're not a doctor.
No, I'm the vice president.
Well, you are the vice president. That is right.
I would clear Marty to compete, but I would want him in a tag match. And my only advice to Marty is
stay off the top rope.
We're not spring chickens no more. So go in there and take it easy and just be careful.
I could do that too, and that's probably all. If I do anything in the ring, it'll be tagged.
We're going to have to talk to President Reese and what he says, where he actually is a doctor, but...
well, I'd still go with, have the best...
You'll go with Oscar's opinion.
With Oscar and my guy, Lee McCluskey. He's one of the world's best for ankles and feet and ankles. Dr. Leland McCluskey, the best in the world. And then Oscar's right there. And then, what's the other guy's name?
Dr. David Reese, an acclaimed...
How did you meet him? I've heard his name around. How'd you meet him?
Cauliflower Alley Club.
Oh, really?
I met him. I met him through a guy named Evan Ginsberg. He did my podcast, and we've been thick as thieves since then.
Oh, there you go.
He's got a hell of a background in the world of psychiatry. He works with a lot of professional sports teams out in California.
Yeah. I've heard his name a lot.
Well, if you Google him,
deal with the boys.
If you Google, he's helped a lot of the boys.
Oh, okay.
He works with a lot of professional athletes, and not just Marty, but anyone that may be listening, if they have. The need for that type of doctor. Dr. Reese is widely available via social media. He might not be the ultimate answer, but he can definitely guide you in the right way, especially anyone in the industry that may be dealing with, depression or emotional issues. He's a great resource. He's not looking to make money off of it. He genuinely.
I wish I'd known him for the last 6 months.
Well, would you like to talk to him?
Oh, I'm good now.
Oh, well, all right.
I was in some deep, dark places there for a while, though.
Well, Reese could have helped you.
Yeah, I wish.
And now, I tell you this, believe it or not.
That's where I got his name. You gave it to me before.
Oh, well, that's where you got it then. I gave it to you. He's one of the nicest human beings you'd ever meet.
Was that the one for the CTE?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dr. David Reese.
Okay.
Now, though, he's expanding beyond his work in the world of psychiatry and his work here in Boston Wrestling MWF as the president. He's going almost the route of your buddy Bear in WWF. He's going out to Vegas, and he's trying to open a gentleman's establishment called Reese's Pieces. Now, does that sound like your kind of place, Marty? You used to live in Vegas.
Marty, if you listen to this,
hey,
you buy that bridge.
There was one time. There was one time me and Sean had a match out in Denver, Colorado.
But no, Marty, you used to live in Vegas. Would that be the type of place you'd go to, Reese's Pieces?
It's a catchy name, but not sure what kind of pieces.
Oscar, what kind of pieces are there going to be at Reese's?
Nah, shut up and leave him alone. He that man ain't opening no Reese's Pieces. I don't know why people listen to Dan, because Dan is an idiot.
Reese said he's going to open them up like a bag at the supermarket and let him
opening nothing.
So it was a sold out crowd there in Denver, and Sean and I did that jump start. You know how to jump start? That's going to get the people on their feet right away, and we did that jump start.
I tell you,
I had to do this all day yesterday, Oscar. That was my go-to to get him off of, when he started talking
A&E.
A&E. I bet I'd had to go to that match 20 times.
Oscar, can you believe that as a man that even lived in Las Vegas, that Marty has never been to a Cauliflower Alley Club reunion?
Yes, I have.
When did you go?
I worked on the show when I lived there.
It must have been a year I wasn't there. I don't ever remember you.
About 3 or 4 years ago.
Do you remember him at a Cauliflower Alley Club, Oscar? I don't.
Nah, but then again, I only started going like the last 5 years. You coming this year, Marty? You should come. We have a good time.
I'm like, Sin Bodie out there? Is his name Sin Bodie?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. Somebody. Yeah, I said it wrong. Yeah, I like him, man. I may come out there and do a little work with him. And if you see him, tell him I say hello. I ain't talked to him in a while.
I think Marty would enjoy the accommodations at the world-class Gold Coast Casino. Oscar's favorite hotel.
But it was
Las Vegas.
But I know it was the 2016 because I was in Vegas for 2 years. The first year and a half, and I missed the cauliflower. And then the next
talking about the Gold Coast. How's the accommodation when you got Marty Jannetty in Boston?
I think where Marty is a step up above the Gold Coast. They actually have coffee at this hotel.
Gold Coast, is that the one? Hey, Oscar, remember one of the strip clubs out there? It was Gold something, Gold Rush, Gold something. Rick Rude's sister was running it.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and we'd go there, and she looked better than all the dancers, but it was Rick's sister, so we couldn't look.
Now, was she a worker, or did she just run it?
She was running it. She was a manager.
Oh, she wasn't a dancer.
Place.
Was that?
Nah, it was not. She owned the place.
Wow. Oh, they owned it? Yeah,
I think so.
I think you're right. Yeah, yeah. They it was pretty good though. It was. You know how the boys were. Probably I don't know how they are anymore. It's so different now. I don't know when the last time you've been in the dressing rooms. Today of today's boys. It's just different. It is not the same environment it was with us. But I mean, I could see getting into it. They're just more. Just strictly business and straight to the point, no cut up. What I saw, I can't say anything but what I saw.
Do you think some of the fun is gone?
I think a lot of the fun is gone. I don't think they're allowed to rib like they used to now. And
I don't think they know how.
Nah, they don't know how.
Oh, that guy's in rough shape. He comes by every day with that Dunkin' Donuts bag.
He was the first person I ever tried to figure 4 on.
Oh, if the fans could only see the people watching that we have. It's like we're at the Bellagio in Vegas right now, only in Melrose.
We're downtown, I guess, because there's a lot of pretty girls keep walking by.
Oh, wait a minute. Here comes one of Oscar, one of the members of the MWF Board of Directors is en route in, Billy House.
Who?
Bill House.
Get out.
I don't know if our friend Professor Minor can hear us in the background.
He's Prof. Look, he's got COVID.
You got to guess, brother.
Protection on his throat.
He's actually the father of Kramer on Seinfeld, if you notice.
If you notice, one of those guys that breathe, he ain't breathing or talking through his throat. Is
No. I don't think. Why is Kramer?
No, I was just wondering.
Bill House, welcome to the studio, sir. How are you?
Hey, man.
We're live on the air right now. I think Professor Minor is looking for you.
I'm looking for Pat.
Oh, you're not going to find him on a Saturday. All right, but Mike is here if you need him.
Oscar, where you at?
He's looking for you. Yeah,
you over there in Henderson?
Huh?
Where you living? Over by Henderson?
Nah, I'm in Indiana now. I ain't moved.
Oh, you already moved? Oh, okay.
No, he only goes to Vegas for the Cauliflower Alley Club reunions.
Wait a minute. You're going to have to explain how you left Vegas and ended up in Indiana. But the most exciting place in the world to the...
No, he never lived there. He just goes out.
I thought you was living there.
No, I lived in Los Angeles before I came here.
Oh, maybe that's what the loss was. Yes.
Now, you know what's
it was Los
interesting?
Angeles, not Las Vegas.
He had quite a background with a lot of famous rappers when he was in.
I imagine so,
Tell
especially
him,
in
tell
LA.
him, I don't know if Marty knows about your background with some of the musicians, Oscar. Put yourself over, brother.
I worked with Frank Sinatra. I was having a ball when I was in Los Angeles. I mean, I must have rapped for Michael Keaton, Clint Eastwood.
How the hell all that come up? You know, like private party type things, or what?
Yeah, it was mostly private parties. Yeah.
Well, that's cool, man.
But weren't you involved with some rappers, from what I remember from your story, or am I wrong?
Yeah, I used to tour and rap with people like Tupac and Biggie and Run DMC.
There you go.
And Houdini, and I worked with all of them before I branched off.
Wait, hold on one sec, Oscar. Could you find him, Bill?
I couldn't find him.
Did you go back to the studio?
Yeah.
I don't know where he went then. I'll tell him you came by, though.
I gotta run this.
Thank you,
by
Bill. We'll see you at the next board meeting.
Because you'd mentioned Tupac, and there was one time here at the studio. You know, I flow with the boys a lot. You know, cut up and all that, but I know what not to say. But after a day, when I came in the studio here, and been listening to Twista, Trick Daddy, and I think Little John and Tupac all day, all weekend actually. And so, you get into it. And we were doing some part of the interview. I was talking about comparing myself with all the big guys. And I said, my ninja ass but I didn't say ninja, it said, but I was talking about me, my ninja butt, I actually said my ass, my ninja ass. It was only weighing 200. And, of course that shouldn't have come out. But, oh, gosh, did Tony and everybody jump on me as a racist? He's a racist. No, man, hell, of course I shouldn't have said that, because it's even referring to myself, but when you just got out in the car with Trick Daddy, you were kind of in the moment.
Now, let me ask you this, Oscar. As a man that was a peer and a friend of Marty's, what do you think about Tony Atlas's repeated accusations that Marty is a racist?
That's BS. See, that's a thing to where when you know somebody and you really know them. See, Marty could never have ever put his hands on me, to hug me, sit next to me for hours on end, reminisce with me, laugh, or anything like that. Because if you're a racist, I'm not just a racist against this black guy or that black guy.
Right.
Or that guy. I'm a racist against all of them. That's what a racist is. I just don't like you.
And let me ask anybody this, not just you, anybody can answer this. Do you think Mike Tyson would hang out with a white boy that he thought was a racist?
No, hell no.
Yeah, I mean, it'd probably end badly. In fact, that night, Sean was there, and Sean kind of drifted away from Sean. Not to say that Sean was...
What is that, Oscar?
Racism ain't local, it's universal.
Exactly. I'm now thinking about that. Sean was kind of Mike Tyson that night. We met him up in like an after hours club up in Albany, New York. And man, me and him just hit it off right. Probably because we were both crazy. We hit it off good. And Sean kind of drifted out of the picture. I don't know if Mike felt, I just didn't. I don't say that Sean had any kind of racial whatever. I know one time though, it was Ronnie Garvin. No, Terry. I forgot who was driving. Ronnie Garvin or Terry Taylor, sitting up front with Sean, and Coco would be wearing, and I were sitting in the back seat. And this black dude was walking across the street, and the light had turned green, and he was strutting and throwing his swag out. And Sean yells, get out of the way, ninja. Except he didn't say ninja.
Yeah.
And he didn't even say it with a GA. He put the ER on it, which makes it even worse. And and Coco goes, hey, and Coco never liked him again after that. Which I don't blame him, But so that's the extent
Coco
that
felt disrespected.
I mean, you know, and Sean apologized right away, but just in that moment, I think what we would say is you saw a bit of his true colors come out. You know, because he forgot Coco sitting back there. So, you know, that was a little bit of his real self coming out. But I never, you know, I spent a lot of time with Sean. I never saw any kind of, you know, racism. Only things I tried to, you know, this is a while back, so, you know, I hope I'm forgiven. I already asked God to forgive me. That's the main one that matters.
He's most important.
Right. But the people that were around will know this, but one of my girls in Detroit, black girl, won't say Wendy's name, though.
No, we wouldn't do that.
But in fact, I'm going to go with a different name. I don't even want her to get pissed off or anything. But it was one of my close, girls.
One of the many, yeah.
Yeah. I really liked her for a minute, though. When we'd be in Detroit, I kind of zoomed in on her. You probably met her, Oscar.
Who?
It probably was
Wendy from Detroit.
Oh, man, no, we're going to go with a different name. I shouldn't have said her name, but we're not going to say Wendy anymore. But I think you might have met her because when, you know, I kind of liked her a lot. I may have a daughter with her. Now everybody's going to know what I'm talking about. I guess I better not go with the rest. No, I can't tell it now. I'll tell you when we're off the air. Hold on. I'll tell you what, Oscar. I'm gonna cover the microphone. But anyway, it was Sean's birthday, you know, and Sean and I always roomed together. And I asked one of my girls, there was a black girl, I said, hey, you know, give Sean a birthday present.
Some service.
and she, you know, she went ahead and Sean was like, oh, no, I couldn't, no, okay, go ahead. And for about 10 seconds, then he was just like, okay, that's enough of the stuff. He wasn't very comfortable.
Really?
Yeah, and I don't know.
What was going on in the moment?
As far as?
Well, what were they doing?
No, she was just making him happy.
Did he yell out Pat by accident?
But
right.
Yeah, I don't know, you know, again, would a racist person allow that? At all, even for a little bit.
Yeah,
I think you can be. I think you can be unattracted to people of any race.
I'm gonna tell you why. I say yeah.
Okay.
Who you think the slave masters was doing more than they were doing their own wives?
Yeah, I heard. I wasn't there, but yeah, that's what I heard.
No, but it's true.
Yeah.
Who were the slam masters?
Slave masters.
Oh.
Gosh, damn. Dan's on a different page, ain't he?
I heard him wrong.
But,
nah, you could dislike black people, but a white man always gonna go for a black chick because they know how to do everything.
That's actually true, though. That's probably one of the reasons I see. I always say I see more black than white, but it's about equal. It's about. You see, I'm no limit soldier when it comes to that. I don't, like, okay, I like this girl because she's a Hungarian, or I like this one because she's black, or I like that one because she's from Israel. It's just a female that's nice, and you know, that's the way it's the way I see all people is for the character, for the character, not the color.
Prejudice ain't gonna stop the punani. Never.
And Tony, Tony did say that one time about me. He goes, well, I ain't gonna talk like he does, because I heard somebody get on to Dan. Dan does if you do it.
What Tony say? I'll do the imitation.
And I had two or three of my friends that are black that were black told me, they said, that's racist of Dan to talk like that about Tony.
See, the thing is, I would never do that imitation for Tony if he didn't think it was so funny.
Yeah, I'm just I don't.
You can't do that. Is you ate my baby.
Yeah, no. But you can't do that.
We did a back and forth on one of the episodes before he turned into a thief. Where he imitated me and I imitated him, and he did. Well,
that's pretty good. You can't do that.
Now you say I'm crossing the line with my Tony imitation.
I kind of got to go with I kind of
really
Tony imitation. Yeah.
Even though Tony was okay with it.
Well, you know what? Now, and I'll give you comparisons.
All right.
Back when I was hanging with my boys, where I lived at the time was mostly black neighborhoods, so all my boys were around and it got to a point where back then it was Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre were the hot things, and you know, we'd be singing the song, all of us, you know, getting down on the song, and when it'd come up to the Ninja, I would sing it along, and my boys would just look at me, and they were okay, but eventually they said, yeah, man, you gotta, you know, it's okay with us, but other people are not gonna like you saying that. And so, you know,
Yeah.
so that's what I'm explaining about Tony, because Tony likes it, doesn't mean everybody else is going to like it.
What I don't understand is why, if I was saying something derogatory, I would certainly understand that point of view. I look at it like it's a fun imitation of a person I know.
It's a stereotype.
Okay.
All right, explain it,
It's
brother.
a thing to where you got it matters where you do it. Now, in front of me is funny. Marty is funny. Even Tony is funny. Don't go to NAACP meeting talking about, I want to do the impression of my favorite now. You gonna have a problem.
Yeah.
Well, I guess my point of view is the imitation is done.
I mean, it's
Tony.
exact. I mean,
it's not attacking a race. It's not meant to put a race down
but
or
it's
any.
still a stereotype.
No,
That'd be like
no,
grabbing.
no. You got to understand something.
This is an educational experience.
It's not a matter of what you personally didn't mean. You know you didn't mean it, but how you mean it and how most people of that persuasion are going to take it are going to be two different things.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, I can never look at that through your eyes because you've lived it. I haven't. And like I said, to me, it's meant with no malice. It's just how I would imitate someone with a white person. I just do imitations. We have a man
I believe you because I personally know you.
And that's the whole thing right there.
I know how I get along with you. I know how we relate. But other people who don't know you, it's going to seem like another white guy making fun of you.
Yes, I see that totally.
Well, okay.
You're making fun of Tony, but to the masses, you making fun of all black people because they don't know no better.
Right, like I said, like you stereotype. That's a stereotype, or like you know, fried chicken, saying something. Like,
even though Tony did an episode on fried chicken.
Yeah, and that I thought was horrible. I mean, not
Tony mouthed the fried chicken.
Just the way he was eating it though, and smacking, and you're on TV, man. What are you doing?
He thought he did it because he thought the people enjoyed it, and some did, and
did
some were disgusted by it.
Pissed some off, and the other ones it made hungry.
Thought it was funny.
No, they went to the refrigerator.
Well, Oscar, let me ask you this: as someone that was in the world of professional wrestling, and you know, we've explained Tony's accusations towards Marty. Do you feel like you ever felt that from anyone in wrestling over the years?
I don't know what his accusations was. So,
well, no, basically Marty was a racist. Do you feel you've ever felt racism towards you in wrestling?
I just told you. No, not even a little bit. Not at all.
You
not
never
back
did.
Then, not now.
Never. Really? Oh, that's great.
No.
That's a good thing.
Here was the thing too when he said that. I mean, all my black friends, all my white friends, they all thought, "Man, what the hell's wrong with Tony? You're the furthest thing from that." And and Dan even tried to tell him. Dan on the show, said no. He's got a lot of black friends. He's got black girlfriends, got a black daughter. And Tony said, "Well, you do it." And what he said was now I'm asking you to be a racist, and you do it. I said, so I'll say it in a regular voice. It ain't gonna be like it came from Tony. But he goes, well, it's all pink on the inside. We're talking about the female part, which I thought that was kind of yucky to,
Well, you know what?
Because what's that word called when you're putting females down? What's it called? What are we, not chauvinist.
Shaming?
No. Chauvinist or masculine. Some where you're
a chauvinist,
where you're better than women.
Male chauvinist.
I guess where women.
A misogynist.
Yeah, is that what it is?
I see Oscar's the human dictionary over there.
Yeah, misogynist because you're putting a female, gender down.
Well, I think maybe Reno Chastain might have summed it up best. He said he thought maybe there was a little jealousy in the air. Marty, where Tony's talk show was the first, and it kind of became a hit, and then last summer you came on the scene, and everybody wanted to party with Marty, and Tuesdays with Tony It was almost like the Monday Night Wars back in the day.
I think that chicken turned them off a lot, man. 'Cause
Do you think there was a little jealousy?
I don't see why it would be. But here's another thing, he said, Marty wouldn't have, I'm not going to do his voice because, you know, but I mean, I just, because I imitate everybody I do, but his is so, you know, so slur or slang, you know, it's so detailed. I can do it detailed, and I don't want it to come off wrong. So I'm going to have to say it ain't going to have the same effect. But he said, Marty, I saw Marty twice in 20 years.
I spoke to Marty twice, yeah.
Or actually, he said he spoke to me twice in 20 years. He said, you know, so I've talked to him a total of, what do you say, 10 minutes in 2 conversations.
Yeah.
And then he broke that down and said that equals, and he had the math wrong.
Well.
but I'm sitting there thinking,
it
man.
Was the thought that counts. I
had pictures on my Facebook with him at several conventions, a couple of conventions, and there was one night in New York, or somewhere near New York, because I had my girlfriend from there, is a black girl. I don't want to say her name because she's married. I know you would know her, Oscar, because she was around all the time. When we were in Newark, New York, or within, you know, an hour or so of it, but you would know her. You definitely know her. Good girl, too. She's a good girl. I mean, what I would mean by that, she wasn't one of those that they call rats or something like that. I like to call wrestling a wrestling perk, because they're calling them a rat such a put down to ourselves. We're out there. Everybody else has fans.
Know, right?
Yeah, they got fans, they got groupies, and the wrestlers got rats. What the hell?
Yeah, the rats.
I mean, who's the rat?
You know,
who's worse, the rat or the one effing the rat?
And an interesting point of view that Tony had at one point, and I'll give credit where credit is due, he said more than anything, he thought the wrestlers were the rats.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
pretty much.
You know, that's why I don't even like hearing the fans called marks, because they're fans and they're ours. And you want to know who the mark is, who just went out there and busted up their head for 20 minutes to get them to scream and holler for you, and then you say, Mark.
Yeah.
They just sat there and watched. You went out there and busted your ass. Who's the real Mark? Yeah, I mean, but it's such a put down. I mean, why? We got rats and we got marks. I mean, you would think wrestlers are the ones that are so, you know, I'm better than everybody by doing that. I mean, no other industry calls their fans bad names. In fact, what they got, you know, they got what do you call them, fan clubs and stuff for them, but not the boys. But I tried to change that.
What a bunch of arrogant bastards we'd have become.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this, Oscar, since you are the VP and a wise sage that's even, you know, teaching me a thing about life today. We
can't have any rats.
No, what do you think about the theft, Oscar? I mean, it's still an unresolved issue, the theft. Tony's theft.
Oh.
Tony bought his $200 computer with the Joe Biden stimulus check and thought he was going to become a millionaire. And he took a great sum of money for drawings and the live event we had November 13th and podcasts. Oscar, what should we do about this theft?
Okay.
Is it Judge Judy time?
That's about all you really can do. But
could you imagine him and I on Judge Judy?
Yeah, I can imagine it. Judge Judy was spending the whole time going, "What did he say? What did he say?"
See, I could have some fun doing some imitations, but I'm not going to do
it.
I
mean, it's pretty good. And when we imitate people, you're supposed to sound like them.
Yeah, that's my only thing. I never meant any malice by it.
You know, but it's especially in today's society, you know, or American anyway. Like you said, it's universal, Oscar, but it's so, everybody is so sensitive right now about everything. You know, I mean, I'm scared to be on the podcast anymore because I might have said something offended to women. I might have said something that offended a gay person. I might have said something, and I didn't know it. And all of a sudden, because there's no rule book out there, instead of, okay, I'm sorry, I apologize, I didn't know that. Instead, all of a sudden, you're anti-gay or you're feminist, whatever, hater, whatever it's called, race. I mean, shit, you can't win. You're going to offend somebody somehow.
I mean, to your point, I mean, we are really, really going backwards. Did you guys
I think
know
so too.
that, okay, Lin-Manuel Miranda, the guy who made Hamilton, and now he's got this new movie out called The Heights. He is taking the Puerto Rican culture and the Spanish culture, and he's giving people a job, giving people fame, putting money in their pocket, and bringing awareness to the talent of these people. And there was a senator or a congressman that wanted to know why he didn't have this person or why he didn't have. You can't please nobody.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Exactly.
Psychology is going. The psychology, instead of us moving forward with the times, instead of us going into a 21st century, 22nd century mentality, we are going backwards.
I agree. I mean, we was getting there. I mean, certainly, you know, I'm sure, you know, the black people would like it to be a lot, you know, come on, we can go faster. But, I mean, we were going when we were getting there, and now, you know, it just seems like, well, you're messing up all this progress we made. I agree. I like a lot of it.
All the progress we made, is out the window, and I just.
It's like it's like going backwards now. Now we're heading back to the hatred, you know.
Yeah, we're heading back to we're heading back to the days before civil rights, and where blacks hate whites and whites hate blacks, and there's prejudice and racism and hatred. I mean, we're supposed to evolve beyond that kind of thinking, and everybody's spirit should be moving towards assimilating to one culture, because we all human, but that's not the way we going, and I don't understand that.
Yeah, I don't either. I really don't. I thought when Obama got elected, I thought that was the greatest thing in the world. Now
it was the greatest thing ever, right?
Yeah, now we can unite. I mean, white people, you know, because, you know, I grew up pretty much in bad areas, which means, you know, and in the Southeast in particular, you know, down there by Martin Luther Kingville. And, you know, so I got to know how the black culture was, you know, behind the scenes. You're not going to, you know, say it in front of me unless they are very comfortable with me,
right,
and know me. And so, you know, I knew where things were coming from. I mean, and I understood why, because I could see it. Because I've told you this, Dan, I was ostracized, if that's the right word, by everybody. I mean, you know, except for the ones that knew me. But when a black person would see me, they didn't like me because I was white. When a white person would see me, they didn't like me because I lived amongst black people. And they called us white trash. So it was like, no, and I was a kid. I didn't, you know, I'm seeing things as they are. As far as I knew, it was natural, but I didn't understand why are we hated, you know, more than anybody. Well, I ain't even done nothing. I can't even make a friend out here, you know, because
that's tough for a kid.
Yeah, you didn't understand it, you know. And then, you know, just the way I was treated at school as a kid, you know, first, second, third grade, and all that. I was fighting all the time. I didn't. They could have been correct, but I didn't understand, and it was frustrating. And it just didn't feel like you know, just sitting there taking it. But so long at first, man, if I wouldn't have stood up for myself, eventually I probably would have been a more messed up person than I am now. Because, you know, who knows? As you're 7 years old, you don't know what depression is. But I just remember thinking, we're horrible people. My family isn't like, because they, you know, my mom and dad would fight every day. I mean, not fist, but verbal. Loud, screaming. Police were called all the time, so the kids were not allowed to play with me in the neighborhood, certainly.
Right. Yeah.
And then at school, they pointing the finger like, I see him, can't. Because their parents didn't want them around. You know, right. That kid, that's the one that lives over there. No, you don't hang around him. And it was, you know, I was the best, even in like third grade, I was probably the best athlete around. You know, for that age. Yeah. And why I say is because you would pick teams, like for volleyball or for kickball or softball. And I'd always be last, and I'm better than all of them. It
really?
Just
pick you last? Wow.
Yeah, because they didn't, I'm the one that couldn't be, you if they picked me, they'll get in trouble at home or laughed at with the other kids. And that was a rough thing, I mean, I think that hurt my feelings more than any of it was being last picked for a sport.
But I'm gonna tell you something. Everything in the circle of your life happens for a reason. The reason why you had to go through those trials, it was to make you stronger.
And it did that. That's true.
And to teach you how to fight. And look what happened. You learned how to fight and became one of the most world-renowned wrestlers in the world. So your upbringing was not by accident. It was by design, and look who you turned into.
Yeah, and I agree with that totally.
Well, you
not just that, but understanding a lot of things that both cultures wouldn't understand. Because I understand the white side, I understand the black side, whereas most of my black friends wouldn't understand from the white perspective, and whites don't understand the black perspective.
But see, you know what? A lot of them were still alive when you made it, and they had to look at TV and go, "Is that little Marty?"
Yeah, right. Yeah, some of them do get in touch with me after all these years. Now they like me.
Now they want to be your friend.
Yeah, now they want to pick me for the kickball team.
What kind of a kickball player were you, Oscar?
Oh, I was terrible.
You were terrible. All right. Well, in all honesty, though, Oscar,
Marty last. They didn't pick me at all.
Do you think maybe it would be good for Marty to talk with David Reese?
On this kind of thing?
Well, privately or publicly, whatever you would be more comfortable with.
Absolutely. Marty is not cured. I don't care what he say. And Marty really needs to talk to Dave. Matter of fact, I'm going to set it up.
You set it up, and I'm there.
I tell you, what, Marty, maybe I'll send you the link. And again, it sounds like we're not knocking Tony because we did a whole episode on it with Tony's home videos of him being abused by women's shoes and licking women's shoes. And David Reese came on the show and spent about an hour with Tony trying to explain to him why he had this thirst for abuse in shoes.
Fetish.
And it wasn't even a sexual thing. It wasn't anything that he got off to. It was just he said it was like a euphoria to him. The best analogy.
Well, I hope it was.
He said the best analogy that I came up with, I said it was almost like Popeye having his spinach. You know what I mean? He would get energy from these women abusing him. And it went back to, I guess he didn't start to walk until he was about 5. And
really?
There was a lot of physical abuse in his home.
Okay.
So he, for whatever reason, he almost felt like his mother was getting revenge on the father when Tony would get beat up by these women with the big shoes. Why he would need to lick them, I don't know, but...
I never saw him lick one. I have seen he really didn't even like him unless he had a spike on him. The spike heels. I don't know how that didn't tear his skin.
He barely was Mr. USA, I guess. But no, the Reese and Tony did you ever see the Reese episode with Tony, Oscar? Oscar, are you there?
No.
You didn't see it?
No, I didn't.
All right, well, you'll have to look it up too then. You know what? We went a lot longer than I ever thought we would, but we're having so much fun. Guys, any final thoughts, memories about your time together in the mid-'90s WWF, which is why most of these folks listen?
We them being a tag team with the mom, with the Men on a Mission.
Men on a Mission, yeah.
And us being a tag team, unless we was working with them, which I don't think y'all were baby faces, right? And we didn't ever work with y'all. And so you wasn't going to be on the same, because remember they were running 3 shows a night. So we really didn't get, unless it was TV taping or international. That's the only time we really got to hang around each other. And no standout stories like there's not a night.
Well,
there I would feel comfortable telling, because like I said, you're married. And I might be one day.
Well, but the thing is, Oscar has no problem talking about back in the day when he was Casanova Race. He was a ladies' man.
He can talk about it, but it ain't right for me to bring it up.
Tell him, Oscar. Tell him, what, Marty wasn't the only ladies' man on this show.
I mean, it was a thing. It's a thing to where, I have a very strong relationship. I've told my wife all the stories that I can remember.
And God bless you. And God bless you for that, because my girls, and more so the black ones, You know, but not any. Well, not too many of them are like what you just said. Let me tell them, and usually I'm telling them it's going to be a funny one at the end. But the minute it involves another girl, oh my God, they shut me off. Start cussing.
Oh yeah, well you got a lot of women that's like that. But when you see that, then that might be a cue for you to walk the other way. Because
yeah, you know,
well, Oscar
a woman got to be secure in herself. She got to be secure in herself.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. I don't understand
in
why.
order to be secure in any relationship.
Oscar married very well, well.
If they can't do that, then they're not ready to be in a relationship, let alone a marriage.
And especially a relationship with a wrestler that's on the road all the time and got to put up with girls coming out.
Being in a relationship with a wrestler or a former wrestler even is not an easy life. It's not an easy thing to do. It takes a strong woman to deal with us.
Oh, yeah, I got to find
one. It
one.
takes a strong woman to deal with us, not because, you know, we go on the road frequently or infrequently when we're not on a roster no more, but because wrestling has done something to us psychologically.
Yeah. It took a crazy person to want to wrestle to start with.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if he was at that meeting. I don't know if he was at that meeting with Vince. That it takes an eccentric person to be in this business, but he was right. Himself included.
Right. Yes. Yes.
All right. Well, wrestling fans, I really enjoyed this episode, a supersized edition of Wrestling Insider's Monday Night Mission with a weekly friend, Oscar. It was almost like a crossover episode where Marty came over to party with Oscar this week.
Yes, I enjoyed this. It was great. Oscar, I'll get your number from... I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. Say again?
Yeah, no, give my number and keep in touch.
Yeah, and I'll get us some shows, and you do what you can. You know, anything that Baltimore, I'll get up with him, and I'll throw your name out there every time I get to any show. And I guess if I trust him, it's hard to give your number to him, right?
All right, give my number because I got a couple of numbers to give you. The guy in September, he seemed to be open to stuff, and he spends money. So I like the way he do business. Okay. And then there's the other guy, October. But the guy in September is who you want to get up with because, you know, he got a store and he do virtual signings, and you would do great at both of those.
All right, cool, man. We'll start getting these together.
All right, wrestling fans. Well, look at this meeting of the minds. We had the vice president and one of the superstars of everything we do here in Boston Wrestling Sports for our special guest, Marty Jannetty, our regular host, the man on a mission himself, Oscar, the VP of Boston Wrestling. I am Dan Marotti. We'll see you next Monday night for the Monday Night Mission, and we'll see you Thursday night, 10 p.m., for a brand new Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Until we speak again, folks, you and yours, be well, stay healthy. Good night. The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Target Center in Minneapolis, Minnesota, Friday, June the 21st, 1991. In the opening contest, Bret Hitman Hart beat Colonel Mustafa. Shawn Michaels with the win over Kato. Road Warrior Animal defeated WWF Tag Team Champion Jerry Saggs in what was to be a tag team title match. Earthquake victorious over Jake the Snake Roberts via disqualification. IRS beat Greg the Hammer Valentine. The Big Boss Man with the win over the Mountie. And in the main event, the Ultimate Warrior defeated The Undertaker via disqualification. If you were in Minneapolis live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. Get this WWE NXT TakeOver War Games 2020 11x14 limited edition autograph poster signed by everyone on the event, number 23 of only 100 made. Includes signatures from the Undisputed Era, Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Tommaso Ciampa, Timothy Thatcher, Io Shirai, Tony Storm, Rhea Ripley, Dexter, Loomis, and more. Comes with authentication hologram on the back of the poster. Also comes with mystery autographed 8x10 and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas, on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. Don't forget that Monday night after Raw, Oscar will be back with a brand new Wrestling Insiders Monday Night Mission, as he will every Monday night at 11 p.m. Eastern after Raw. That's right, the fans have spoken. More of you enjoy the programs later at night than you did at the 7 p.m. time slot that we tested the waters with. And let me tell you, baby, those waters were ice cold. No worries, we're going back to the later night premieres. If it's a little too late for you, the great news is you can just check it out in the archives the next morning, the next day, however you like to listen to great wrestling talk such as this. As we continue with Wrestling Insiders Week in Review, don't forget that the Super Chat button is open for business, and baby, we need all the help we can get after April and May. Like any fine, upstanding human being, tip the bartender, tip the waiter for hours and hours of great entertainment. It's truly appreciated, along with your viewership and being a friend of the show. If you're unfamiliar with the Super Chat button, it is the little gray $ sign that's under the Premier Chat box. You click it, and to be honest, I have no idea what you do after that because I've never used it before, or it's our show. Our great moderators, Slick Rick B, Vaughn, Maria Davis, Smokey, Stoney, whatever her true identity may be, may explain it better than I do. Up next is a great one for fans of recent WWE times. From the archives, it's WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas's Wrestling Insiders at your house, as Tony shoots on whether you can trust Sasha Banks to lose a championship after she left WWE for several months, including blowing off a post-WrestleMania 35 media appearance simply for losing the WWE Women's Tag Team Championship belt that WWE gave her. Check it out.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti along with Tony Atlas. Tony?
Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer.
They know that.
Tony
They
Atlas.
know that. They know that, Tony. What are you doing over there? You look like Marty Jannetty.
Oh.
He does things like that. He looks like Bruce Valanche.
You knew how to kill it, didn't you?
All right, well, Marty is still wants to speak with you.
I don't want to talk to him.
He had a lot to say on Facebook about you.
What did he say?
Well,
It's all lies.
Fake news. He put pictures of the two of you up together.
Fake news.
They were fake pictures of the two of you together.
Fake news.
He said there was a hotel party that the two of you attended together with all black people except him.
Fake news.
It's all fake news.
Fake news.
Well, Marty's feelings are hurt. He wants to make friendship with you.
No.
All right, well, we'll have to wait and see what happens. But, Tony.
Fake news.
One thing that is not fake news that broke my heart, and I don't think, I think it may hurt you to some degree, but not me because of the quarter century of memories that go along with it. But news has broken, Tony, that not eminently, but the process has begun, that we're going to see the closing of the world-famous Kowloon Entertainment and Dining Complex.
Oh.
Hit me right here.
Oh.
I guess the younger Wong family, they don't want the very grueling life of running that world-class establishment.
Wow.
I know our dear friend Andy Wong works 6 days a week from about 4 p.m. to 3 a.m. It's a difficult life running a restaurant like that.
Wow.
And I guess that they're going to turn it into a multi-use property. You may see restaurants, you may see condos or apartments, but Kowloon as we know it, again, it's not imminent, thank God. It's probably going to be a couple of years before we actually see it happen because of all the construction and the permits and everything that'll have to happen legally.
That's heartbreaking.
Tony, I look back at the life memories there, is the family memories at Kowloon. When I was a teenager at high school, myself, Chairman Manolian, and our group of friends would go to Kowloon. That's where I became friendly with Andy Wong and Sonny Yee, who went on to become
and you can't think of one wrestler that never been there.
That's right, Lieutenant Commissioner of the MWF.
It was like the WWE, WWF eating place for century. I mean, every wrestler in the world that Mark Henry, Undertaker, I mean, you could name them. They all been there. And he treated the wrestlers, I mean, it was like a second home to a lot of wrestlers, man. It's going to be, I'll tell you, that's going to be missed. Not only by the wrestlers, but by the people around this area. I mean, it was just one classic. Then the food, you can't beat it. The service, it was quick service considering the crowd, you know. We sat at a table.
Always packed.
About 10 people. The place is packed. And it took us.
Well, look at the last live event we had. We must have had 40 people at 4 tables.
Yeah, and look how long it took to serve us. I mean, and the
fresh,
service was quick.
Fresh, piping
quick.
Hot.
Yeah, you couldn't beat that. I mean, there would never be another one. There would never be another one.
I look back, the entire MWF Foundation, if you look at the social atmosphere around it, if we were in this area, where would our post-event celebrations be? The Kowloon Entertainment Dining Complex.
It's going to be missed.
We had live events at the Kowloon Entertainment Dining Complex for our Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive.
Yeah.
I was the MC for Bruce Pritchard's Something to Wrestle With live podcast at Kowloon.
It's going to be missed.
This pulls on the strings of my heart. I consider Andy Wong a longtime personal friend, way back to when I was in high school. He is a good man. He loves this business. He's always treated everyone in this business with such great respect, with such great revere. He was always honored to have them in his establishment. And I don't think Andy realizes the place in the heart that Kowloon is held by so many in professional wrestling. I mean, there's so many of our peers that can say, like you noted, how many top superstars have not been to Kowloon at one point or another.
It'd be hard to name them.
And have great memories of the place.
We all do. I mean, it goes all the way back, brother. I mean, I could go back with Tony Rumba, back in the 90s. I could give you a good 30 years of Kowloon just myself. So it's going to be one place that's going to be really, really missed.
Hopefully, we can pull off something and have some kind of an event or a gathering upstairs before it's all said and done. If we can get the well, if we can get, they're stuck with the Corona mandates. I mean, I went in there to pick up when the Warlord was in town. We just did pickup, and I mean, if you saw the structure of the restaurant now, it's very different. The Wong family, I say this though, they've gone above and beyond to try and reinvent the wheel. They've done car hop type service. They've had drive-in movies out back in that big parking lot they have. They've done outdoor dining. But, you know, when you have a state that wants to try and keep cutting back 50%, 40%, 25% capacity, it's tough to cover your costs. That's a big restaurant.
Sad.
But if you could maybe give Andy Wong a few words. I know he tunes in to the program.
And I wish you all the best in the world, my brother. Thank you for all you've done for us. And if anything me and Dan could do for you in the future, brother, don't hesitate to call. You got my number. You got Dan's number. Even if you don't go back in business, I would like to remain your friend. You know, so call me sometime. Talk to me. And I feel bad for people that, like Andy and all these people that got in the food industry. I mean, that it had to be a better way of handling this. I mean, I don't want to sit here and start pointing fingers because of this, because of that, because, you know, the answer is 2020, but I don't think restaurants going to ever recover.
For a lot of them, it's going to be hard, and it's going to take years.
Yeah,
I think
it took years to build what they had and lost it in one. It reminded me of my career. I worked 20 years to build a name for myself and lost it in 1 year. These people, they worked their whole life, put their whole life into a business, kept the business going for years and years. They established themselves, and all of a sudden, in less than a year, they out of business forever. And I don't see how they could come back. I don't. I just don't see it.
Well, I hope life can get back to normal where we can do something live at Kowloon, whether it be another one of those dinners that we had a few years back as part of the Paul Bearer Toy Drive. Even I'll say this to get a little personal. The night I got engaged to Linda Marotti, we went and had dinner at Kowloon before that took place. So I mean, not just wrestling themed parts of my life, but again, you know, with friends, family, Linda. I mean, just so many
good memories.
So many memories have taken place in that facility, and I don't know if Andy Wong truly understands the impact and the love, the genuine love that people have for that building. I mean, he'll always be our friend. I consider Andy Wong to be part of the Boston wrestling family. He's always treated us. You don't feel, it's like what John Cena Sr. says. You don't feel like you're going in as a customer. You feel like you're going in as a member of a family.
Monica been there.
And what did she think of it?
She thought it the best restaurant she'd been in her life.
Really?
She said that when she left, because we were staying right next door to the Red Roof. Me, Mark Henry went in there with Monica, and she thought it was the best. And the treatment she got, she said, I've never been to a place like that. This is fabulous. She said, I feel like, she said, they treat you like a queen. That's
hopefully, Monica will be healthy enough to come down and she can join us at Kowloon before it closes.
I would love that.
Because I have an idea of what I'd like to do. Again, if life changes enough where, you know, we can get back to normal and open up life to the way it was.
Back to normal.
Well, even somewhat.
No, we said it after 9/11, remember? We
said and try going through the airport.
Once the world changed, it have changed forever. There's no going back. That's water under the
all
bridge.
I know is I don't want to go into a coronavirus spiel, but I want to do something nice at Kowloon before their final day comes. And again, the good thing is the Wong family stated on Facebook it's probably going to be at least a couple of years before this transition happens. So there can be good times ahead. It's just right now they're kind of restricted engagements. But the more life opens up, again, hopefully we can do something really nice with wrestlers and wrestling fans one more time at that beautiful place.
I'll be around when you do it.
You're going to be around.
But you don't know that either.
You and Viziri are going to be the last two people on Earth.
You don't know.
I do know.
I mean, I told Rocker Johnson, Rock, I'll see you next week.
Well, we're going to miss Kowloon. Johnny and I did a nice tribute. I know you have enjoyed many fine. I know you like the duck.
I like everything about that.
No.
I like everything.
But didn't you enjoy the duck, if I remember, at Kowloon?
He gave me that lobster thing here. It was a lobster thing he gave me last time. The first time you took me was duck.
It was duck.
The second time you took me, the last time I was there was the lobster with the big piece of lobster and scallops around it. Oh my goodness, was that good. And with so much lobster too. Most people give you one piece of lobster. He give you the whole damn lobster.
We have to come up with something good before it closes.
Yeah.
If Andy and Kowloon will even allow events like that up there, but that remains to be seen.
It ain't up to me, it ain't up to you, and it ain't up to Andy.
Isn't that sad that the restaurant can't even decide for itself? But again, I don't want to turn it into a political conversation. All I know is there's a lot of love in professional wrestling for Kowloon. There's a lot of love in this community for Kowloon. So I hope the Wongs know that with all the hard work they've put in over the past 70 years. 70 years. And maybe if you get a chance, you can check out John Cena Sr.'s his little monologue that he had about Kowloon. But back to the world of professional wrestling, Tony. The fans have wanted me to ask you this one. I'm very interested in your thoughts. I think you're probably going to read my mind before I even give you my thoughts on it, but this show is all about you. It's Tuesday nights. It's Wrestling Insiders at your house. I know the fans they're buzzing away on social media. They're sharing the link on Facebook. They're sharing the link on Twitter. They're giving us thumbs up across the board, baby. They're hitting that super chat button because they want us to keep the lights on and make sure you're here every Tuesday for eternity. But the question is, Tony, Sports Illustrated, you're familiar with the magazine. I don't know if you even know, they cover professional wrestling now in a limited capacity. And they did. I don't know why they.
I looked at Sports Illustrated magazine and, oh my goodness, probably 30, 40 years.
Well, that shows you where Sports Illustrated is right now. But they actually ranked their wrestlers of the year. And you know who they ranked the #1 professional wrestler of 2020? You have to guess for me, brother.
Of 2020?
Yeah.
John Cena.
He did. I think John Cena had one match in 2020. It would have been tough to pull him off.
Brock Lesnar, I guess.
Sasha Banks. I was mind blown. Out of and it just wasn't just WWE. This was every wrestling promotion in the world. They felt Sasha Banks was the #1 professional wrestler in the world. Where has common sense and sanity gone?
I'm stuck.
I think Sports Illustrated loses a little bit of credibility on that one. Again, I don't even understand why Sports Illustrated even covers professional wrestling, but for them to name Sasha Banks, a very lovely lady, she was with us here in the MWF in the past. She's a very hard-working person, great work ethic. But if you watch a Sasha Banks wrestling match, you see offense that really isn't believable or credible. It almost looks like cosplay sometimes. Her and Bayley, they try and imitate the Macho Man Randy Savage and Eddie Guerrero moves. And if I was to look at the top dog in the entire industry, male or female, it would not be Sasha Banks. If I was to come up with a list of 50 of what I thought were the best pro wrestlers of 2020, I don't know if I'd put Sasha Banks on it. Again, because it's nothing personal against the human being. I think a lot of what she does is unrealistic looking. When I watch professional wrestling, I want to see some simulated violence. Again, what she does is, it almost looks like, like, I'm not going to go as low as to say backyard wrestling, but it's just most of the women, their bodies are built different than the men. They can't work a men's style. If they were going to give it to a woman, maybe someone like Asuka, because I think when you walk Asuka, she works like one of the boys. You know what I mean? And that's a compliment.
Well, she's weird, though.
That's not meant as an insult.
She's weird.
Who's weird? Gimmick. Her gimmick is weird?
Yeah. They got her doing that silly stuff.
But I enjoy
that turn a lot of, to some people, it's like she's making a mockery of the business. She's goofy.
Because she screams in Japanese?
Come on now. Give me a freaking break. Come on. I mean, come on. I can't watch her. it's like it's an insult to Japanese people. I've been in Japan. I ain't never seen nobody in Japan act like that. But see, here's what started a long time ago. They probably led up to the Sasha Banks thing you just did. See, everything is based on marketability. She's probably the most marketable person because she's not just connected to wrestling, you know, and her uncle, Snoop Dogg, cousin, whatever, got a lot of pull out there, you know. So,
you think Sasha Banks is the most marketable talent
Snoop
in pro wrestling?
Well, Snoop is on everything. See, these guys, they in that Hollywood brand.
Snoop was on AEW, remember?
Yeah, he was. I saw him come off the top rope to the splash.
You texted me. Yeah.
I loved it. I loved it, brother. I love to see old Snoop, 60-something-year-old man coming up that.
Is
top
he that
rope.
old?
He gotta be. At
No.
least 50.
I'd say, yeah, maybe 50. I don't think so. Jackie, if you can Google it on your phone, see how old Snoop Dogg is.
Snoop looked like a Jake Crab coming off of there. He didn't look like no Jimmy Snuka.
He wasn't Jimmy Snuka, that's for sure.
Like Snuka, but I love it. I didn't get him, Snoop. But you see, in today's time, this is how they do it. The last time I...
49? Yep. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, so he pushed it 50. But I remember the last time that I was there with Vince. Me and him, we had a little conversation. This before, you know, this been the Saba Simba days. Mm-hmm. He said nothing's up to him no more. It's marketable. You know, you got these corporations that put in money to make Vince what he is, to make everything what it is, where if they like her, that's what it is. You get some guy that owns Sports Illustrated that is a wrestling fan, and that Sasha Banks is his #1 wrestler. Sasha Banks gonna be on the front. And Sports Illustrated always been like that. Not just with Sasha Banks, but when you look back in the past, you see some of the people they put on the cover compared to other people that played the same sport or the other sports during that time. Just like look at the publicity that Muhammad Ali got with that magazine, compared at Mike Tyson, and then when you go to Larry Holmes and Evander Holyfield, I don't think Evander Holyfield was on that. I don't think so. I don't know. But see, Evander Holyfield, even though he was a better fighter than Mike Tyson, didn't get that. That's what I was talking about the other day. It ain't what you know, it's who you know. Evidently, Sasha Banks knows somebody that got a lot of pull. And that's what it's all about. Like Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan could not beat Bob Backlund for the belt. You know, he was not the best worker in the WWF at that time, but Hogan could put asses in the seat. So that's why he had the belt for as long.
Nothing like that can be said about Sasha Banks. I think whoever came up with this list has probably had a few adult wet dreams about Sasha. I was in shock.
We don't do that to guys, so I'm not going to do that to women.
What do you mean?
Well, we don't say that a guy, he's there because he has sex with some...
No, I'm not saying that she had sex with anyone. I'm saying this guy probably has had some fantasies.
No, it's something else there that Sasha is doing behind the scenes. Just like we had a guy...
No, this was for Wrestler of the Year. They felt she was the best wrestler of the year in the ring.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why I brought up the Hulk Hogan situation.
Yeah.
Hulk Hogan became world champion not because he was the best wrestler. He became world champion because he was the most popular wrestler. Sasha Banks is more popular than any wrestler there because she's involved in just more than just wrestling. I mean, everybody knows Sasha. Look at Charlotte Flair. She's a better athlete. You know, she's bigger, stronger, and everything else. But she don't carry the same stigma as her father did. I mean, her father is her. Once Vince took Rick away from his daughter, that was the end of her because she was running off of his talent. You have to look at the numbers. It's somewhere in the numbers that put her there. That's what put everybody.
You want to know
there.
the numbers? Okay, I'll give you some numbers. Back in July of 2000.
I'm talking about Sasha Banks numbers compared to other wrestlers.
Well, it's Sasha Banks comparable. If you look back at the week, WWE, they succumbed to the hashtag Give Divas a Chance back in July of 2015. They brought up Sasha Banks, Becky Lynch, and Charlotte Flair, all from NXT at the same time. Yep. They created 3 giant women's factions. And if you take a look at the numbers, there were about 3.5 million people that watched Raw that week. If you fast forward to the present day, there's about half that watch Raw this week. Now, I'm not saying that's all the women's fault, but can you show me anything that the women have done since they've shoved them down the fans' throats that has increased business?
Well, see, here's what I learned.
All right.
Here's what I learned. Everybody don't have cable.
Yeah.
But everybody got a computer.
Yeah.
What's going on TV don't mean nothing no more. Within the next 10 or 20 years, there'll be no more TV. TV going to be like the home phone, a thing of the past. You're going to be talking about TV. People say, TV, when the last time you seen a television set? Because everything you could do is on
the computer.
I've never been on Facebook a day in my life. Never been on there. Other people try to say this is Tony. It's not Tony Atlas. Tony Atlas do not have a Facebook page. Tony Atlas will have a Facebook page.
We're going to get your Facebook page, a real one.
Tony Atlas is going to have a Facebook page within a couple of months. Now, the reason I say that, Vince is slowly moving all of his stuff to the WWE Network. Vince could give a red ass about TV anymore.
But when TV is your primary financial...
But everybody don't, they on cable.
But what I'm trying to say, Fox Network isn't...
Sasha Banks is over on the internet. That's the number that they looking at. Is that internet that she got over social.
But is the internet making them any money? Is the internet making them any money?
Well, the internet helps sell the merchandise. See,
the merchandise is down.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, what I'm trying to get to you, you know all the number about what exactly what happened. I'm trying to just stick to why they put her there.
All right.
On the internet, Sasha is all over. We had a guy with the WWE back in 2008, and they wasn't doing nothing with him. And then he got on this Twitter or whatever, and had so many followers that Vince started using him.
Jack Ryder.
Yes. So Vince found out right then. Jack Ryder is the one that got Vince.
Zach,
got him into this internet stuff. You got thousands and thousands of people that sits around on that internet and they watch how many hits this woman is getting and all this and that stuff. And that's what they are looking at. They stopped looking at athletic ability back in the 90s. From the 90s on, athletic ability didn't mean diddly squat.
That's fine. I could, and she's not.
I'm not saying she's the best.
Sasha Banks is far from the worst female wrestler out there right now. But what I'm saying is, can you show me anything that says that Sasha Banks has done anything to help increase business for that company?
It don't matter. Sasha Banks did things to increase Sasha Banks. That's all that matters in today's time. They could give a red ass about all this other stuff. I found that out with Bob Backlund, you know, established wrestler and all this and that stuff. And here this guy just barely into the business, you know, all of a sudden, you think like, not to get into politics, President Trump, he didn't win the White House over the TV. Mm-hmm. He won the White House over the internet. You see, the first guy to use television for promotion was John F. Kennedy.
The first debate with Richard Nixon.
That's right. Him and Nixon was on television. He was the first one that went to TV because he saw the future. He saw the television.
Nixon looked sleepy.
Right. He saw the television. Just like the guy just did a signing for him. He said, "Yeah, I saw you on that show eating chicken wings." You know, if it ain't for this, they wouldn't see me. See, they stay on the internet and they build up their followers, and people see that. And, you know, people look at them numbers because the world is graduating. See, we keep looking at. Remember, I told you this. The thing about people over the age of 40,
I'm right there now.
They can't see in front of them because they're too busy looking backwards.
I'm looking backwards right now.
We looking at TV and TV only.
No.
TV is done with everything, not just wrestling, everything. See, the thing about USA, I could name right now off the bat, maybe 100 people told me they don't have cable. Most people got their cable when they don't need cable when you get that computer. Once you get that computer, you don't even need TV. I know people that got TVs in their houses and very rarely use them. Everything you freaking need is on that computer.
Let me say this, though.
That's what is killing wrestling with USA. See, this is what Vince did wrong, and George Animal Steel told me that. The first mistake Vince made, the first one, according to George Animal Steel, not Tony Atlas, he said people used to pay to see a main event match.
Right.
They had to pay to see it. He said that Vince was the first one that took a chance on putting a main event, two main guys on TV. So now the house shows started to drop. Remember? The house shows were the first thing to go down because Vince put everything on television. I mean, you didn't have to pay your money and drive to the Boston Gardens no more to see Hulk Hogan take on Don Morocco or to see John Cena fight Brock Lesnar.
During the Monday Night Wars in the late 90s, it started to change where every match on TV was 2 stars as opposed to a star versus an enhancement
And then what
talent.
happened to the house shows? They dropped.
And starting in 2001,
they started, they take about 2 or 3
and
years,
they've never
and they
recovered.
dropped. Now Vince did another thing too.
Let's hear
He
it.
went and got the WWE Network.
And even, I'll say this,
And after he got the WWE Network, what happened to the ratings on USA?
the ratings have been going down since the end of
Ever since
WrestleMania
ever since
17.
the network, I bet you.
Since 2001.
And when did he get the network?
2014.
See?
Well, that's a 13-year
difference,
difference, Tony.
Because everybody was on it. That's why Vince got on that later with the
Right.
network. You know, he got on that later. But once that network, I know a lot of people come in my house and say, what you got a TV for? A lot of young people ask me that. What you got a TV for?
Here's the problem with wrestling, and I'll say this because I own stock in different media
It's too
companies.
much of it.
Well, no, just listen to this now. You're right. Are there
Too
people?
damn
Are
much
there
of it don't
people?
mean nothing no more.
Are there people that are cutting the cable and don't subscribe to cable TV anymore? You're right.
They
In
don't.
2020, cable viewership on television was down 3% as a whole. However, if you look at WWE viewership, it was down not 3% to go along with the rest of TV. It was down 20%. That's a big drop compared to the rest of all of cable television.
Brother, I could get my phone right now.
Yeah.
And see all the wrestling I want.
Right.
So why would I want to watch Raw?
But the same could be said for the news. The same could be said for football games or basketball games.
Not
or
football.
Not, well, it's only during certain times of the year, right?
That's right. It's seasoner.
NFL is certainly the king of television.
That's right, brother. That's right.
To say
and
the
we only
least.
saw it one day a week. Wrestling is on 4 days a week, plus the internet.
Well, no, I mean, you've got the Thursday night game of the week, Sunday, Monday,
It's seasonal.
sometimes
It's
Saturday.
seasonal. Vince is
It
on-
is seasonal, you're right.
Vince and before AEW, there was Raw, ECW, and SmackDown. That's 3 days a
ECW
week.
was gone for a long time.
Yeah, but when I was there,
Yeah.
there were 3. You know, before AEW, there was 3.
Yeah.
Vince got rid of ECW, but he kept SmackDown, but then he went after ECW. He went with the WWE Network.
Yeah.
So instead of people going to the arena now or watching TV, if I want to see wrestling, that's all they have to do now.
Well,
That's it.
up until the pandemic, the subscription numbers were going down to WWE Network. The merchandise metrics were going down.
But you don't need a network.
But I mean, if every metric is going down, Tony, where is the popularity?
But see, this is what happened. I might be wrong in everything I say.
Let's hear it.
I might be wrong.
It's your opinion.
Just my opinion, right. Just my opinion. When you oversaturate the market,
Yeah.
not to get into politics, but that was Obama wanted to do with insurance, to drive down the cost of insurance. He wanted to, like in a lot of places, I don't know what it's like in Massachusetts, if you don't have Blue Cross or Blue Shield, back in the older days, hospital, a lot of people wouldn't accept your insurance. They had the monopoly on the insurance company, Blue Cross and Blue Shield. So you have to come from an established, and a lot of these little small companies, they wouldn't accept the insurance. And so what Obama wanted to do, he wanted to bring all these small companies up where when the hospital had to take their insurance. That when it came with the Affordable Care Act.
Yep.
But they call it Obamacare, but the real name is Affordable Care Act. So to make insurance affordable for those that can't afford insurance, you know, but they could get insurance for like, instead of paying $200 a month, they could get the same insurance for $30 a month. But if you oversaturate the market, other companies have to come down. Because why are you going to pay $100 for something when you can get the same insurance, same benefit over here for $50?
Right.
You're going to go with the $50.
Sure.
That's what Walmart did. Walmart came in and put everybody out of business because they oversaturate the market with cheap goods that is
cheap
good.
goods.
But it was just as good as what people were selling somewhere else.
At Sears, yeah.
And
look at Sears right now.
I mean, I go to Walmart.
Look at Sears right now.
Yeah.
Sears is in rough shape.
Right. I went to Verizon and a couple of places to buy a tablet. Mm-hmm. They wanted anywhere between $500 to $1,000 for a tablet. I went to Walmart to get one, $250. Same tablet, same company, same everything. Mm-hmm. I just paid $300 less. That's what it'll happen. So see, the thing that is going to kill all of these businesses is going to be the internet. The internet going to kill it all. Sooner or later, you give it enough time, because I know people like I told you I went and bought me a computer for the first time in my life. I ain't even took it out the box yet.
I'm very proud of you.
I ain't even took it out the box yet. I never used a cell phone until I got with Mark Henry. Mark Henry one that got me to get a cell phone in 2008. So I've been using a cell phone for 13 years.
Yeah.
15 years ago, I didn't have no cell phone. You think about it, 20 years ago, you had pay phones at the Boston airport. Pay phones on the corner. Remember the phone booths and all this stuff there? Gone. There's a lot of stuff with technology takes the place of. And getting back to Sasha Banks came in on that technology. She may not be big on WWE. She may not be big on television, but it's something that she's doing on that internet. I don't know. I'm just guessing. Like you say, I'm just guessing. That made her be on the front of that cover, because everything is moving to the internet now. A lot of things that we are used to now, like I used to be able to buy a TV. You know you can't buy a TV no more?
What do you mean you can't buy a TV?
You can't. You buy the screen. Then you got to buy the service.
Oh, well, all right. I see what you mean.
Look at your TV. That's just a screen. It's no
you're
buttons.
right.
There's nothing. It's nothing but a screen, brother.
You have to have the service.
That is useless without the service and without the remote and everything that goes with it. You need all that. When I bought my computer, when I found out the guy said, "Oh, well, you need this or you need that," I said, "Oh, can I just plug it up?" I said, "No." You got to buy the service. You got to buy this. That just it's kind of like the toolbox that hold the tools.
Right.
It's not the tools. It's the box.
Right.
So you just buy a screen now. You can't buy a TV no more. They don't sell TV. They sell a screen.
Right.
See? We call it a television because it's TV stations. But really, in reality, what you got there, if you stop and look at it, just a freaking screen. You know, the same thing they did when you go to the drive-thru. You know, no button, there's no nothing. There's nothing to it. Everything is in that little box right here. That's the motor, the heart, the beat, the everything. Because technology is going to destroy a lot of stuff of the way things used to be.
What about LAN parties? Do you think it'll destroy those?
Who?
LAN parties?
What the hell is that?
Like what Cecil the Lion is planning on January 28th? Where people get together with their computers and hook them up side by side without the internet?
Can you do that?
Yeah.
With what? But I do know
but it's going to destroy Cecil's LAN party.
When television destroyed radio.
Yeah.
Remember?
Right, yeah.
Television, when Ted Turner, back in 1973, started CNN, and then Fox came along, and then you got 24-hour cable news. That destroyed the newspaper, and it destroyed radio. When MTV came out, that was the end of radio. Everybody used to have a radio. You look back in the 70s, you know, you see people with the big boom box. That was a gimmick, you know. The music disc.
CDs.
CDs. Nobody buys CDs anymore. You can download it. It's all on the internet now. If I want to hear a song, I just take my phone and I play the song.
What was the last song you played on the internet?
I've never been on the internet, so. But I'm just watching.
Oh, all right.
What I'm doing, I'm looking at how things was in the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, up until today, and I watch a lot of stuff that we used to use is no longer in use.
Once you have the...
I got a car out front, a rental car. I ain't got no key. They give me a little round thing like this. I push a button, my door come open. I get in the car, I put my foot on the brake, I push a button, the car starts. Then I got a little knob, and I turn it to put it in gear.
That when we were down in Orlando with Linda. Yeah.
I'm driving, and I could drift over a little bit, and the next thing,
beep, beep, beep.
Something's gonna pull me back.
Oh, it did it for you.
It pulled you back in the lane.
Wow.
True. You go to back up. I was doing something one day. I got too close to one of the other cars. Oh, what the hell is that? So I slowed down, and the thing said, "You're too close." The damn car tell me what to do.
You think that's good or bad?
I think that's bad because if that car mess up and decides to do what it want to do, I'm screwed. I'm screwed.
You have no choice in the matter.
Yeah, because these cars are computer operated, brother. They're not like the old cars that with the manual. These cars are not manual. They are, to me, they very freaking dangerous, brother, because you got cars now that they talk about in Uber, the cars with no driver. They talk about doing it on the airplane. So I talked to a pilot one day. He said, "You'd be surprised." He said, "The planes, they fly themselves anyway, Tony." He said, "We just there just in case it's a screw up."
You know what? That's fine, but I want the pilot in the cockpit.
He said, yeah, but he said he only there just in case something happens.
Right.
But the plane, he'll put on automatic pilot, type in a little GPS, that damn plane goes.
Hey, and you know what? If it works, that's fine. But I want the pilot up in the cockpit.
Oh, I do too.
Okay.
But now they talk about doing it with cars, with trucks, and with everything. You know, when you go see cars run down the road.
Reno Chastain could be driving.
You ever see the thing about the robots they got now?
Yeah.
Technologies are doing all this. And what Shasha Bank do, to get back to her, she somehow tapped into technology and got a large following somewhere because they want to sell that magazine. See, they put whoever on the front of the magazine, they can give a red ass about how good of a wrestler you are. That's all bull crap. They only care about how many magazines.
Well, she wasn't on the cover. This was just an article with a list of their top 10 wrestlers of the year, and she was number one.
But evidently, they figured that she would sell that magazine. That's what they look at. Every company, like Vince, the Stone Cold always making fun of Vince. You know how he made fun of Vince? He would say, and the bottom line, and you know what the bottom line is? Profit. That's the bottom line. Sasha Banks.
She's not the one that's going to drive the profit.
They went through the list. They said, what wrestler would sell the most magazines? That's all they looked at. Nothing else. When Vince looked at Hogan, he said, what wrestler would sell out Madison Square Garden? What wrestler would sell out the Spectrum? What wrestler would sell out Madison Square Garden? Oh, Hogan. But he's not as good. I don't care. Hogan. He's not as good as Ronnie Piper. I don't care. Hogan. He's not as good as John Cena. I don't care. Hogan. That's what they look at. Who could put the most asses in the seat, and your ability, your talent, none of that matter. When your ratings start to drop, you out the door. That's why they send your buddy back. How you do it? Why do you think they send it back to the school? They send back to school because they don't want the AEW to get them. They don't want nobody. So the school is really setting you on the fence because your ratings drop. That's what it's all about. They don't look at talent. Talent went out the window in the 50s because Elvis was not as talented as his cousin.
Who was his cousin?
Jimmy Lee Lewis, something like that.
Oh, Jerry Lee Lewis.
Jerry Lee Lewis.
They were related?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Jerry Lee Lewis was bad to the bone, brother. But Jerry
What about
Lee
Larry Lee Lewis?
He couldn't pack them arenas.
Larry Lee Lewis or Jerry Lee Lewis?
You think James Brown was a better singer than Marvin Gaye and them guys? No. But James,
I'm sorry, Jackie. How many fists was that? Two fists. All right.
James Brown could pack them arenas.
All right.
That's what they go by. They don't give a rat ass about talent no more. Talent died in the 50s. once television came along and mass production came along, they look at who could make them the biggest profit, and they could give a. They don't even have to like you. But if you put money in their pocket, that's all they care about. We can make money with this guy. We make money with this. We make money with that. They do anything with anyone that could put money in their pockets.
All right, wrestling fans, you heard it from the Hall of Famer, Mr. USA. Tony Atlas himself will get in the wrap-up queue in the back.
Think about it, not to interrupt you. She is the most popular female wrestler.
No.
Nobody talk about nobody but Sauce. I don't hear nobody.
Merchandise-wise, no, she's not.
But I talk about if you should talk about a wrestler, her name would come up first. Yeah.
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 You agree with that, fans?
Nobody talk about Charlotte Flair.
You know what? Well, ask the fans. Fans, if you're watching the live premiere at 10 o'clock, who do you think is the most popular female wrestler in WWE? Or maybe
the only lady
one that isn't in WWE?
The only lady that was more popular with the fans than Sasha Banks, in my opinion, was the lady that called herself the Man. What was it?
Becky Lynch.
Becky Lynch was the only one. And with Becky
Not
Lynch
Kathy Kane.
Huh?
Not Kathy Kane.
No, Becky Lynch.
Right.
Becky Lynch and Sasha Banks. When somebody talk about a female wrestler, just ask them, say, who is your top female wrestler? Sasha Banks would be on the top. She's the most popular name in wrestling. Nobody talk about them other women. You don't hear nothing talk about them other women. You don't.
All right.
You
well,
don't.
wrestling fans running out of time here again. We'd love your thoughts on the topics discussed today. And if you're watching live at 10 o'clock in the premiere, if you're watching a replay, in the comment section below, we'd love to read your thoughts. Again, if you enjoyed tonight's show, hit the big thumbs up button. It doesn't cost you a dime. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's absolutely free. Share the link on social media, on your Facebook, on your Twitter. Let's get more eyeballs on everything we're doing here in Boston Wrestling so we can bring more great veterans in like Tony. We can provide a platform where more of the legends can earn an income. Let's continue to be honest, Tony. Since March of 2020, if you weren't under contract to WWE or AEW, it's been a tough go in professional wrestling. There's been very few live events.
And one more thing, then I'll finish with
All right.
And if you look in the 80s, and you ask anybody who was their favorite wrestler in the 80s, I only speak of the 80s, that's when I was there, who were their most favorite wrestler during the 80s, they would say Hulk Hogan and Jimmy Snuka. Of all the wrestlers. You understand what I'm saying?
All right.
They're the most one that they remember. Because when I talk to people, they say, oh yeah, I remember Jimmy Snuka. I don't hear Don Morocco. I don't hear Mr. Fuji. I don't hear these people's names.
Jay Strongbow.
I don't hear none of that. None of that. Only one I hear about was Jimmy Snuka or Hulk Hogan of that period. Of all the wrestlers that they had out there, them are the most memorable wrestlers from the 80s and 90s when you talk to people.
All right. Well, wrestling fans, again, I'm trying to get all the cheap plugs we can in. Social media helps if you can share links, thumbs up, subscriptions. The big subscription, though, we really want you to join our growing family over on Patreon, where you get early, ad-free access to all of our in-studio Wrestling Insider talk shows, our complete studio shoot interview DVD library that's been heard around the world, not only on YouTube, but on The Howard Stern Show by millions. Plus, you help keep professional wrestling legends working with exclusive videos over at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Of course, the eBay store that features so much of this great merchandise along with Tony's artwork is open 24/7. That link can be found in the description box below. We appreciate you joining us. Tell a friend, tell a few thousand. We need to continue to grow this channel so we can continue our mission of keeping the great wrestling legends working. Before Tony was so kind enough to interrupt me, as I noted, since March of 2020, there have been no or very few independent wrestling shows for talents that aren't under full-time contracts to work. There are very few autograph signings. There aren't any big fan fests. These guys need the income. This studio, for better or worse, can help keep these guys eating. They can keep the rent paid. They can keep the utility bills paid. But we need your support. Again, more than anything, patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. And if you're watching during the premiere, the Super Chat button is always open. You can leave a denomination of any size. As they like to say, Tony, when you're providing great entertainment, don't forget to tip the bartender.
That's right.
For my Hall of
the
Fame
boss
partner in crime on Tuesday night, Tony Atlas, I'm Dan Marotti. We're going to be back next week, just a couple of days after Valentine's Day, and Tony is going to be thrilled with the topic of conversation. I know if you want to enjoy Tony's Valentine's Day special in the past, check the archives on the YouTube channel. Tony's Valentine's Day special was one of the funniest episodes we've had in the history of this program. Next week, we'll be back on Tuesday, February the 16th with more. Again, for Tony Atlas, I'm Dan Marotti. You and yours, be well, stay healthy. Good night.
World Wrestling Federation was live at the Wheeling Civic Center in Wheeling, West Virginia, Friday, February the 16th, 1990. In the opening contest, Greg the Hammer Valentine beat Sam Houston. Bret Hitman Hart with the win over the Genius. Bob Bradley defeated Jim Powers. Hacksaw Jim Duggan victorious over Mr. Perfect. The Bushwhackers beat the Bolsheviks. The Red Rooster with the win over the Black Knight. And in the main event, Dusty Rhodes defeated Macho King Randy Savage via countout. If you were in Wheeling live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our acclaimed Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll Journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view, watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
MJ in the house.
Future WWE Hall of Famer, mind you. Let me tell you this.
I'm not in there yet?
No, not yet.
Okay.
But you will be.
Yeah, I will.
You know Sean wants to be the first three-timer.
Three-timer,
yeah.
yeah.
There you go. Let me tell you, you enjoy the in-studio shoot interviews 4 times a week. It isn't cheap to put these productions together, folks. We need your help.
No, because he got to pay me.
Okay. Coronavirus has killed the nightlife in a lot of ways. We are night owls, Marty and I, but that's a different story for a different time. One way you can help is to check out the great merchandise we have in the Boston Wrestling eBay store. It is perfect for any wrestling man cave or any collection.
That's right. Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep Wrestling Legends working on eBay. At Survivor Series, it was champion versus champion as WWE Champion Drew McIntyre battled Universal Champion Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman. Get this 11x14 poster autographed by all 3 men. Limited edition, number 42 of only 50, with authentication hologram on the back of the poster itself. Comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m., join Tony Atlas as we relive some of his greatest hits on Wrestling Insiders at your house after WWE NXT. Along with giving tonight's supersized Wrestling Insiders Week in Review a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel. It's absolutely free. You have access to over 2,000 videos. It's the best way to show YouTube that you guys are interacting and enjoying what we do. Leave your thoughts in the Premiere chat and in the comment section below. As always, as we noted, the Super Chat button is open for business. It's that gray $ symbol. Every dollar raised helps us keep the lights on and bring you more great superstars and legends to share their stories with you. Coming up, it's our Wednesday night Wrestling Insider Special Edition with the return of one of my favorites, Impact Wrestling and New Japan superstar TJP. This week, TJ shoots on his return to Impact, teaming with Fala, Chris Sabin, Kyle O'Reilly, Adam Cole, Kevin Owens, and more. I really enjoyed this episode with TJ from Wrestle House in Tampa. Hope you do too.
Wrestling fans, welcome to another installment of Wrestling Insider Special Edition. Hope your Wednesday is going fine. We are here, as you can tell, outside of our normal auspices of MWF Studios in Boston, but very happy to have this gentleman back with me. As I said, due to some coronavirus snafus, some scheduling snafu as far as the day of the week, a lot of folks missed the first two tremendous interviews we released with TJP when he was with us in studio. I implore you to check them out. I thought they were two of the better interviews we've ever done. And when you look at the dozens and dozens of stars we've had in studio, that covers a lot of ground. We've been here at the Wrestle House during WrestleMania weekend for episodes that will air all spring and summer, and I'm happy to have you back again. We talked about pigs, we talked about social media, masks, we talked about wrestling a little bit, everything under the sun in the Sunshine State.
We did. I even had some water bottle product placement on accident here.
You've been given, and you had a nice sandwich. So,
I did.
And I found my wallet. For those fans that watched the last episode, what you didn't understand was I have never been so happy for a talent to need to take a break in the middle of one of the interviews so he could eat his sandwich. As I threw apart my bedroom, I accidentally hit the sheet and the blanket, and there fell my wallet. So for those that were wondering, maybe, who knows, weeks since you saw the last episode, the wallet was found. So life is all good here in Tampa until the next catastrophe. But anyway, happy to have you back, TJ. So much I'd like to cover with you, and we're running out of time due to the plethora of snafus we've had. Some fans had sent in questions, because we always like to know what you guys want to know, but one that came from the mind of Glantz. He wanted to know, why, TJ, did you give up Puma?
Wow. What? First of all, Glantz. I don't know if I've ever met anybody named Glantz.
He's an animal.
It's pretty unique.
He's an animal.
Puma. So
Puma. And I want to interject because I think it's interesting. That was the first time I ever met you when you worked a Cauliflower Alley show with Yoshida of the New Japan. I guess LA Dojo, is that what you call it?
The original one, yeah.
And that would have been 06?
I believe he went on to
April of 06?
He went on to be, what is it, Cyber Kong, I think. And,
really?
And
okay.
Dragon Gate. Yeah.
Is he still working?
You know, I haven't spoken or heard from him in years.
Okay.
So I don't know now. But man, I've been around so long now that there's so many guys have hung him up and they had themselves a full career. Yeah. I've been blessed with
not everybody was 13 when they broke in and have your track record. Yeah,
getting thrown in the deep end at an early age really helped me in that way. But so Puma, I guess I never really gave it up. It's just that I started and I was myself. And initially, and this is going back to when I was like 13. Red, white, blue, yellow, sun, stars, Filipino, American. I'm TJ Perkins, Teddy Perkins, whatever it is. But it's like, God, you're so young and you're so small. We can't just have you on. You need to be eaten alive. But then you have no shot at a career if that's what you're doing every night. So I had to wear a mask. So every night they were giving me merchandise masks from like the merch tables.
The vendors,
just wear this. So I'd be like Super Muñeco one night, kind of. I wouldn't call myself that, but like I'd be wearing random people's masks. Blue Panther, whoever, Mil Mascaras, and so I always had to cover my face. When I got a little bit older, just graduated high school, turned 18. I was watching this match actually today on I think it was maybe GCW. Is this morning. Starboy Charlie. He's 18 years old and he's still in high school. He's finishing obviously this year, and he's incredible. He's really talented, and having some high profile matches. And I remember thinking back to that time, which this is getting to where I became Puma. When I went to New Japan, I started as a young lion, a young boy, just like everybody else. I had to buzz my head and do the basic match thing and do all the training, the squats, all that stuff.
You have to buzz your head?
Yeah.
I never knew that.
They didn't make me wear trunks because I had already been wrestling a while, so like they felt a little bit weird about totally, kind of stripping apart my whole being a wrestler thing. But, you know, I did everything else, you know, and when I graduated, so to speak, of being a young lion, and because I had such a similarity to Sayama, Tiger Mask, they gave me Puma, the character. Now, it was just something that came up in their way of kind of leveling me up. I had never aspired to not be TJ. So at a certain point, when I got a little bit further away from New Japan, after I'd spent some time there and started kind of leaving New Japan, it was like, well, I'd like to be TJ, you know. And then, you know, as I got older and matured and wasn't too baby-faced, you know, people would say, oh, you know, you're not a bad-looking kid and you should just be yourself and you're kind of funny and you got an okay personality. Like how can we show it? And I'm like, well, I'm trapped under here. So I never really meant to give it up, but I never meant to have it in the first place. So at a certain point, I just started evolving into something else.
At what point did you become TJ?
So when they created Suicide in 2008 in Impact,
okay, yeah,
it was a weird coincidence because they had presented it to Frankie Kazarian, who hated it.
Didn't he do it for a while?
He did.
Mm-hmm.
And we were at the pay-per-view in Houston. It was Destination X, maybe, 2008. And I remember he came back to the locker room and said, they pitched me this character, this idea, blah, blah, blah. It's kind of like Spider-Man, Deadpool. This is a superhero character. And he's like, I hate it. And Frankie was just coming into his own as himself. Mm-hmm. And God, I mean, he's such a complete wrestler. And I felt so bad for him because he was really finally getting to branch out and not be attached to anything. And they said, here, have the biggest anvil you can possibly carry now. And he was so upset. And I remember Christopher Daniels said, well, they should just have TJ do it. He's already in a mask. It would take nothing to switch from one to the other. Yeah. And we all kind of laughed it off. And I was done with TNA at that point. But when I came back, they were like, hey, you're going to be Suicide. I'm like, oh, what a coincidence. You almost did this 4 years ago. And then when they dropped Suicide a few years later, when I was leaving Impact, it was like, maybe we'll make you TJ. And they never pulled the trigger on that. So I said, you know what? I'm just going to be me from now on. I've gotten away from Puma a little bit. I'm done with Suicide and I'm not in Impact anymore. I'll be TJ. And then WWE was like, hey, come here and be you. We'd like, you know, first place to ever let me be me happened to be the biggest team to work for. And they just said, be you. So to answer your question.
It was almost like you would fresh, you know.
Yeah.
You did the Suicide for so long and manic.
I never meant to paint over Puma. It just, the colors faded and I decided to just be what was underneath. So.
Well, and it's done you well since.
Yeah.
I mean, do you prefer now just to be yourself?
I mean, I don't know. Of course you love being yourself, but I always looked at wrestling probably the way that like Johnny Depp looks at movies. You know, like I liked playing characters and doing different stuff. I liked supporting the other guy and playing a different role. I never had this idea that I wanted my name to have a legacy with it. Like I've never wanted to be that. Like I don't want to go down in history as anything. I don't care about that. So to me, I always had fun playing all these different characters, you know, Puma, Suicide, El Bombero, whatever the case may be, all these different characters. So I like it.
One question that had come up through the email system was, you know, a huge guy you are not, but compared to a lot of the active roster in WWE right now,
yeah.
Would there be great potential for you to be someone that could be one of the top tier players on a Raw or a SmackDown?
So
how tall are you?
5'10". Yeah.
So I mean, I think that almost answers the question.
When I was still in the cruiserweights, so I was on 205. So when they shortened my name to TJP, that was my request. I asked for two things from Vince that day. I said, "Can we shorten my name? I'm a heel now. I think it'd be kind of a way to kind of landmark my change into this bad guy." You know, and he said, sure. The second thing he said no to. And the second thing was, can I have a valet? Oh. And it was, Summer Rae was cleared, but they didn't have anything for her to do. And, you know, we were friends and we both kind of thought that that'd be a cool thing to do, like a Sean and Sherry type of dynamic. Mm-hmm. And so we both pitched it and he said no. And we're pretty sure it was on the grounds that other than me and Gulak, she was taller than everybody in the cruiserweights. So there wasn't very many people that were taller than 5'6", 5'7", but you know, I was one of them. But you know, a year later I had asked to, you know, I wanted out and I said, I'm not, you know, I told Vince, I'm not, I feel like I'm wasting your money, wasting your time. And he said, well, let's see if we can get you something bigger. So, I mean, he felt like I could have fit in. I met the criteria of fitting in. He just didn't know what creatively to do with me. So yeah, I mean, maybe I think I'm big enough anyway, tall enough to do that.
I think it's just a waste. I mean, when you look at a show that could use so much freshness, a fresh coat of paint so much, where it feels like you see so many repetitive matches over and over again, and you see the same characters sometimes 3-4 times a week on the same TV show. I mean, and to let a talent like that go, or however it was, phrased, mutual agreement to leave, or however, on what terms they may have been, sometimes you come across guys and it's like, why? You know what I mean?
Spread your wings was the word, the exact verbiage that Vince had said to me.
He told you to spread your wings?
Spread your wings.
Well, you're still flying. How about that?
He said, you got balls, kid, and I respect what you're trying to do, but I don't know how to do it here, so spread your wings.
Really?
I had the complete opposite not narrative, not story, whatever, scenario going to Impact afterward because, I wanted to be there. They wanted me there, which I guess was different than WWE. I didn't want to be there anymore. And they probably didn't necessarily want me to go. They just, at a certain point, they knew I was unhappy and didn't know what to do with me. So they didn't want to keep me if I didn't want to be there. But Impact, they wanted me to come in. I wanted to go back to Impact. But it was the opposite. I think from the get-go, they're like, we would love to get you to do stuff in the X Division, the world title scene and stuff like that. And I was like, I did the opposite with them. I was like running from that. I'm like, no, put me with Fala. I want to be in a tag team. Put me in. Let me do.
No,
other
why was
stuff.
that?
I just really wanted to do something different. I had been the X Division champion before, and I didn't. Me doing that, which is still an honor, and I did it anyway. Recently, but they have such a great roster, and they're all these new guys that are coming up trying to break out, and you hate to see them leave if they start to get other opportunities in other places, So it just felt like, well, I don't need the X Division title. I'll help all the guys in it, but to put me in that spot means you might lose a guy who should be in that spot, and they're going to get a chance to be the TNT champ or something in AEW, or go to 205. And it's like, well, don't lose those guys because you're wasting the spot on me, and I've already done it, And then it's like the world title thing is like being up in like the with the heavy hitters and stuff. It's like that's cool, but I also saw a really young tag division and Fala, who we share, a community with and a background, him being Filipino as well. And I just felt like that would be a lot of fun to do. I hadn't been in a tag team, and some of the guys could use some guidance, and there's a lot of fun matches we could do. And it just seemed like this would be a nice change of pace. So, but then they keep wanting me to do single stuff, but they let me do a little bit of both. So it's nice.
Have you enjoyed the run?
I have, yeah. I did enjoy being the X Division champion again, and if it happens another time, then great. If they have me work with some of the other guys, then that's great too. But it looks like they're going to let me do some more stuff with Fala again, so that'll be a lot of fun. That's really, to me, that's like where my passion lies at the moment, is that.
Well, how do you like teaming with him?
I love it. It's
out of the box for you, it seems like, compared to your normal TJP.
It is, but it's really the box I had always kind of hoped to be in. Because, like with WWE and even with Impact before, creatively, I just felt like I was this the whole time. So they didn't really get me. And I mean, like you have said previously, like you enjoy my personality, my sense of humor, and my rhythm.
Yeah.
I never had a chance to be that with the cooperation of the people that are producing it. Because they would always, like, in WWE, like, all right, in this scene, we need you to kind of say this type of thing and act like this and have this sort of demeanor because you're the champ. You're an alpha. You're like the big dog in the room. Like, guys, I've never felt like the big dog in any room. I'm not an alpha at all. Like, that's not who I am. It's like, no, that's who you are. It's like, you do not know me at all as a character or as a human, but I would do it anyway. And same thing with Impact. I wanted to, when I was getting away from the manic and suicide stuff, it's like I have another personality to me, and it's like, well, we just don't know what that is. And it's like, I'm trying to tell you, just give me a chance to do it. And with Fala, it's nice because now I can be funny, and I can be loose, and I can be who we are, and we can represent, a community that has really had no representation. I joke with people like the video of the girl, like, look at all these chickens. She's looking at a field of ducks. It's this little, like almost a toddler. I think she's Filipino, and it's like she would rank as like a top 5 Filipino celebrity all time because our list is very short.
Wow.
It's like Manny Pacquiao and Batista, and then like
the chicken girl.
and then her, and then me. Like if I'm on a top 5 list of all time like celebrity for any kind of community, that's a short community, like with 0 representation.
And I know you wanted to take great pride in what you wanted to do when you were in WWE with it. I remember you mentioned in the interviews before. You thought there was a lot that you could do as, you know, an influencer.
So a lot of what I want to do. I mean, that was a side product of it. You know, I mean, if my career works great because of that representation, cool. But mostly, I just wanted to be able to incorporate my representation so that other people can do it. Because there's a lot of us, you know. Shotzi, she's Filipino.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Joaquin Wilde, he's Filipino, and the people think he's Mexican because, you know, he's in a group with Latinos, and he doesn't open. And I'm not saying, I'm not saying like you gotta identify it and make it a stereotype, but I just feel like there's a lot of us that would help some people in whatever walk of life that otherwise don't feel like they can identify as themselves. And it doesn't even have to be Filipino. It could be anything. You know, it could be your religion, your orientation, your whatever. It doesn't matter. Like, I just thought it'd be great for me to help my own community, and by, you know, byproduct of that, help other communities because they have the same thing. So with Fala, I feel like I can do that. You know, we start to give Southeast Asians and Asian Americans somebody to be like, oh, I can kind of relate to that.
Yeah.
I grew up with a rice cooker in my household and the little grandma broom and stuff like that. And just the different jokes we make and things. It's fun. And we get to have fun and be ourselves.
Good. You're enjoying yourself.
Yeah.
Isn't that nice? Sometimes in wrestling, my God, imagine actually enjoying yourself doing something you always wanted to do since you were a kid. Yes. Worked so hard to get there, got there, and then it's like, story of my life.
I absolutely love it. Every time I go to work, and especially when I get to do what I do with Fala, it's such a treat.
Now, some fans had sent in some thoughts about what does he think of fill in the blank and so on. Mm-hmm. And Wild was one of the ones that was actually mentioned. My opinion, it certainly doesn't matter as much as yours, where you're the centerpiece of this talk show. But I think TNA or Impact Wrestling is so loose in regards to letting guys have access to characters that they've used. I think WWE, where they want to be so larger than life and colorful, is really missing the boat on someone that was so over and had so much personality and was so much fun and impact.
Yeah.
And he's in such a boring, lifeless gimmick on NXT right now,
henchman,
you know? Yeah. And he's one, you know what?
And he's really good at being a henchman, but man, he's leaving a lot of tools in the toolbox, you know? I agree. I think, but that's the thing too. Like another reason why I wanted to leave is that things are so territorial there.
Yeah.
And I think, like in his case, I mean, obviously he's going to be Joaquin Wild, but he can't be Joaquin Wild as DJZ because he can't wear the outfit because that's Ali's thing. He can't have, you know, the music and the aesthetic because that's maybe because of Naomi, you know, and he can't do, you know, maybe his outfit a certain way.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Like all these things are elements that they're like, nope, we've already checked off that box for somebody. And it's like, why does it have to be that way? And so I remember every day I would finish a pre-tape and they'd say, can you reshoot that? Somebody else said they're going to tap out their opponent. We can't have 2 of you guys saying the same thing. I was like, guys, one, you could ask the other people to just redo their thing if you want to be territorial. So on a personal level, it gets annoying to always be the one that they expect to, like, can you bend over backwards, please? Because we really don't want to have to ask them to do it. Or it's just like, why do we have to have that? You know, because I've always said a great artist can take the same tools as everybody else and still make something completely unique and irreplaceable. If you can't, you're not good at your job. You know, I don't think, you know, Picasso ever picked up a paintbrush and said, I hope nobody else uses a paintbrush to create art because then I'm done. I mean, fuck, he's Picasso, you know? Like, and speaking of my kinship, I guess, Pacquiao had this great quote during the Mayweather negotiations. He was on like a radio show And, you know, they had all this back and forth, and, you know, Mayweather would pin it on Pacquiao. He's the reason why we're not getting this done. And Pacquiao's team would be like, well, Floyd won't negotiate. He can't agree to this or that. So the host said, you know, Manny, what's the deal? Like, what's it going to take to get you guys in the ring? Like, we keep hearing that, you know, you guys just can't agree on this or that. And Manny said, and there's so much wisdom in this. And he said, look, he can have a bigger split of the money. He can have top billing. He can pick what music we have. He can pick first entrance or last. He can pick the ring size, the glove size. He could even come out in my trunks if he wants to. I just want to get in there and box. And that has always been my take. So whenever I would be told, like, you know, you can't say this in your pre-tape because that's somebody else said that. You can't do this pose because it's too close to this guy's pose. We can't have this in your entrance because that's an element from this guy's thing, or you can't do this move anymore because so-and-so is going to do that move, or it's too close to this. And it's like, guys, like, you can play my music for them. I don't care. Like, I'm going to be just as good as I was regardless. You could have everybody doing my move, my whatever inside. Trust me, it's going to be fine. You know, UFC is a billion-dollar business. Every one of them wears black trunks and they all do the same 5 moves. It doesn't matter, you know. Didn't stop Conor McGregor.
No.
Coincidentally, they would love to have a guy like Conor McGregor.
He's no kidding, right?
So I just felt like that was them not asking the right questions. And the territorialness of it is another reason why I wanted to leave. And that's why, in my opinion, that's why, you know, DJZ / Joaquin Wilde is, you know, he's doing a great job, what he's doing. So I still love what he's doing, but it's like,
no, it's nothing wrong with what he's doing, but there was just so much potential.
What could otherwise enhance him as something that was natural and fit him perfectly is probably off the table because of those things. And
it's lousy.
It makes it not fun.
On a show when you have 205 Live that a lot of people really couldn't care less about, I mean, there's someone that could be one of the faces of it if given the right opportunity, you know?
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah.
And that's one, and I like him an awful lot too. He had to cancel on us, not once but twice. You know, the poor guy had the injury bug so many times. With so many. One time he got injured, and then one time something happened with TNA. So 2 shots he owes us. 2 plane tickets I have under Michael Paris, but just a really good guy. Can't say anything negative about him. Also on the list, as we only have a few minutes left, Adam Cole. I didn't know that you two ever worked.
Yeah, only once or twice maybe. We've tagged a couple times in Ring of Honor. I think we did like the Shikara crossover. We were on the same team. And one time we were on opposite sides in a PWG card, and it was like a 6-man. There's a lot of people in that match.
So never a one-on-one?
Never a one-on-one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But I mean, he's excellent. He's amazing. He's so easy of a personality to be around. He's so easygoing. He's such a nice guy. He's very smart, makes great decisions in the ring. He's very humble. He's insightful. He's one of the nicest human beings I've ever met in my life. I'm actually really happy for everything he's done because everybody always saw that potential in him. But I always wondered, like, man, it's not like I see it too. But then I was like, is he too nice of a guy to be able to put all these things? Because you kind of have to be a little bit of a shark to put all that stuff together. The amount of potential people saw in him. Because, I mean, they saw, like, this guy's, he can be, like, head of the industry. That much potential, you know. And I always thought, he's got all the tools for it, but, like, he might be too nice of a guy. And it's so, like, he's done such a good job of giving himself, like, the right balance of, you know, putting it all together. You could believe anything. You believe he's a nice guy, you believe he's a bad guy. Like, he's excellent. So yeah, I've always had wonderful experiences with him.
What about one of my favorites that we've had here in Boston Wrestling, MWF? Another one I had no idea that you ever worked. I'd love to see the match. Chris Sabin.
Oh, we've worked a lot.
Yeah.
Most of it was
TNA?
Yeah, most of it was his Puma. And
I don't remember any of it.
And when he was the world champ for that brief run, I was Suicide. So we had like world champ versus ex-champ type stuff going on. And we were buddies, but then when he turned heel, he kind of turned heel on me actually as well. So we had a lot there. We've done a couple Ultimate X matches together and some singles and stuff like that. And it's funny, I said it about Adam, but Sabin legitimately, I think, is the nicest human being I've ever met.
Isn't he something? He's a great guy.
I've never met somebody who's so soft-spoken and so like incredibly thoughtful. I've never seen him be upset in his life. I've never seen him say a bad word about anything or anyone. He's he's incredible. He has like zero ego to him. He doesn't care anything about himself for the most part. Like he's just so, he produces now too.
Oh, really?
He does a lot of production stuff in Impact, and he couldn't be more perfect for it because he has no like he's always been like about helping anybody around him. It's just an incredible human being. And yeah, we've known each other a long time, 20 years at least, I'm sure.
It's great that he's back in the business where he was kind of
out
like, for a while. Yeah.
Yeah. And I ask him all the time, like, you know, because we're good friends, and I'll ask him like how he's feeling and everything, where he's at. And, you know, he's been wrestling too. So he's kind of wearing two hats. He's kind of doing like a Fit Finley right now. But he said he's feeling like the first time in 10 years he's actually felt like himself. He's kind of like feeling healthy and feeling good. And,
that's awesome.
Yeah.
I reached out to him right around when coronavirus stuff was happening on that show that I was mentioning to you, because I said, you know, we haven't had him in forever. I wonder what he's up to. And he said, I'm just really not feeling it right now. And then within a few months later, he was back in Impact, which I thought was great.
Yeah, he had been cleared for a little while and was unsure about it. So he would be at the Impact shows and producing and doing backstage stuff. And he would get in and work out in the ring. We worked out a couple times before a show, just rolling around and just getting him. He took a long time to see how he felt. I remember because I kept asking him, like, when you've been cleared forever, when are you gonna like? And you look great. I'm like, when are you gonna take the training wheels off? And he's like, I don't know. And eventually he pulled the trigger on it, but I still think he's kind of taking it slow. But I ask him all the time. He says he's feeling good. So
well, good. I hope it stays that way. He's a really good egg. I just got to check the time real quick. Oh, we're really running short. What about Kevin Owens? Kevin Steen.
Kevin, one of the most talented people I've ever met.
Really?
Yeah. Like
really?
Yeah.
Wow, I'm kind of taken aback by that.
No, I mean he's like, you could put him in front of anybody or any lens and he can tell a story instantly. I remember hearing like how he got hired. He was in the PC and it seemed like, let's say you got to get 10 out of 10 votes to get in. And it was like he was getting like 0 out of 10, like people didn't see it. And it was like, you know, I think it was the story was like Regal had to kind of pull him aside and say, look, ask him to talk about this. And they said, talk about Cena. He cut a promo on Cena. And talk about this. Cut a promo on this. And just nailed it. Just hitting home runs left and right. And they're like, okay, we get it now. And he's like, he's so talented. Physically, you could see he's incredibly talented. And I've always enjoyed, like, because he's very, like, he's a homebody. And he's similar to me. Like, people think that I'm not. Which is, we talked before about like what people think I am in real life.
Your wild Vegas life.
Yeah, like I'm this like crazy wild, like, you know, alpha male human. But like really I've always wanted a quiet life at home, and he's always been a family man. So I always would, when I would see him, I would always ask him, you know, like, how's the wife? How's the kid? How's the kids when he started having a bigger family? Like, and so I've always admired that about him. You know, he's always been a really talented guy. I don't know if he feels the same, but but I think the world of him. You know, I think, you know, he's somebody that I've always looked to and thought like I got a lot in common with that. Like I just kind of want to do my thing and have my family. So
cool. What about a guy that I think is finally starting to get his just due a little bit with some NXT takeover type main events? Kyle O'Reilly.
Kyle, I've known Kyle a long time.
He kind of seemed like he was just pigeonholed in that tag team forever. Man,
I have such an amount of respect for Kyle, like personally, because, like, you know, I was thrown into this at a young age and I had to make a lot of sacrifices as far as like just going wherever I was shipped off to. You know, I was like living in a circus or being a pirate or being in the military. It's just like, you know, I went from like being in high school to like, all right, you're living in Mexico now for a year. Oh, you're living in Japan for a year, you know, stuff like that. And Kyle relocated for wrestling and, you know, to, you know, the United States for the Indies, for Ring of Honor, for all these things. And I remember for a period of time, he was literally stranded here. That he came to America.
Really?
And then he was here for a while, and then it was like he had a visa, but then the visa expired. But then it was like, if you go home, you're not going to be able to come back. So I remember there was like, I was like, hey, what are you doing for the holidays? He's like, nothing.
Did he have a place to stay?
He was just like crashing with like another wrestler or something like that. And I'd ask him, like, what are you doing? He's like, I can't go home and see my family. If I go home, I'll never come back. They won't let me. So I mean, such an amazing sacrifice just to make sure he's like available. And I remember thinking, God, dude, like and he works so hard. He's so good at what he does. And I remember just thinking, man, I really hope somebody scoops you up and sees that, sees your personality, because for a while he didn't get to show who he was. Now he's more fun than he is a wrestler. Before he was just a wrestler. And I was like, man, like, I hope every star aligns for you at some point, because you are just sacrificing so much. And that's something I can relate to. I'm like people don't realize how hard that part is. And it did. And I'm so happy for him. I texted him recently when he had that scare with the EMT thing on NXT. Thankfully he was fine, but he was like, how are you? I'm like, what do you mean how am I? How are you? But no, there's very few people that I'm more happy for than Kyle, because he just put up with so much to do it. So
I don't know if you saw his some of his recent main event matches he had with Fergal, but I mean, just off the charts.
Yeah, I was rewatching one recently because I see Shibata a lot in New Japan, and I was watching his match with Shibata from a few years back, and I was like, man, Kyle, you're so incredible. It's amazing that it doesn't stick in more people's like mind how good you are. It fades too quickly because you like people should be talking about you nonstop.
Well, he's white hot right now, so maybe his 21.
I hope so.
Continues. Yeah. This will be his year. But unfortunately, folks, I hate to say it, but we're running out of time again. We talked too much. We lost too many wallets. We had sinister ministers running around when he got here.
And people say I'm not a talker.
Well, I want to get you back in the studio, too. For those that are not the TJP fans, I need to know why. Because, again, I am not the world's biggest people person. I have fun talking to you guys online during the premieres, in private interactions and so on. But in person, I don't know if it's a Virgo thing, but I'm more shy than people would think, where I have kind of a loud voice and so on. But I don't get the hate. But if you guys can explain to me in the premiere box over here on Wednesday night or in the description box below, tell me why. Because I think not only in the ring is he great, he's a good human being too. So that's my opinion. But now we are on to a special project that you'll be seeing months before this video ever surfaces. So for my friend TJP, I'm Dan Marati. You and yours, be well, stay healthy. We'll see you soon. Good night.
The World Wrestling Federation was live at Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, Sunday, June the 23rd, 1985. In the opening contest, Terry Gibbs drew Joe Marcus. B. Brian Blair beat Barry O. Jim Brunzell with the win over Rene Goulet. The British Bulldogs defeated the Hart Foundation. Big John Studd victorious over Swede Hansen. Bob Orton and Bobby the Brain Heenan, who replaced Ken Patera, who had gone to jail, beat Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff and the Junkyard Dog via disqualification. And in the main event, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat with the win over WWF Intercontinental Champion Greg the Hammer Valentine via countout. If you were in Toronto live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll Journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston Wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but But our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out. Support Wrestling Insider's in-studio shoot interviews on eBay with this brand new personally autographed WWE Royal Rumble 2021 11x14 poster signed by WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, his advocate Paul Heyman, and Kevin Owens. Reigns and Owens battled for the Universal title in a last standing match January 31st in the Thunderdome in Tampa. This limited edition collector's poster is number 31 of only 50 produced. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Also comes with an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus autographed 8x10 photo. Get this rare, awesome collectible for your man cave and help keep wrestling legends working now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. You never know who or what to expect on Wrestling Insider's special edition every Wednesday at 10 p.m. after AEW Dynamite. A lot of great content headed your way this summer. Create a wrestling man cave of your own, folks, as our eBay store is open 24/7 with great wrestling merchandise and collectibles from superstars of every era. Along with your purchase, helping keep wrestling legends working, you also get an on-air shout-out from one of our featured Wrestling Insider superstars as our thanks to you for helping the team. You can find the link to our eBay store in the comments section below. Up next, put the women and children to bed as it's time for Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty as his no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll look at the 80s and 90s continues. This week, Marty talks about appearing on Shawn Michaels' A&E biography special, the passing of our friend New Jack, his continued rehab from 2 major reconstructive ankle surgeries this year, and more. Again, folks, don't forget to give us a thumbs up and subscribe to the YouTube channel so more and more new fans will find us. Let's get ready to party with Marty.
Wrestling fans, last week we had a hell of a time just trying to get reception from him on the phone when he was trying to get to Boston. He was in such a rural area.
That was rough, man.
But it's almost like a new season. Summer is hitting, the sunshine is out, the weather is warming up, and Marty is back in studio, looking good. He's been repaired. Even the moss, you know, I don't know if I'd call it a little beefcake action, but maybe a little Kevin Nash action going on with the moss.
What's that?
Your hair.
Oh, with the moss. What do you call that? Kentucky. Did you see any of them biographies they've been doing on A&E?
Yeah, I heard about it, believe it or not, yeah.
It was funny what he said. Even that Kentucky waterfall, because he had a mullet, talking about Shawn.
Yeah.
He comes up with some funny stuff. What Kentucky waterfall mullet he had was the best. But, yeah, man, you know, in fact, what was the show called?
This show? Party with Marty, Wrestling Insiders.
It's a new era.
It's a new era.
Yeah, now it's the Party with Marty light.
Light, almost like Coors Light.
Right.
Well, with this episode, fans, I almost wanted to catch up with Marty as opposed to doing historical retrospectives, which we're certainly going to get back to. I mean, there's been a lot that's gone on with you and in the world of wrestling since the last time you were here with us live in studio.
Right.
First of all, you had the second ankle done. Tell us what's going on with that, how the recovery's going, because a lot of the fans want to know.
It's actually going great. They did joint replacement. Like you know this, I got to say it every time because I love him so much. Best doctor in the world, Dr. Leland McCluskey. You need anything done on your ankles, it means a lot to you. You might want to get there to Columbus, Georgia, at St. Francis Hospital is where he's at. Best in it. I'm not exaggerating. He flies on, people fly over the world to get to him. And he goes to different places, mostly charity. But he's one of the greatest guys and the expert on foot and ankle. So what he felt was best for this one, it was so mangled up in there, was joint replacement. And it's been 7 weeks. What's the date?
As we tape this, it is June the 18th.
Yeah, 7.5 weeks. And man, I can walk on it with just the boot without the crutches. It still ain't 100, but man, this one took about 4 months before I could walk on it with nothing. This one was reconstructive. But yeah, everything, we're gonna be new and repaired and no paper teeth.
I mean, Marty, this really is a new era. This really is a new era. So how is
You know what I found out about this tooth I had put in now? You know, so I have to do the paper, toilet paper no more.
Well, you forgot it last time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I found out something, you know. There's a stereotype or whatever you would say it, that, you know, people, you see a person, they ain't got no teeth or missing a tooth, you think they're dumb, right? This tooth has made me no smarter.
Well, maybe you look it.
Yeah,
Maybe you look it. I don't know. So how is the recovery going from the first surgery you had? We showed some of the pictures of the horrific scars you had going up and down your foot and ankle, even up into the leg.
Yeah.
I mean, how are you doing overall right now?
Great, great. I mean, at one point it was, yeah, I was ready to get this one. This one was just about fine, but once we got this one, all the pressure, you know, I went on this. It wasn't quite ready for that. So it's a balancing act when you get both ankles done. But we're going to be all right. I figured about another month we're going to be running sprints out there.
Do you think maybe you did them too close together?
Nah.
No?
No, we'll be all right.
Have you been having a lot of downtime, I imagine?
Yeah, there's been a lot of time, and that's another reason. Belly's big, face is fat. All I've been doing is this, leg in the air, and the other leg there's just laying. You can't do nothing for the first few weeks.
Well, it would have been easy.
You got to eat, so you just eat and sleep, and that tends to do this.
It would have made easier access for Annie.
Yeah, I'm staying away from that. This is a party with Marty.
Do you know that do you want to know what we found out, Marty, since your last
out?
visit? We found out some intel that you wouldn't believe.
I hope not.
That she actually goes to the same church as John Cena Sr.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. Now, hopefully she's never offered her services to one of the fathers.
Is she a minister?
No, she just, you know, she goes to worship. I don't know about ass, but... Oh, I hope Johnny's not watching.
Shout out to Tony Atlas.
Oh, well, you know what, we'll talk about... I am not happy with Tony Atlas. I'm angrier than I probably was last time you were here with him.
Oh,
I do want him to come up. But overall, before we shy away from your legs completely, how long do you say you have to go before you're going to be, I don't know, about 100%, but as good as you're going to get?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I'm trying to get there fast enough. Within a week, the first week, where I could actually ask Lee about riding a stationary bike, you know, with the boot on, and he said at this point, yeah, just don't overdo it. So, of course, you know, it started with 15 minutes, then went to 20, and by the end of the week, I was up to 30, and it went back to this leg. I guess because this had more tendon and ligament, because I think they cut some of the ligaments from one side attached to the other. So I think this one was just a little bit too much for it, because this one's in better shape really than this one, I think. But I don't know, about 100% by, I don't know about that, by the show. Our show.
Oh, we can't reveal any secrets as of yet, Marty.
Oh, yeah.
We do, you know, it's almost like those weekly countdowns
cut
that Mean Gene used to do back in the 80s. But
100%, it would be 100, you can cut that part out. It would be 100%, but I'm going to go with 6 weeks.
6 weeks from now, you think you'll be 100%?
I'm going to rehab the hell out of it.
Now, do you think...
And his belly will be down if I can put my other clothes back on.
Are you going to resist temptation and be able to stay away from the squared circle?
I don't know.
Well, I know the good doctor suggested that you stay away from the squared circle.
He said, I'll tell you exactly how he said it. He said, Marty, I'm going to fix you up where you can walk around in no pain. He goes, but if you go back to wrestling, and I've seen, you know, he knows the style, and I've seen your style jumping all off the top rope. Like, you're gonna have pins all in one. This, you know, prior to it, pins all in one, and you're gonna have a piece of metal swivel in the other one. And he goes, if you mess that up, I may not be able to fix you again, you know, to where it'd be out of pain. He said, he's the way he said it. He says, I know you're going to be tempted to go back. If you do, can you kind of keep it grounded? He just don't want me jumping off the top ropes and stuff. So, and that would be, I was thinking about a match I could do with, if I come back, it's with somebody. And one of the first spots I thought it would be really nice to do with him, had me going right up to the top rope. It's just, you know, after 30-something years of it, it's secondary.
It's like breathing,
second nature. Yeah.
Well, we want you to be safe. You know, we don't want you to have to go through the agony you were in. It killed me the first time you were with us almost a year ago, like I mentioned, last July, to see you basically walking on your ankle. Your foot was so mangled.
Yeah,
now that you are in a good place, you know, we don't want to see you go back in reverse again.
Yeah, me either.
But that ring is hard to stay away from.
Yeah,
but there's a lot of things you can do outside of actually competing.
I mean, I'm planning on getting involved in one way or another, in some capacity, be it a, you know, manager or a trainer. I'm definitely going to be training, working with the kids, because I love that. Whether or not I can open another school on my own, I mean, especially in Florida, where I'm moving to. Oh,
you're moving to Florida?
Yeah.
Whereabouts?
Jacksonville at first, and then we're going to move down to Clearwater. We're going to try to.
Your old stomping grounds.
Yeah. And the long-term plan is to have a school in both cities. But, you know, the conflict there will be because the complex, you know, WWE complex is centrally located, wherever you are, you can go there. But,
well, with WWE, they really don't take people off the street. They kind of recruit you.
That was going to be my thing. Is like, you know, this is an option for those that are just starting out and they're not going to, you know, look at you. So, you know, we'll give you your start, and really the foundation is where it's all at, because if you don't have the ground floor built right and you start climbing, it's gonna cave on you. Yeah, so we'll give you you know, at our schools, you're going to get the proper foundation to build on. You can actually stay right there with me, and I'll build you all the way. Look what I did for Sean. Look what I did for X-Pac. Look what I did for Hardcore Holly. I would say look what I did for Al Snow, but he was there when I met him. But you know, I can get them to the top or as far as they want to go, which is what I did in Houston with the school out there. I was getting the guys to climb up the ladder. And then Sean was over in San Antonio with his school. At first, he wanted me to come over and train at his, which, you know, again, I'm going to be in the shadow, right? I'm working.
Oh, he wanted you to train at his school when he had it open?
School
oh, really?
San Antonio.
Yeah. I knew that. I never knew that he asked you to be a part of it, though.
Yeah. Well, I was running a school in Houston. And so I guess that, even though it's on the other side of the state, he might felt was going to detract from him, or maybe he was being nice. Hey, come work for me instead of working for yourself. And I appreciated the offer, but you know, I wanted to do my own thing. No, Sean's giving him a job. You know, it's always going to be the shadow. Well, but what was funny about it was, I mean, he was getting, you know, fed from WWE, you know, with commercials and sending good people. And, you know, again, I was getting, you know, the crumbs.
Yeah.
And I didn't say bums, crumbs. You know, the ones that weren't handpicked. And that's fine, because that's how I grew up. So I can work good with that. But as soon as I build them up, Sean calls them or gets in touch with them to come work for him, because he's also was running shows, you know, through there. Yeah. And it was like, and nobody knew that. And my guys, I built a guy up for so many weeks, and now I got him a big bad monster, and he comes to me and goes, hey man, he goes, I think I'm gonna go ahead and I'm not gonna be able to make the show next week. What, the one you're in the main event with, you ain't gonna make it, why? And he's like, well, Sean wants to be like, Sean. And he says, yeah, he goes, well, you know, WWE's watching everything they do, and I got a better chance there. And I said, well, do your thing, brother. Do your thing. And he was a big boy, man. He's probably 6'8". Called him Big John. 6'8", and probably 300 and something pounds. Not sloppy, you know, pretty solid. I kind of knew what was going to happen. I said I never want to stop anybody from pursuing what they think's best for them, but it would give my opinion with at that point probably 25 years experience. You know, would give you probably a better opinion than you're going to form on your own. But I knew that Sean was working with all the smaller guys, and they were really. You remember some of them? A few of them they used.
We had Daniel Bryan. He went through there, and Lance Cade, who has passed away. He was one of his students, and Brian Kendrick, I believe.
That's who I was thinking. Brian Kendrick, and there was somebody else. But anyway, for whatever reason, the smaller guys were getting pushed the most there. And here's Big John. I said, well, you know, there's a good chance now. Don't be surprised if you go there and they start using you to get those littler guys over. Oh, they won't do that with me. I'm too big. I'll just be prepared in case. What do you think happened? And he was getting
Enhancement
built up good.
City, yeah.
He was getting built up good, and then probably in another 6 months, a year at the longest, WWE would have been looking at him. But and now he's not. Nobody's ever heard of him. But, but he did get in the movie industry. You see him.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah, he did. You couldn't help but use him because he had that it factor, you know.
I think, and this is just someone that kind of knows the landscape down there, I think maybe Jacksonville would be the better spot because I know there was at least a few places within that Tampa vicinity, so I think there'd be less quote-unquote competition up in the Jacksonville area.
Well, see, the way I'm trying to demographically or geographically, that's right?
You got it that time, yeah.
Yeah, well, one more try. From Orlando, this side of Florida, that'd be southwest. Boy, I'm horrible today. You know, I got the Clearwater School for everybody northeast and even eastern seaboard.
But I think there's a few in Tampa already. That's why I think if you had Jacksonville, I think you'd have it all to yourself.
I'll go ask them first if I don't want to step on nobody's toes, and I'll probably know who's got them. I know the Malenko School. I don't know if that's still around.
No, but I don't know how far the Dudley's Academy is. I think I was there WrestleMania week. Evan Bourne has a place down there. There's a few of them. But I mean, you know, especially your toes with everything that's going on with them. You don't want yours stepped on either. You'd be back with Lee McCluskey.
Yeah, can you just get my toes this time?
But I think, you know, as I've noted several times on this show, I think once we get back to the regular rhyme and reason of the world and we're able to have, beyond our talk shows, you know, the live wrestling events again, I think you'd make a tremendous asset to the young up-and-coming athletes, you know, that want to get to where you have gone, almost like a player-coach type situation. So, and I think anyone that could train with you full-time once you open your academy, this would be a great way to promote it on these talk shows. But, you know, all they have to do is just look back at your body of work, whether it be on WWE Network or on YouTube, and I mean...
And I joke about... You know,
not like Jackie, though. Not Jackie the Joke Man.
No.
Well, he's a man of humor.
But I joke about Shawn Michaels being my best student. But... and the reason I do that, you know, is as a joke, but at the same time, when he first came through, mechanically he was great. He could do everything. The psychology is probably the bigger point, and you know that in wrestling, a bigger part. And man, he was, I don't want to say he was lacking there, but I mean, I had to teach him a lot, and it took a while. And I mean, but he was a quick learner. I'll give him that too. But yeah, it took a while before you finally get that. Oh, I get it now. With you know, all at once, it hits you. So, you know, I tease around and say he was my best student because, you know, one of the best ever in the sport of wrestling, pro wrestling. And, you know, like the 1, 2, 3 kid. He was a 1, 2, 3 kid, and he tagged up with me. And again, it was more psychology because he could do everything too. And he was big into the Japanese style with all the kicks and flips. But he wasn't really in tune with when and where. And why? You know, why did you just do that backflip or whatever? Then he became good at it and became X-Pac and huge. Bob Holly, Hardcore Holly, He had nothing. Now, I'll give him, he had some of the mechanics, but I used to not like tagging with him because he would hurt the guys. He was so stiff, and I don't know that his drop kick, man, he was worse than Sean's super kick. You know, it's got to look good when you tear the guy's head off. That's not what we're doing here. You know, we got to work with each other 300 times a year. You can't be tearing somebody's head off every night. But Hardcore Harley, I got him to start seeing the light a little bit, and he just, you know, mechanically, he was only going to do 4 or 5 moves. It wasn't going to be and that's good as long as you do it in the right frame.
Right. Yeah.
And whereas he went on, you know, Hardcore Harley was pretty big. Al, like I said, I can't say nothing but with Al. Actually, Al and I learned from each other. I mean, I learned some stuff from him. He learned some stuff from me. But since he did learn something from me, I get to say, student. And I was his student too. But I mean, when you got guys like that, or, you know, if you can train those, you can train anybody, correct? So anybody that does come to the schools want to get them up and going, you can be assured you're in good hands.
All right, wrestling fans. Well, that's something to look forward to. It's going to be interesting to see what Marty's next foray is in the world of professional wrestling as he continues to heal up those legs, heal up the soul. He's in good spirits. Right now, we're going to take a brief time out. When we come back, the Party with Marty continues. Stand by.
Party light.
WWE is coming home to Kansas City with Monday Night Raw. WWE is back with Monday Night Raw in Kansas City, Monday, July 26th. Tickets on sale now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store. Check it out. Support Wrestling Insider's in-studio shoot interviews on eBay with this brand new personally autographed WWE Royal Rumble 2021 11x14 poster signed by WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, his advocate Paul Heyman, and Kevin Owens. Reigns and Owens battled for the Universal title in a last standing match January 31st in the Thunderdome in Tampa. This limited edition collector's poster is number 31 of only 50 produced. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Also comes with an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus autographed 8x10 photo. Get this rare, awesome collectible for your man cave and help keep wrestling legends working now. Boston Wrestling Sports and the MWF explodes into a new year of unknown with professional wrestling content galore, and we need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after we review the previous night's Monday Night Raw, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with the unpredictable WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights after WWE, NXT, and AEW at 10 p.m., you never know who's going to show up on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey through the 80s and 90s on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday nights after the lights go down at the Thunderdome on SmackDown, it's John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. If you want early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and to help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times, for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red
Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. Marty, before we went to break, you had mentioned Shawn Michaels a few times. Your name unexpectedly came, to me at least, came back into the limelight not too long ago, is you appeared on the Shawn Michaels A&E biography. How did that come to be?
Well, they called me up, and this happened, I don't know when this is showing, but...
This is going to air actually this Thursday, so very soon.
Oh, this one is? Yep. Okay, so about 6 months ago they called and said, we're going to do a biography on Shawn. We'd love you to be a part of it. And I had just gotten the surgery. So it was like, I hadn't been laying around, so I was already starting to bloat. I knew that. No sun, no tan, everything was shut down, the pandemic. And I didn't have the paper tooth thing going on and couldn't get to a dentist, they were shut down. The hair, I was gonna say too. So, I would be a wreck. And I was thinking, and I put this on my Facebook. I told everybody, I said, I had a choice to make of just saying, not at this time, thank you, and upsetting all the fans that, would have appreciated that, my fans, his fans, our fans, and WWE. And I thought, I can always make it up later to my fans that see me like a little bloated and, tooth and hair not working. But I don't think I could make it up to WWE. They might say that, that was shitty. We don't want nothing to do with you.
And you know how that can go.
Yeah. And I thought Shawn might take it as insult, so I was like, I'll make it up later to everybody, to the fans mainly for having to see me looking sort of like, pretty much like right now, little belly and the hair, and all that stuff. But that's easy. That's easy fix. Well, it ain't easy. I'll take that back, but that can be fixed. Not showing up for something that they asked you in respect to do. You can't hardly make up. So went ahead and did it. So if you get to see that, because they've replayed it 20 times, just so you see me sitting there with a little bit of a, like now, I'm wearing darker clothes from now on till the belly's gone, so you can't tell. But yeah, that was what was up. And I enjoyed doing that because it was a review of everything. They asked a certain, they'd ask me a question or two, and man, like always, like you do with me, take off on it. You're talking for 20 minutes on one question. By the end of it, it's like, that wasn't what you asked, was it?
Did anything that you thought was important, did it get left in the editing room, would you say, or?
There was just a couple things. Well, it was just fun, it's always fun watching how it's going to get edited, you know that.
Yeah.
You never know what's left on the cutting room floor, but there were some parts that because I did the interview, that they inserted because it fit better at a different place.
Oh.
You know what I mean? I didn't say that right there though. I'm trying to think of an example. I can't think of one right offhand, but that's everybody. That's everywhere they do it, especially news media.
Oh yeah.
They'll chop up. Well, I think they did a dirty to John Cena once, not Senior, of course. He did. I forget what news station, but they were asking about steroids, and I guess they took where he said something about, well, what's wrong with that, to something else.
To a different question?
Yeah, and put it on
oh, I'm not familiar with
what's
that.
What's wrong with that?
I'm not surprised.
This was about 10 years ago. And, that's the crap they'll do, and media will do. And, but anyway, they didn't treat me bad, though. This crew here with WWE, though, they did everything good. I thought it was good except for the visual.
Who interviewed you? Was it WWE or A&E?
What's that?
Who interviewed you? Was it WWE or A&E?
Producer, director and producer for WWE.
Okay. And who reached out to you to set it up now that Howard Finkel?
I think Sue set it up.
Oh, really?
I think
okay.
She generally does with me, because her and I have always been good friends.
Yeah.
But she's called me several times and said, hey, they're doing a book, which I don't know whether that ever came out or what. I imagine it did, but it had to do, it was focused on tag team wrestling, and they wanted some input on it. And but I never saw or heard or signed that. Usually we'll sign anything that comes out.
I haven't heard of it coming out. Usually they send review copies to the studio and whatnot.
Yeah,
so if it's maybe it's coming in the future, but I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, and it was that was over a year and a half ago. So
oh wow!
By now it would I would think.
You would think.
But
yeah.
you know how many projects get started and don't get finished. It's that way with the major corporations too.
Oh sure, sure. Did they come to you? Did you have to travel somewhere to do it?
No, it was actually a phone. Who would ask the questions, and I guess recorded it.
No, I mean for the A&E.
Oh, when they came down to a place a little north of where I'm at in Columbus. I can't remember exactly if it was Pine Mountain or Grange, but probably 30 miles. Nice little, cool little place. And rented a cabin type setting thing.
Oh, wow.
And you didn't get to see none of that on the interview. It just looked good to walk in there and say, look at this. This is nice. And then you just got you framed out. But yeah, it was a great experience. I loved the director. He was good to me, and maybe we'll call him later or something. But yeah, it was a good experience. And then when I saw, and I'd actually, forgotten. What I didn't forget, they paid me well, pretty nicely for it.
Good payday.
Yes, very.
Well, what are we talking? How many digits, brother?
I don't know. What's a digit?
5 digits?
2, 3, 4. No, we'll stick with 4. I don't want to push them on.
All right. I don't want to push too far, but the fans are always interested in the monetary gains and losses in our fine industry. But overall, it was a positive experience.
Yeah, and sometimes it's not necessarily about the money. There's ulterior motives. Like for myself, let me get back out there in a good light, which was going to happen with this until I started getting whacked out with the medicine and everything to trying to kill the pain on these things. That's another thing I'd put on my Facebook. Those days are now over, thank God.
Well, I think the good thing is more people saw you in a positive light on the A&E documentary, man. That was seen by hundreds of thousands of people, and probably with all the replays, it'll wind up being over 7 figures, which is good. Again, it gets you back out there to the fans that maybe they might be casual fans, or maybe they're like the so many millions that just gave up on wrestling after the 80s boom, or gave up on wrestling after the Monday Night Wars. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And you know what? They might say, geez, this looks pretty cool. Let me check out this biography. And that's, Marty Jannetty, oh my God, I wonder what he's up to, what he's doing, and so on and so forth. So I think it was really good exposure for you.
Yeah, I enjoyed it too. It was a good experience. We, I mean, it was I think it was like a 2.5 hour interview. And, I was just asking what I answered. Of course, I elaborate a little more than needed a lot of times. But, they chopped it down to about 40 minutes maybe of me on it with Sean, talking about Sean or whatever. Most of what got left out was the stuff where there was asked something, my own personal experience about something or other. And that would be the part that get left out because it's Sean's biography.
Right,
not
sure.
And, so that's understandable. But, I mean, I didn't ask the question. Like,
right.
Yeah, where was your favorite town? Where was the most girls? Whatever, something like that. They asked, I didn't. And, of course, I got cut out. That might have just been asking out of curiosity for, their own pleasure.
Limousine service? Or did they fly you? Or?
No, I drove up with my brother. Gino and I drove up.
They didn't even send a car for you?
No, it'd have been about a 40-mile limo. Not that they don't do that from time to time, but no.
And they didn't put you up, I imagine, where you were so close then.
No, I went back home.
Oh, jeez.
No,
Did they at least get you a fine meal?
Oh, yeah, I had a Snickers bar.
A Snickers?
Did we just advertise?
Well,
sorry about that.
Do you think?
Don't lose any sponsors?
I don't know. Snickers has nothing to do with us. But do you think that
the other people do?
One of the fans wanted to know: do you think that A&E is the favorite cable channel of Annie?
I don't know what that means.
You haven't forgot that much, Marty. Believe me. But if you guys,
A&E stands for Allow and Excellence. Excellent.
I just hope she behaves
was an
herself
excellent-
in the confessional.
In the who?
In the confessional booth at the church.
Why did it take so long for that to come out?
What's that now?
Cena and her were friends.
I have no idea. It just, she happened to come up on an episode once, and he disclosed that they go to the same church, and then John's significant other was here, and she had no idea what we were talking about. So during a live, Johnny had to get up off the set and whisper into his lady friend Monice's ear what Annie's background and Liam Neeson-like skills
He had
were.
to smooth it over. You got to stop getting people in trouble.
Well, I've never done it. I don't know. Maybe Annie, you know, like I said, when we do the big Make-A-Wish raffle this
you
weekend.
can't get on to me no more about going into bad areas for the show.
Baby.
You got to drop that Annie stuff, bro.
Maybe she's the one that needs...
Party with Marty Light means no heavy ends.
Well, literally. Literally at this point. But maybe...
Is she heavy, though?
A little. The last time. I haven't seen her in a few years, though. But
for y'all that don't know who Annie is, it's some lady he's infatuated with.
Me?
He can't stop talking
Me? You're the one that may or may not have had a little Marty
me bring the name up.
with the big bird-looking sister.
Habits.
With the big bird-looking sister. There may be a little Jannetty. We still need to have the
Wendy. We're supposed to call her. She wanted to take you to eat to that Chinese restaurant.
Who did?
You talking about Big Bird?
Yeah. She wanted to take you?
Yeah, us.
What did she want to do? Lift up the shirt and say...
No, not her. You must be thinking, we're thinking of somebody else. Big Bird's a 6 foot tall one?
The sister.
That's not Big Bird.
Well, she looks like Big Bird to me. Which bird are you talking about?
Big Bird was Wendy. She's like 6 foot. Well, she ain't really
Wendy?
6. Wendy, I think it's Shriver or something like that.
I'm unfamiliar with Wendy. I'd probably know her by sight, but was she one of the Boston Garden Knights back in the day?
You know, I've tried to think of a better name for her.
Well, I think that's actually kind of nice compared to some of the other terminology we could use.
Wrestling perks.
Yeah, yeah. Was she a dweller at the garden by the curtain when the guys would leave?
No, she made herself in the dressing room. She didn't have to.
Oh, really?
She
Really?
already got past the curtain.
Wendy. I'd probably know her
You'd
by
know if you
sight.
saw her.
Yeah, probably. All right,
Well,
Russ.
they called her Kurt Hennig, they were Big Bird, and it's Kurt
Well,
Hennig
to
was-
me, Annie-
'cause she's had a pointy nose, face. Sorry, Wendy.
Yeah.
I didn't have, Kurt did it, you know that. But her face sort of small and her nose went way out in it. And she was tall and she sort of looked like Big Bird.
Well, to me, Gina always looked a little like Big Bird.
Who?
Gina.
Gina.
Annie's sister that used to work at the Hojo's.
That's what you're calling Big Bird?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
That
not,
has
that's not the right Big
she
Bird.
has the C-section scar that she
Oh,
claims as
stop.
a result of your loins, so to speak.
One of my best matches I ever had with Sean, we was in Denver, and it was a sold-out crowd, of course, and I think it hosts 15,000 people. And
All right, wrestler. Any final thoughts on the A&E biography? Have you been getting a lot of positive feedback?
yeah, especially with podcasts, you know.
Yeah.
Because you know, people seen on there, they got a good impression, I guess, and you know, some of them are paying good for very little.
Hey.
Can't say no, because I mean, I do enjoy them. I've not came across anyone but you yet that actually talks bad about Annie.
Well, to be
No,
fair,
I'm just
has
playing.
anyone else talked about Annie at all, good, bad, or otherwise?
All the ones from New England, the New England area.
Do they really? They ask?
She got around.
Well.
Who is that? Who sang that song? Tupac? I get around.
Baby.
Yeah, but yeah, the podcast. I enjoy doing them. You know, of course, I love ours, but I enjoy doing those. They're, you know, the only thing is, I'm going to go ahead and just record it. And when they ask me for a podcast, just set the recorder down and push play.
Well, don't hit it too
it's
hard,
the same
Marty.
questions every time.
Isn't it?
Just
Yeah,
about.
yeah. That happens with a lot of them, but it is what it is. Who knows? And, you know, I know we got the cue from the joke man to take the break, but I know we had spoken with a mutual friend of ours about the Dark Side of the Ring had an interest in speaking with you. Have you done anything with them yet? Or are you going to do anything with them?
The Dark Side of the Ring?
The one that's on Vice TV?
That was a mutual friend, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm willing. You know,
But you haven't
You know what? Somebody did contact me. It was one of the girls that's a producer or works with him. But it went to a screeching halt when I asked what were they offering on pay. I didn't even say a price. I was just like, well, what are you offering? Never heard back.
Really?
So that generally means they were hoping you'd do it for free. But it might not have been that. So
I'll tell you
not to
this.
insult anybody there. I'm willing to negotiate, but that's as far as the only negotiation got. Somebody asked me if I'd be interested. Actually, it was through here or up here or something. Like maybe the same weekend I was up here. Are they based out of here in Boston?
No, they're out of Canada.
Which ain't too far from here.
Well, yeah. It'd be a lot closer than you know, where you live down in Georgia. But well, no, I was interested to see if they were going to include you. I don't even know what episode it was they were interested in using you on.
I got it. I'll tell you later.
Oh, okay.
I got it. Unless you wanted to tell, I'll tell y'all next time.
All right. Well, I know the one the Warlord's going to be on, but oh, geez, whoops, sorry.
Did you just mess it up?
You know what? Who cares? Is it that big of a secret that the Warlord's going to be on Dark Side of the Ring this year? I don't think that's spoiling much for anybody. But folks,
it did for me. I didn't know. That's my boy. You know that.
Well, of course, he's the one that set the wheels in motion.
Oh, is that
when
right?
I reached out to you.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well, now everybody knows. All right, wrestling fans.
Give a shout out for get well soon for a couple guys.
We're going to do that before the episode's over. Yes, this is our catching up episode on Wrestling Inside as Party with Marty. On the flip side of this timeout, we will continue the party. Stand by.
WWE is coming home to Kansas City with Monday Night Raw. WWE is back with Monday Night Raw in Kansas City, Monday, July 26th. Tickets on sale now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
MJ in the house.
Future WWE Hall of Famer, mind you. Let me tell you this.
I'm not in there yet?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
But you will be.
I will.
You know Sean wants to be the first three-timer.
Three-timer,
yeah.
yes.
There you go. Let me tell you, you enjoy the in-studio shoot interviews 4 times a week. It isn't cheap to put these productions together, folks. We need your
No,
help.
because they got to pay me.
Coronavirus has killed the nightlife in a lot of ways. We are night owls, Marty and I, but that's a different story for a different time. One way you can help is to check out the great merchandise we have in the Boston Wrestling eBay store. It is perfect for any wrestling man cave or any collection.
That's right. Check it out.
Arguably the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Get this limited edition collector's autograph print personally signed by 2-time WWE Hall of Famer Nature Boy Ric Flair, inscribed 16 times for each of his recognized World Championship reigns. One of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Ric Flair collectible for your wrestling collection now.
All right, fans, welcome back. We want to thank our dear friends over at Red Rose here in Melrose. I tell you, Marty's been talking about his stomach, what Jack Sy and his cool, my little buddy Kingston, his son, have done to this stomach. Oh, my dear Lord. And you're wearing the dark clothes. Look at what I have on. I look like I'm ready to head down. Well, I am. I'm headed down south with Linda on Tuesday. But anyway, we also want to send a shout-out. Oh,
God rest his soul, but maybe this is why he carried it all the time, remember?
Probably.
Right,
remember when they gave him that big one, the supersized one?
Did you see they were looking for that? I think there were. Have you been watching all day?
They had those treasured, hidden treasures? Yeah.
That's pretty good, too. I thought, your friend was on there, my friend that I set you up with, Beefcake. And
he was on it?
Yeah,
what was he looking for?
Him and Greg Valentine's.
Greg was looking for his smile.
Him and Sean lost it at the same time.
Well, did you know that in Beefcake's book, he has a chapter about Annie the Ass Eater? Can you believe that?
Yes, because they were all friends. We all were friends. I mean, you're the only one that, the other thing.
I was blown away that he would dedicate that much time in his book to Annie's skill and how she would make Greg smile with the
that's
skill.
right. That's why right there.
Yeah.
Well, Greg and him were, like best friends. Like,
I couldn't believe it. I mean, it's one thing for the guys to talk about it, but to put it in a book? I mean, she's immortalized now. She's like, I mean, if they ever do another version of Taken with Liam Neeson, she could be the female co-star. They could both talk about their special set of skills. Did you ever see Taken?
I was just going to say, now I got to watch it just so I can catch up on these.
You've never seen Taken with Liam Neeson? It's very good.
Well, what's it about? Tell me, I might have.
He's like,
that's where his kids got stolen?
Yeah, his daughter goes overseas with a friend of hers, and they go kidnapped, and he was some kind of a special agent, but he got out of it, and then the daughter calls on the cell phone, and he's quickly asking questions that only a special agent that would think to ask.
Yeah,
well,
so how does that fit in with your friend A&E?
Well, maybe she has some skills. Her and Liam together could try and solve a mystery or something. I'd go and see it.
I'm sure you would.
Liam, baby.
So we was in Denver, and it was sold out. And, man, we did a jump start, and me and Sean against each other, and you know, I always going to get the crowd to their feet.
I want to see this Denver match. You've mentioned it several times.
I've got it.
Is it on YouTube
or? What did they send to me? No, it was. I want to say it was on one of.
It was a house show, wasn't it?
Yeah, but somebody recorded
Snuck
it.
A camera in.
Well, here's the thing with WWE at the time. Even house shows were recorded at one point before.
I don't think Denver was one of them, though.
Yeah, it was every show. There was a little hard camera.
Oh, they just bring their own camera. I see what you mean.
For whatever reasons, maybe an example is exactly what I'm talking about, which Sean and I's match. They were like, oh, we got, and they put it on one of their, you know how they do compilations where they put a bunch of different things together.
Or maybe, I know they released a couple of series called the Unreleased Matches. Maybe it was on that.
It could have been that too.
Yeah. Oh, I'd like to see that.
Man, when I found, I talked about it and I remembered it, and then somebody heard me talking about it and sent it to me.
Oh, really?
And yeah, no, I watched it. I was like, wow, we were actually pretty good.
All right. Well, as we continue the current event checkup, this is almost like a doctor's appointment for Marty as he checks in with us for the first time in a couple of months. You know, usually we like to talk about some of the guys that have passed. I guess,
since
knock on wood, we haven't had too many losses, but unfortunately we have had some. What I find to be, it just crushed me. 6 days after he was sitting in that very chair,
yeah, I know.
I was at Fenway Park for the first time in a year and a half, and anyone that knows me knows that I love the Friday night baseball games at Fenway Park. I thought my phone.
By the way, y'all beat us yesterday.
I'm sorry.
Boston beat the Braves 10-8.
I thought my phone was either ringing or it was broken because it wouldn't stop buzzing.
That night. Yeah.
And I took it out, and it was just one after new jack, new jack, new jack, new jack. 6 days. And he was going to be here with us again. It went so well, he was going to be with us here again for 2 days last weekend.
And I had I had something in mind that I was going to run by you for me and him sitting here together.
Well, that would have been a lot of fun.
Yeah, it would have been. I think you mentioned it with. You might even touched on it, and then it gave me an idea to run with. But yeah, you know, New Jack is always going to have a special part of my heart. We have. We've been through a lot, and I'm glad he liked me because that's one guy. I'm not scared of anybody, but New Jack would be one that I'd be scared of. But thank God it didn't have to be, and we got close enough that. He saw me gimping, just about 2 years ago at some convention or Fanfest, and he saw me gimping around, and he said, "What's the matter? What's the matter?" And I pulled it up. Remember how it was?
Yeah.
The foot would be like this, the leg would be over here.
The ankle was the foot,
touching the floor. Oh. And he looked, he goes, and he was actually, he had a little bit of a, soft cast, and he pulled it up.
He had a surgery too, he was telling me,
and him telling me, he goes, man, the soft cast is not even off yet, and I love it, because, you're so much pain to deal with. When you're just walking, I mean, not running, not jumping up and down, just walking, and it feels like an ice pick. You're stepping on an ice pick every time, and it's jamming way up in you. It's just a miserable life. Just walking, something we take for granted, becomes a chore.
when every step is nothing but pain. I mean, people that have never experienced it, and granted my condition is different than yours, but with the CRPS I have in my feet, I haven't been able to wear normal shoes since 2008, or it sets it off. Until you experience that kind of pain, you don't know what it can do to your psyche. That's why, you know, not to get too personal, but when you and I, you know, we had a little bit, we could be fair to say to our friends and fans and extended family that watched the show.
They saw the one time I was on the chat room.
Right. We had, you know, we had a little bit of a tiff, but when I understood, because I understood the pain you're in. And sometimes when you're in that much pain, you have no patience. You don't care about anything. Different. You just want to say, fuck the world, basically. I understood it completely. That's why there was no grudge held. There was nothing. I wasn't angry in the least once I understood your point of view. And that you were in a lot of pain.
It was some of yours, I was like, well, I'll let that one ride.
Well.
But I mean, it was give and take on both sides.
Right, right. And I think, you know what, sometimes that's a good thing. I think sometimes you should just let it out, and then unless it's a huge issue, you let it be.
Right.
And I think that's why we're in such a good place right now. But for folks that have, whether it be a foot, you know, a back, because of, you know, people see sometimes I have my old man pillow that I have to sit on back here. I mean, when you just live in constant pain every day, I don't think people realize how draining it can be a lot of the times. Where you don't even want to say fucking hello to people sometimes. You just want to be left alone and be in pain.
Energy. It takes your energy right out. Because your nervous system's like an electric current going through there, and you know when there's pain, that you just turn the volume on it. You know, so it's halfway through the day and you're already dead, and it's like, hey, I ain't done nothing. Walk to the bath. Mine was so bad. I think I've told you that before. I would get I hate being graphic on here, but a bucket or a little jug or something that had a big opening up top. You know why? Just playing. But they just pee in that instead of walking out to the bathroom because it hurt that much to walk. In fact, I even tried drinking less water. Well, so I would have to go to the bathroom less. This hurt that bad.
The perfect analogy. I think I told you, like when we had our little back and forth, I said when Bill and Barry were here one time, I had one of the worst flare-ups I ever had. It was in both of my feet and both of my ankles. I couldn't even take 10 steps to go to the bathroom. I had to use a giant beach thermos at the side of my bed to urinate in. And it sounds kind of funny, but that's...
No, because I've done the same thing. I'm laughing because I know...
To get here was remarkable. I mean, I look like hell, but I did the interview because you know what? We booked them. I kept the commitment. You know what it's like for us to keep the commitment to those that love this business and care about this business. But as soon as we dropped Bill and Barry off at the hotel, they dropped me off at the hospital, and I was admitted. That's how bad a shape I was in. So anyone that's ever seen that demolition where Bill and Barry are together, and you see me looking that bad, that's why. I couldn't walk. I couldn't stand. I mean, it was every time I moved, I was literally screaming out loud. CRPS, I'm glad there are so few people that know about it because it's just, it's a cruel condition to have to live with.
I didn't know until you told me the first time you told me about it, and I had to go look it up.
I've only met one person outside of the medical field that ever heard of it. And I was blown away that someone actually, because I've gone to emergency rooms before in hospitals, they don't even know what I'm talking about. And I yell, I'm in pain, I yell at them, I say, Google it.
That's rare, or that's Columbus, Georgia's medical center.
Google it. No, I'm talking a place like Mass General, one of the most world-renowned hospitals in the world. And they're like, what is it?
That might be why.
I guess it's a more painful version of RSD, which people at home may be a little bit more familiar with.
What's that? Same thing, kind of?
I couldn't even tell you what it stands for, but it's like it's extreme, but it's not as extreme as CRPS. And again, I have to thank Khosrow Vaziri, because if it wasn't for his bullshit, I would have never developed it, because we would have never been blown up by a drunk driver. But that's a different story for a different interview, because we're cheery and we're happy here on Thursday night as we...
but except for just the last respects for New Jack.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I wanted to go back to that, but go ahead.
Okay, yeah, he had that little soft grass, and he was telling me what a relief already, and so he was saying, don't be afraid to go do it, which really it was a part of it too was the insurance, it's because I didn't have health insurance, and man, surgeries today, but when I saw that he did it, and he was all, and him giving me a little encouragement to do it, I was like, I'm gonna go do it. And now just waiting for the end to get back on track and be human again, and gonna do my best to make everybody proud of what I become from where I was, because I was pretty bad, and even on this show there was quite a few episodes, mainly in a row because we
taped them in the same day.
And I mean, I watched one about, I don't want to say because I don't want people going back and seeing it, but I watched one and I'm like, okay, I remember taking that outfit, I remember wearing that, and once I got talking, I'm like, I don't remember saying none of that. I don't remember none of this. It was like I was watching somebody else in my body because I didn't know what was going to be said next. And it was just embarrassing. It was, like, for Totally Blanchard, bro, I'm sorry that I said anything negative. Well, I mean, I'm not.
Other than he was an asshole to you, yeah.
Off and then give another cut. And I was just going to say, I mean, it was true what I was saying, but I really shouldn't have, just talking about how cocky and arrogant he was.
Well, it's your opinion. It's your point of view. We're all entitled to that.
And then me sitting there the other day, if you want to threaten me, come on, that's sort of like throwing a threat out. And I was just amazed that I was like, man, I remembered, the day because that was a rough day.
Well, I think
I had my own medicine that I had to take, and it wasn't working, and I felt like I didn't want to take too much of it. Because I already take a higher dose than most, so I didn't want to take more than that. So instead, somebody else was here. They're not here now. I don't think they work, and not Matt Daddy, but I don't think they work here anymore. I haven't seen them. But they had some kind of medicine for pain too. So I think that mix, along with mine, and probably.
Oh, okay. Now I know. Oh my God! Now that makes perfect sense.
And
that makes perfect sense.
And washing it down with a beer, because that always there's a reason they.
I never thought of that until right now.
Yeah.
Oh, that's probably. And you know what, fans? You know what? This is going to be me shooting right now. I know there was some episodes that aired in the springtime where Marty certainly wasn't in as great a condition as he is right now. But again, until you have had to live the life of pain that he's been in, he wanted to honor his commitment to the show, unlike that sack of shit up in Maine, Tony Atlas. He wanted to...
Don't go negative while you're doing something positive.
Well, no, you talk about being proud of yourself. I'm proud of the fact that in the condition you were, the pain you were in, you still took a long trip just to get to the airport, to fly here, to try and navigate the airport in a lot of pain, because unlike me, you have great pride and you don't take the wheelchair. I take the wheelchair. But I mean,
I have, trust me.
It takes a lot for what he has done when he's been in extreme pain just to get to this building. Now, maybe, there are some people that make little comments or maybe laugh here and there, but I give credit to him, his character and his integrity and his willpower to actually make it here in that much pain. Because while it's a different injury than I have, I understand the pain he's in. And I think every fan that has enjoyed any of his shows, if for whatever reason you may not have liked a certain thing or you laughed at a certain thing, I just want you to give that some train of thought. Imagine being at your physical worst in constant pain every time your heart beats, but still keeping your commitment that you gave to somebody. And that's why I'm proud of you.
I'll give you an analogy of what it's like, or just sort of an analogy of the way your mind is, at least, because of how you're feeling when you're in pain from the minute you get up to when you lay down at night. I mean, if it's a great, beautiful, sunny day, and you put a pair of sunglasses on with scratches and gum tucked to it, that's not a pretty day no more.
Right.
I mean, and that's what pain. That's the outlook you have on life when your breathing even hurts, And there's a lot of people out there like that. God bless y'all. Praying for y'all that y'all will get better. Because it's, that's, to me, it's one of the biggest reasons a person could exist is to help another person that's hurting. And of course we have that. And, I've got to take what blessing I got now to get better, to get back to being human again, and use a lot of it. First, I want to make people happy, make some people proud, and mainly to help a lot of people that are struggling in the areas that I struggled with, not just in the pain area. I'm talking about with drugs or alcohol or whatever. You know, a big thing that with my school, I think we may have covered this once. A big thing with my schools is I'm going to try to even get to the younger crowds, because that's the way you get better, is start younger. And I can just imagine a few parents are going to be like, wait a minute, didn't you do this in the 70s, 80s, 90s, or you know, whatever they could find in the internet. And there's no denying I did it, but that does not make me a better teacher for somebody trying to get them out of it, because you already know what it's like.
Right, you experienced it.
You know, and where it will take you. I could say, I could use a perfect example. Just look at Sean and I as rockers. You know, the big part of Sean's life, as he said on the biography. Can't get no words right today. But, you know, he at one point he said, you know, I got a special, I think how he worded it, special thing about Marty, because they'll always be there, because without him there would be no me and all the good things I've gotten. And, which I appreciated, by the way.
Very
Sean,
powerful.
Thank you, yes. And, but so you look at the Rockers must have been pretty good. You know, it's hard for me to want to brag on myself or anything I was involved in, but we must have been pretty damn good. And I would, you know, especially when I watch other teams that are considered good, I'm like, and we were really good, weren't we?
And imagine what you'd look like today.
Yeah.
You know, no kidding. Especially where it's kind of a quote-unquote smaller generation. You know what I mean? You guys really, you'd be bigger guys.
But so what I was going to say out of this was, you know, now Sean, and I think they covered it in the biography very well, got caught up in the, I was doing it all along, you know, and Sean, he came in and started doing everything I was doing. But, you know, everybody's different. You know, they call it functional alcoholics, functional drunks, functional drug people, or whatever. But I was able to do it functioning. Sean got to where he couldn't function. And it might have taken him to a deeper, darker place than what mine eventually took me to. And, you know, by the grace of God or something or other, he popped out of it and changed man, seemingly overnight. And he told me the story from the way he told me, and he said it on the biography. I guess I would say it was a true story, but it was overnight. I mean, I wish mine worked that way. Always something in it.
There's always something going on in that warehouse.
But so, is that a warehouse?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that was.
Or Brian Knobb's bathroom, but one of the other.
Yeah. But so you take Sean and I, you know, everybody figured equal. If you ask him, back then, no, I'm much better. You know, I mean, now he's more humble, but pretty equally talented. He, you know, of course, he had the charisma, he had the looks, and I would say the gift of gab, because he had no problem, you know, especially as a heel. You got to brag on yourself a lot. He had no problem with that. And, you know, even when I did get to work heel a little bit, I wouldn't so much brag on myself. I'd brag about, you know, with Sean and I together, I'd brag about us. But now I lost where I was going to go with this. The point was we were pretty equally talented and good. And then one of us changed, and you see where Sean went, and one of us stayed on that damn train, you know, playing. Kind of just went straight down, tried to get back up, but still on that train. And that would be the difference. You know, I'd like to explain to the parents that are going to say you shouldn't teach them, because I lived that. I would have been right up there with Sean. You know, saying better or worse, but would have been right up there with him had I been able to kick out of, you know, all the partying to an extreme, you know, partying to extremes and stuff. You know, so I can watch a career and see when it's. I got a couple friends now that I'm doing that with. Their behavior, I know the behavior. You know,
yeah.
When you stop answering doors and returning calls for 2 and 3 days in a row, that happens periodically. Yeah, I know what's up.
Yeah.
You know, but that's my point is that's the kind of person that would be able to best help you out of a situation. I mean, a doctor who's never done any kind of recreational drug in his life.
Other than read a book about it.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, what's he going to tell you but what he read, you know?
Well, you know, we're going long in this segment, long in this episode in general, but, you know, I want to throw this out there to you. You know, certainly not the biggest draw, certainly not the best promo, certainly not the biggest merchandise seller of all time, but when you go back, and especially at his peak, and look at his body of work, match in, match out, the variety he had with virtually every opponent that he had, you know, a lot can be said about the Nature Boy as one of the greats of all time, but I think he had a certain formula he stuck with. I think Shawn is the best of all time as far as match for match, night in, night out goes.
Right.
There was just such variety to everything he did.
Right, and I would agree with that. I mean, it's in what respect are you looking at it? Who got the most money, like you said?
Well, Austin was the biggest draw. Austin sold the most merchandise. Austin, then Rock, then Hogan are the top three as far as what made money for that company. But Shawn, as far as in-ring body of work goes, Shawn blows them all away.
Which if you pick the one who had day in and night out, who thrilled the people to see that match the most every night, and with different people, and over the years, I would make Shawn number one. Hell, Ric Flair even said it. He's the best in-ring performer of all time.
I can't argue that. And I tell you this, you want to know one of the main reasons why? Because there was, I can think of...
He had a good teacher.
There you go, not only that, but so many times I sat there and said, wow, that's the best match I've ever seen with him in it.
Yeah.
That match, I don't know if you were involved with the angle and setting it up at WrestleMania 21. And Bobby Heenan was backstage and told them the same thing as well. He thought Angle and Michaels was the best match he'd ever seen. And I thought that was right there until I still think the first Undertaker and Shawn Michaels WrestleMania match at WrestleMania 25 was the creme de la creme.
Yeah,
but that's just me. All right, wrestling fans, we really went long. We're going to take a brief timeout to wrap up, and we'll be back, I should say, to wrap up the show. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
On October 28th, 2020, wrestling's scariest night returned with WWE NXT Halloween Havoc. This limited edition collector's autograph poster is number 27 of only 100 produced and is signed by all 9 featured superstars on the poster, including Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Io Shirai, Candice LeRae, Rhea Ripley, Raquel Gonzalez, Dexter Lumis, Cameron Grimes, and your Halloween Havoc host, Shotzi Blackheart. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the back of the poster. It includes an on-air shout-out and bonus autographed 8x10 photo for helping keep wrestling legends working. Get this rare, awesome collectible now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
We kind of drifted away from the subject, Marty, while we, again as usual. But any final thoughts on our friend New Jack? Again, to me, you know, I was so happy we brought him in. There were a lot of people that said we should try and shy away from him. But, I mean, hopefully once you're able to see the episodes, you can see the fun we had, the laughs we had. There was a really good chemistry. Like I said, for us to book, it was almost like with you. We had you come in last July, and it went so great we had you come back for 3 days in August. It was the same thing with New Jack. The content was
I
so good.
remember, I was telling you that. So New Jack would be the guy. You know, you were looking for some new talent.
Yeah.
New talent for the show. New guys. I knew he would be great. And I, you know, I told you I'd get the word to him because he don't trust a lot of people.
Yeah.
And if he don't trust you, the ones who are telling you steer clear, that's because they heard a story where somebody tried to screw him over, and that you can't.
He's told me he was a little leery about getting involved at first because of Tony, because those two have a big issue between the two of them. He absolutely buried Tony, which you might not believe me, but I loved it. But we were able to tape 6 episodes. First, we're releasing them on the Patreon over at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling, where you can join the Boston Wrestling family and help us keep Wrestling Legends working. We want to get more and more guys into the studio because, just, you know, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I know there are people that sometimes they've looked at it as if we're trying to sell death, but think of how many guys we lose, Marty, that we're never going to be able to have here in this studio.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, think of, we taped 6 great interviews with New Jack. We were going to do more of it last weekend, 2 more full days of it. And we're never going to get that content again because he's gone. So the more fans that support what we do, the more superstars we can bring here. Or if we do, I don't know if you've seen any of our Wrestle House episodes from down in Tampa when we had Jerry Briscoe with us and Dutch Mantell and Sinister Minister James Mitchell and Barry Dasso, Demolition Smash. And, you know, we want to do those types of things. It's very, very important to me.
Just before I forget, because I will forget. Somebody out there get in touch with John Nord and tell him to call me.
He actually called, I shouldn't even, well, maybe I should, who gives a shit? He called me the week or so ago.
Oh, I thought you, well, I've been trying to get up with him for you. You should have told me.
Oh, all right, well, you know.
That's probably why you called back. You're thinking I'm crazy. I already called him.
We got a triangle going on with John Nord. But again, you know, I think we could have made some real magic with New Jack. You know, for the people that talk negatively about him, saying don't use him, don't use him, I said, look, we had him on a live event. It was a long time ago. But if you are honest with the man and you treat him with respect, you have no problems with him.
That's all you got to do.
You know what I mean? And we had, and I tell you this is what gets me. We went to the world famous Kowloon Entertainment and Dining Complex to eat afterwards. And he told me that Kowloon, Route 1 North, Saugus, Mass.
Have I been to it?
Oh, yeah. You remember Kowloon, the Chinese place.
That's the one. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, my memory.
Our good friend Andy Wong was so excited to see New Jack because he saw his Dark Side of the Ring episode. We took some nice pictures that they put on the Kowloon Twitter account. And, you know, again, just 6 days later to be gone. But, you know, I have the story that he told about how he met his wife was just amazing to me.
I don't even know if I know that one.
He got injured on some event. He was in a hospital in Atlantic City. You know, he reached out to people on social media. He heard from none of his quote-unquote friends. And this woman messaged him on Facebook. And they were going back and forth for a couple of weeks while he was in the hospital. And eventually she drove up from North Carolina to be with him in the hospital. And they've been together ever since. He went home with her to North Carolina, and they wound up getting married. Her name is Jennifer. She was, you know, when we were setting up the booking, she was such a very nice, lovely lady. And I send my best thoughts to them. I was so very, very, very sad to get the calls and those texts that night. Again, when he was just going to be with us again for 2 more days last weekend. This industry can be eerie sometimes.
He had so much more left to give the wrestling world. You know, entertainment, when you're a wrestler, your life is based on wanting to entertain. And there's, you know, different ways of doing that. And even if it's just a spin-off from wrestling, but you always want to entertain. And he had so much more to give, which is a big thing. But he just come off as indestructible. You know, one of your friends or one, you know, somebody in the family or somebody, you know, there's nothing to hurt. They're here forever. Nothing. That would be him, you know.
Well, you know, I tell you, you know, when these episodes, right now they are available on the Patreon, as we noted, but eventually when they do hit YouTube, you know, this isn't the softer, kinder side of New Jack. This is still the New Jack that was the New Jack that we know. You know, he unloads the way New Jack unloads. But, you know, beyond ECW, we got into some we had an episode about him working for the Jarretts. and Jerry Lawler down in Memphis. We did an episode on
How did
working
that
for
go?
Cornette and Smoky
I
Mountain.
can't-
I think you're really going to love them because I would say at least half of the content wasn't even easy.
How was it? How did he like working there?
Which one now?
Where the Jarrett's?
He liked Jerry.
Jerry's very like.
Lawler and Jeff, not so much. But you can watch it on the episode. I don't want to spoil too much for the fans, but that's what we're calling it. New Jack, the final interviews. It's a 6-interview series. Unfortunately, that's all we were able to do because we thought we were going to do much more. And what I also consider before we go, Marty, very eerie, 2 weeks after Jack was with us, Demolition Axe Bill Eadie made it. I don't know if I told you, he had a disaster of a time in Tampa when we, like New Jack, we were supposed to meet up and do an interview with him at our Wrestle House, WrestleMania week in Tampa, but his car broke down and he spent the day at the dealership and his hotel room was infected by bugs and he had to switch hotels. So Bill had to come up here, and Bill had COVID over the winter with his grandson that lives with him, gave it to him and his wife, and they were ill, and you could tell, you know, he wasn't at 100% capacity. He was a little raspy, but there were still excellent interviews.
Yeah.
And then he goes to visit his daughter in Charlotte, and he's in the hospital with heart problems. Luckily, he's out now. But, you know, his wife and his daughter, they want him back to 100% capacity before he goes home back to Atlanta. So right now he's resting comfortably, probably enjoying a little Judge Judy. If he has the internet, maybe he's watching these shows. So we certainly send Bill our best.
Party with Marty Light marathon.
We send Bill our best. He's a good human being. He's one of my favorites. Just a class act all around.
Yes, sir. Always has been. I've known him since what, '88, and you know, it's always remained the same. It's good to everybody, good people.
And he was involved
bless you, Bill.
in
Hang
that
in there,
overseas scandal. We haven't got there yet.
Which one?
You know what? That's a really good point. All right, so perfect. As Jackie the Joke Man comes out to give us the big cue, don't forget the eBay store is open 24/7, fans. It is unbelievable. We have great wrestling merchandise of superstars from every era. Not only do you help keep wrestling legends working with your purchase, but you get an on-air shout-out from some of our great talents personally to you. In addition to that, the Super Chat button, if you're watching during the premiere, is open. As we like to say, don't forget to tip the bartender. It takes a lot to bring these superstars to the studio. You have, you know, the cost of an appearance, airfare, hotel, some of the studio expenses we have, and all transportation locally. It takes a lot to do. And if everybody does a little, it makes it easier for the whole, is the way I've always looked at it. But again, the Super Chat's open, and more than anything, give us a big thumbs up. It costs nothing. Subscribe to the YouTube channel.
Yes, you can.
It's absolutely free, and it lets YouTube know that you're enjoying what we do. And the millions and millions of fans that aren't familiar with our programs yet, YouTube will showcase our videos to them. You can share the links to our shows across Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, Facebook wrestling groups, wrestling websites, and so on. There's a lot of fans, especially lapsed fans from the 80s and 90s, that would love our content once they get to us. And again, more than anything, the main event of what we do is that Patreon. We have a lot of exclusive Patreon content that's going up that you can't find on YouTube or anywhere else. You get the early ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider shows. You get early ad-free access to the complete New Jack final interview series that we're doing. Our Studio Shoot interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online and millions more on the Howard Stern Show because of Crazy Sheiky Baby. And again, you yourself personally are helping keep wrestling legends working, keeping them active. We don't want them in the ring when the time is done. We want them healthy. We want them to have an easy time flying in, resting in a hotel, telling some stories, earning some income, and going home to live life. Because I think that's the way it should be for the great legends of this sport. But for my partner in crime, Mr. Marty Jannetty, I am Dan Marotti. We will kick off the month of July. Can you believe we're halfway through 2021 next Thursday?
That's crazy, ain't it?
By
the way, what's the rule here in Boston? Mask or not mask?
No, as long as you've been vaccinated, no mask.
Okay. Well, how are you going to know that?
I guess the honor system.
Okay.
Annie said she wore a mask on her tongue, but that's all right. For Marty Jannetty, I'm Dan Marotti. We'll see you next Thursday on Wrestling Insiders. Party with Marty. Good night.
The World Wrestling Federation debuted at the Memphis Convention Center in Memphis, Tennessee, Sunday, June the 24th, 1984. In the opening contest, S.D. Jones beat Lanny Kean. Jesse the Body Ventura with the win over Billy Travis. Big John Studd won an 18-man battle royal. Big John Studd then defeated Billy Travis. Mil Mascaras victorious over Samula. WWF Intercontinental Champion Tito Santana and Superfly Jimmy Snuka beat WWF Tag Team Champions Adrian Adonis and Dick Murdoch via disqualification. And in the main event, the WWF World Champion Hulk Hogan retained the title over Moondog Rex. If you were in Memphis live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep Wrestling Legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
MJ in the house.
Future WWE Hall of Famer, mind you. Let me tell you this.
I'm not in there yet?
No, not yet.
Okay.
But you will be.
Yeah, I will.
You know Sean wants to be the first three-timer.
Three-timer, yeah.
There you go. Let me tell you, you enjoy the in-studio shoot interviews 4 times a week. It isn't cheap to put these productions together, folks. We need your help.
No, because they got to pay me.
Coronavirus has killed the nightlife in a lot of ways. We are night owls, Marty and I, but that's a different story for a different time. One way you can help is to check out the great merchandise we have in the Boston Wrestling eBay store. It is perfect for any wrestling man cave or any collection.
That's right. Check it out.
On October 28th, 2020, wrestling's scariest night was back with WWE NXT Halloween Havoc. This limited edition collector's autograph poster is number 12 of only 100 produced and is signed by all 9 superstars featured on the poster, including Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Candice LeRae, Io Shirai, Dexter Lumis, Cameron Grimes, Rhea Ripley, Raquel Gonzalez, and your Halloween Havoc host, Shotzi Blackheart. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the back. You'll also receive an on-air thank you from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus mystery autograph photo. Help keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this awesome collectible now. This coming Thursday night at 10 p.m., Marty will be back with his regular in-studio episodes as we continue his adventures through the year 1990 in the World Wrestling Federation and beyond. Don't miss an episode. Keeping Wrestling Legends working is a passion of ours, fans, which is why we implore you to join the Boston Wrestling MWF family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Again, when Marty's here, it turns into 3 very long days of tapings. It's the only cost-affordable way to do it. Imagine if we could afford to bring Marty in once per month in a much more relaxed environment. It would make for great programs to be even better. Let's make these wrestling greats' lives even easier with a platform like this to simply fly in, share their experiences with you, for fans to enjoy for decades to come. That's why we continue to push and plug the Patreon, simply because we need more fans to interact on the Patreon platform, or we risk not being able to do these talk shows anymore, or in a more modified way. We give you early ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders, including New Jack, the final interviews, access to our acclaimed studio shoot interview, DVD library that's been seen by millions online and millions more on The Howard Stern Show, Patreon exclusive videos, plus help keep wrestling legends working again. That's patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. You can find the link in the description box below. Join Iron Sheik, Paul Bearer, Kamala, Vader, Demolition, Harley Race, Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff, and so many more telling the stories of their lives. Up next, we wrap up this week's Wrestling Insiders Week in Review with John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays with the always honest, and according to at least Marjo Ouellette of Ms. and Mrs. fame, the always debonair John Cena Sr. as he shoots on AEW, Leo Rush's latest retirement, Velveteen Dream's release and potential future in the business, and more.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome to another Friday night tradition here in the world of Boston Wrestling. Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Friday, part of your SmackDown Friday night on Fox. We never know what's going to come from the mind or the mouth of John Cena Sr. Some even question what's on the head of John Cena Sr. if you listen to your partner in crime there, Cam Zagami, but that's a different story for a different time. Johnny, a lot to talk about in the world of professional wrestling. It's been hot, it's been heavy, but I got to ask you, as we continue the Summer of Seven, trying to pump out great talk show content 7 nights a week, with the goal being that 7 p.m. start time. That one individual here has been so swamped at the studio as we've kind of stuck with 10 p.m. on some nights, but I don't want to shoot myself in the foot and admit I wouldn't call it laziness. I just call it lack of time. When you're here now, the day we tape this, 61 consecutive days, usually for 9 or 10 hours a day, and you know, one can be a little tired, but what did you think of the Jerry Briscoe interview, Johnny? Did you get a chance to see it? I know he's a man that has a lot of respect for you.
An eye for him. I began to watch that interview after I watched a previous interview. I can tell you this, Jerry Briscoe truly, truly is a man that knows and understands this business. And when you listen to what he has to say, he makes a lot of sense. I will say this, very short into it, I can tell you I am going to finish it because I'm very intrigued about what he has to say about the world of professional wrestling today, independent organizations, very intrigued. So it's a worthwhile look for me, and I can't wait to get back at it.
He also discusses what him and I consider to be the real John Layfield. We discussed the passing of his longtime close personal friend, the Hall of Famer Pat Patterson, some of the recruits that Jerry helped bring to WWE over the course of several decades. Very interesting interview. I have to ask you this, Johnny, maybe because it hasn't come up in our private conversations, but what did you think of the Wrestle House concept we had down there in Florida compared to this wonderful, beautiful studio where WrestleMania week we rented a house, we brought the equipment to Florida, and instead of doing a million airport runs and putting people up in hotels, we pretty much had the talent come to us at the house. Did you think maybe for one single night per week on Wrestling Insider Special Edition it was something fun, or do you prefer the studio content?
No, I like the concept of Wrestle House. I hope if I'm lucky enough to go down to WrestleMania next year, I'd like to get down and be part of that. That was a real good concept, a great idea. I think you put the personalities, the wrestlers, in a whole different type of an environment, because you got to remember that myself and other people involved in the business, when you're in the studio format, you do that all the time, cutting promos on camera. When you're in that Wrestle House, it was kind of like, hey, welcome to, mi casa, su casa. Sit down, have a cup of coffee. It's your house, it's my house. I like the concept. I hope you continue with it.
I think maybe for one episode a week, and I like Wrestling Insider Special Edition, where it's rotating guests, it's someone different every week, as opposed to you on Friday, Marty on Thursday, Oscar on Monday, and so on and so forth. You never know what to expect on Wednesday night. I have to say this, while maybe it hasn't done the views that some of the episodes done, I think one of the better episodes and one of the better guests we've ever had was JTG of Crime Time. I mean, what an interview that was, where we talked about him trying to break into the business, the passing of Shad Gaspard a year ago when he unfortunately drowned out in the ocean in California, and just, it was a very deep interview. I don't know why the fans haven't taken to it. You know, sometimes the world of wrestling cyber reporting is interesting. You know, they'll be the first to try and create a headline, to try and get some attention on their site. But when it comes to something that maybe isn't as gossipy, but maybe very high quality, they don't pounce on it. So I don't know. I enjoy the quality, but I mean, we had 7 unique personalities in that house, Johnny. Sinister Minister James
That was
Mitchell.
a good interview.
Which one now?
Sinister Minister.
Well, I know you said you felt you got kind of some odd vibes off of him. Evil.
Evil, definitely evil. That man lives, eats, and drinks the part.
We had TJP, the winner of the WWE Cruiserweight Classic and the first Cruiserweight champion of this generation, a man that's competed in MWF rings, one of the finest talents of this generation. We had Demolition Smash, Barry Dasso, with a great look at the World Wrestling Federation in 1987 after he left the NWA in a pretty good position as one of the Russians, Crusher Khrushchev. We had our dear, longtime, close personal friend, Uncle Al Snow, pop by, discussing what it takes to make it in the world of professional wrestling. He also discussed his best friend, another man that is, I know, close to your heart, Quincy Rustani. We also...
Who else do we have?
Dutch Mantel pop by Russell House.
Dutch boy.
I'm
sorry I missed you, buddy.
Dirty Dutch, he shot back on old Mr. USA. Mr. USA claims that Dutch has changed his story about the Brody murder many times, and Dutch took great offense to that. Dutch told his story his way, the way he remembers it, and you know what? I felt it was only fair. If one person wants to tell one side of the story, I think when we're able to, we should give the other side of the story at the same time. I think that, and then let the fans make up their own mind.
You know what I say? There's your side, my side, and then there's the truth.
And it was also 33 years ago, so you have Father Time, too, kicking in. And as we mentioned, we had JTG and Gerald Briscoe. Unfortunately, Demolition Axe had a Clark Griswold-type adventure trying to get to Florida, where he spent the day at the car dealership when the car broke down. Then his hotel was insect infected, so he had to miss us. But luckily, we had him here in the studio for 2 great days of tapings we're going to see soon. And, again, I hate to say it, but also missing us down at Russell House in Tampa was New Jack, because they run 8,500 independent shows. Everyone thinks they're going to make Vince money. They run the independent shows until 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, and the talent doesn't get out of there until crazy time. So I certainly didn't want to begin a series of interviews with the man in the middle of the night.
I don't think so.
And, you know, knock on wood, we were lucky enough to have him here in the studio before,
thank God,
his time came. So, you know, I guess some good came out of it. So in the end, even though only 7 of the 9 came to the Russell House, we did wind up having all 9 this spring. Only 2 of them were here in the studio. But we're looking at doing another Russell House sometime this summer. You know how beautiful and crisp the air is down in Tampa in July.
I do. I do indeed. I've been down there several times.
But yeah, I think it's an interesting concept. Fans, we always want to know what you think. The premiere box is rolling on Friday night. Do you like Russell House maybe once a week compared to the regular in-studio talk shows and podcast-style interviews we do? Because, as always, without you guys, you know, it would just be us sitting in a house or an empty TV studio. So their voice, to me, matters an awful lot.
I agree.
And they're telling me, Johnny, they're saving the date, Saturday night, November the 13th, Memorial Hall, Melrose, Massachusetts. It's part of the MWF's 20th anniversary in-ring spectacular. We go back to the 80s for WrestleFest. We're working on a lineup that is going to blow your mind away. We're going to be having some special announcements on America's birthday, July the 4th, Johnny.
Wow. Oh, you know, I'm saving the date, November 13th.
Now, you're going to put on one of those little top hats with the stars and stripes like Uncle Sam?
No, I don't do that. I may throw some $1 million bills around, but I don't think I'm going to wear a hat.
Did I tell you what happened last July 4th?
What happened last July 4th?
Behind the scenes for you guys. We actually taped Wrestling Insiders at your house, at Tony's house in Maine on July 4th. Well, due to the condition of Tony's house, it is, I think I've mentioned to you, in rough shape in certain patches, with 3 broken concrete steps that slope downwards. Well, as we were leaving, I stepped in one of the holes in one of the broken steps and slid down these concrete stairs. The only problem was there were fireworks going off. And no one heard me. which is funny now to look back upon.
I don't know what he's
let me
laughing
tell
at.
you,
I have no idea.
I was in a lot of pain when that happened.
I'm sure you were.
My foot was killing me for weeks.
Wow.
And I wanted to kill him. Oh,
Well-
our visits up to... I'll tell you this, though. Present situation aside, we had fun going to tape those shows up there. We had a lot of fun on those days.
He's a great guy, great sense of humor.
Mosquitoes are a little bit of a pain in the ass, but other than that, did you ever see the cat episode?
No.
I never sent you the link to the cat. I got to send you the link to the cat. Did you know that I have an extreme phobia of cats?
You don't like cats?
It's not that I don't like them. I am terrified of them. Have you ever seen in a movie how like a woman runs from a snake?
Yeah, well, that's like the mummy. The cat was the sign in the mummy.
I don't know what it is. Maybe I'm reliving past lives from ancient Egypt.
Yeah.
We were in the middle of an episode, and you know how bad my vision is.
Yeah.
So his porch is behind us, and we're shooting. And Tony's talking, and out of the corner of my eye, I see something. And then I start to, even though have horrible vision, I start to make out what it is. And if you saw how far I leaped out of that chair, and then to make matters worse, the cat got scared, and it ran into Tony's house. So Glantz had to chase the cat through Tony's house.
Who?
Glantz.
Who's Glantz?
You know Glantz, one of the videographers?
No.
No, all right. Well, Glantz had to chase the cat. It turned into just one of those days up in Auburn, Maine on Millionaires Boulevard.
Millionaires Boulevard.
Before I slid down his broken concrete steps. That no one heard me because fireworks were going off. So it was that was the same day because the cat was scared of the fireworks and was looking for somewhere safe to go. Little did he know the 6'3", 260-pound behemoth was going to, and I mean, when I say the cat was maybe this big, it was a little guy, but if it was a giant pit bull that came up on the porch, it wouldn't bother me. There's just something about cats that I can't deal with them.
Wow.
So there's my story about 4th of July and cats and Tony's broken steps.
Okay, moving right along.
You really should have made your way up to at your house. I think you would have found the charm in it up in beautiful Auburn. I don't know how far Cena Estates is up there.
From
Auburn.
I would probably say I am about 45 minutes.
Oh, so not too close.
No. You got to come to my place on the ocean.
I've never been invited.
Oh, you're not going to be invited.
Well, I think, to be honest, that would make for an interesting backdrop for an episode of Fabulous Fridays.
Really?
The ocean with the fabulous one.
We could do that.
Enjoying some of that Fabo wine.
We could do that.
If we have any minors, they can have the Fabo Pop.
Fabo cigars, Fabo wine.
We'll bring up some of the finest
Fabo
meats for
Pop.
a barbecue.
I'm
for
working.
You and Moniz and Marjo.
I think what we need to do is we have to get Fabo's Famous Kitchen. We've got to start the series. We've got to start the cooking show.
When do you want to begin the series?
Anytime. Right here, right now, we could start.
Well, I don't think we could start it in the studio.
Oh, we could do it.
Well, you know what? The fans have asked for it. Are you ready for it, fans?
What would you like to have me cook? I thought we could start off with a little bit of quick chicken soup, pork chops, pickled peppers, a little bit of quick oven roasted potatoes. We're done. For dessert, we might have a little bit of spumoni.
Or Marjo.
No, Marjo. No, that's your girl.
Little French.
She told me. She said, I have to tell you something very important. What? I think that Dan Maradi is little goatee.
She said you like her creamy French creme brulee.
No, that's what she told me about you.
No.
She's playing both sides against the middle here.
I've never met the woman.
Going to Marty Jannetty, he's not sure you like women.
Oh, please. Oh, please. God. Please help me with Marty Jannetty.
He will.
I love that man. He's a good man.
He's a
he has
great
a good heart.
human being.
He has a good soul. He's a tortured soul. We remember what happened last summer when he first came with us, when he admitted to that story when the man tried to rape him when he was 14 and he bashed his skull in with the brick and he eventually was rolled into a river, but we won't go too deep into that story again. But I think the world of Marty, but sometimes Marty is
Is Marty.
He's a handful.
Marty.
He's
Marty.
a handful.
Marty is Marty, and you know what? I love him dearly. He's a great human being, had a great career. We all have a situation where we hit bumps in the road. Marty has hit a few bumps in the road. He's doing well to get out of that. I just think that he needs time. He'll always be the one and only Marty Jannetty.
Well, I think once his body is healthy and the pain is gone and his free of any kind of issues or whatever the case may be that has dragged his life down a little bit, I think he would make a tremendous player coach for the young independent guys.
He's got a lot of knowledge there.
Not only,
a lot of knowledge.
Not only the great things you can do in the ring, but pitfalls to try and avoid.
Yep, I agree. I agree with you.
All right. Well,
wait just a second.
My show, baby.
No, you know who that is? That's Moniz.
Are you sure?
Would you like to say hi to her?
I would.
Here you go.
Bonsoir, Moniz. Moniz. Oui, Major. TV Studio, Melrose, Massachusetts. I don't know what he texted you. He's busy with a French woman right now. She's 78 years old, but she say creamy French creme brulee. Do you know who this is? Where would your partner in crime be early in the morning in Melrose? Well, he's always doing his voices, but he wanted me to say hello. He's trying to get Majo into the women's room so he doesn't get caught. Yes. No, it's Dan. I'm with him. We're on set recording. You're interrupting us. Thanks a lot, Moniz. We used to like you. What time? I can't see without my, what time is it, Johnny?
It is exactly 9:50.
It is exactly 9:50, not to be confused with 9:49. We started very early this week.
9:30.
Because we had to come back. I don't know if he told you. The air conditioning was broken here the other day, and we both lost about 15 pounds each. It was 77 before we turned the studio lights on, so you wouldn't have had to have worried about being cold. I will, and I wish I was there too.
She's at the wedding with her daughters now. She's going to go to the wedding, get hammered tonight, and have a good time.
Where in Jersey is it? Oh, wow. Geez, you do well. You should have gone, you could have saved a few bucks and used Johnny's place up in Maine. I don't know. Well, Tony Atlas would have given you his place in Auburn rather cheap too, but if you saw how high the grass was, I don't think you would have made it down the aisle. But anyway, do you want me to give you to the fabulous one for a moment? All right, Johnny, she'd like you for just one moment. Goodbye, Moniz. I hope it's a great ceremony.
It is. She's going to get drunk and have a ball. Maybe two balls.
Maybe two.
2 balls. Yes? You have a good voice, and
thank you.
She thought it was me teasing. All right, what can I do for you?
Radio.
We're all on camera. We're all on camera here. You're being recorded. I know, at 12:15 a.m. because I came right here.
So we were just, we're getting our hair, my hair and makeup is done. All the girls are in there. I'm just calling John. He's already at the studio. Didn't even fucking text him this morning. I don't even know if it's alive. So yeah, it's so beautiful. Everybody's
Good.
getting everything done.
Good.
So
all right.
I could make me Kim Kardashian.
All right, good.
So maybe I'll send you a picture.
Sounds good.
Call me after, John.
You'll be busy, Mo, with all those, a sip here, a sip there, a whip here, a whip there. You'll be busy, but I'll try.
No, I won't be busy for you. Never too busy for my love.
For your loves? She said she's never too busy for her loves.
Wow.
Yep. Yep. She's going to have a couple of drinks tonight, vodka, and then it's party time. All right.
It was so nice for Katie and Pip. It was just us three in
Oh, had a threesome last night, she did. All right, okay. All right, I got to get back to work. Bye.
Well, always good to hear from Moniz. You know, before we cut to a break, did you know Jack?
Don't put that on TV.
Jackie actually had a joke about Margeau.
What's Jackie's joke about my show?
What does Margeau have in common with the show The Simpsons? I don't know if you're familiar with it.
I am. That was one of my favorite shows, one of John Cena Jr.'s favorite shows.
Well, he said, would you go with A or B when it comes to Margeau? Will she have more in common with her undergarments being labeled Krusty's Funhouse, or is it more along the lines of something that's itchy and scratchy?
How about none of the above? Wow, Jackie, I gave you more credit than that, brother. Whoa! All right.
We have gone off the deep end. Right now, we're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back to actually talk about the wrestling portion of Wrestling Insider's Weekend Reviews. Stand by. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. We had a little bit of humor. See what happens when we have Jackie in the control room?
Awesome, fun
the show
time.
Goes to the jokes.
No, the show goes to Moniz.
Well, I don't know what kind of show you and Moniz are.
I don't know. She was 3 of them last night. Did you hear that?
Was Marty down there? He used to live in New Jersey.
Party with Marty. No, it was, as you know, her daughter's getting married, and it'll be over by the time we show this, but it's down in Jersey on the shore. It's a great time. God bless the both of them. Wonderful kids, great time. And Mo's down there because she's the mother of the bride.
Gives you a little private time with Margeau and this poly relationship. Is that maybe the best way to describe it?
And what else are we talking about today?
All right, Johnny, let's talk about AEW Double or Nothing. We did the live watch along here that night. I have to say, while I can appreciate the effort of the athletes, I thought the presentation was lacking. It was not one of my favorite AEW events by any stretch of the imagination. I think we both gave it a 4 out of 10.
We did indeed.
But on the more positive side, it was, I believe, the second most purchased pay-per-view in the history of the company. What do you attribute that to, Johnny?
I just think that what happens is people are hungry for good talent. People are hungry for good shows with storylines. And I think that they're willing to at least stretch their arms out and give it a shot. If you remember, I gave it an 8, and you kind of went berserk on the 8. The 8 was for the talent, the effort put forth. The overall show definitely was a 4.
Did I get angry?
You got a little upset. Mo was over here, and she used that F word. What the you?
Well, Moniz had about enough.
Yep.
She didn't understand what a stadium match was.
Nope.
And but you know, I wish AEW would stick to their guns. I love the fact that they were running the pay-per-views on a Saturday night slot, which to me is more of a quote-unquote guys' night. You don't have to worry about, you know, getting up early the next day unless they're church-going folk like you on a Sunday morning.
Yep.
You know, it's kind of
Saturdays, Carmelite Chapel. I'm there. 4 o'clock mass, 5:30 mass.
With others that fans here may recognize.
Yep.
You know, you're in no rush to go home. It's more of a relaxed party atmosphere and whatnot, like boxing and UFC. And they've announced that outside of the November pay-per-view called Full Gear, they're going to start going with the Sundays. And on a holiday weekend, I don't think it's as bad, but...
You know what I didn't like?
What didn't you like?
I didn't like the extension of go, go, go. You know what? I've been doing it. You've been in the business a while. When it gets to the point where the match starts to get a little bit too long, take it home. Some of those matches were just a little bit too long. And that stadium match, brother, let me tell you, bad news. I couldn't get into it. I just couldn't. And some of the stuff they did was just plain foolish.
And what I have to tell you, Johnny, is if you thought you didn't like the one we watched, if you ever saw the first one last year, oh my God.
No thanks.
When Matt Hardy was still doing delete. Oh. But anyway, on the more positive side, from a business point of view, it was very successful.
They're a great company. WWE will always be the #1 company. Anybody that thinks they're going to knock Vince off the pedestal, you better have a lot of clout, because it's just not going to happen. Now what's happened is the fans, for the first time, have a choice. There's more than one furniture store on the street. You now have a choice of professional wrestling, good professional wrestling. And one of the things that AEW has done that WWE may have thought about doing but never followed through is extending themselves and working with other promotions. I like that idea. New Japan, Impact. I think that's a smart move. And fans are getting into it. They're getting involved in it. But I have to tell you, I hope when they come in September, I'm invited. I'll buy a ticket. I don't have to be invited. I'll buy a ticket to go see it, hopefully. I'll be able to do that. I won't be booked. But I would definitely look forward to a live AEW show.
Well, I have to say, Johnny, opinions about in-ring content and so on aside, first-class treatment when they were here back in, when the hell were they here? The second episode, my God, October 2019. There was a lot about it I enjoyed. There were some things about it that there was some talent that I thought was too green for national television. Again, it's an opinion. No Major League Baseball team is going to win 162 games a year. They're not going to hit a home run every single time. But as someone that appreciates a good fourth effort, hard work from the guys, certainly nothing could be taken away from that. Let me ask your opinion on this one, Johnny, and this thought just came to mind, not even in my notes. How do you think AEW's pay-per-views would fare if there was no version of WWE Network out there, and the only way to watch WWE pay-per-view was through the traditional method that AEW uses of you purchase it at a full pay-per-view price? Obviously, I think it would knock it down to some degree, but the question is, how low would they go compared to what WWE would draw that month? Do you think AEW would have to go to run their 4 big pay-per-views the months that WWE runs B pay-per-views to have more of a fighting chance? What do you think the best route would go if WWE ever decided to go back to the traditional pay-per-view method?
I don't think they ever will, because right now, and I'm being very honest, WWE has too many pay-per-views. I will say that, like it or not, it's the fact. I think that it would be very interesting if there were no network and you had head-to-head competition. I'm not so sure, but that AEW might have a slight edge there.
You think AEW would outdraw WWE on pay-per-view?
All depends on what they're going to put out there for. I
would be blown away.
Well, you know what? Stranger things have happened. And all I'm going to say is this.
Just look at the number of bodies that watch the shows. You know what I mean? I think just based upon that, you have more consumers, more fans to potentially pull from for a pay-per-view buy if you're going by WWE ratings.
But I would say this. I don't believe what's on the internet, first of all, because a lot of that it's like a reality show. It's just not true. I would say that probably when you talk about numbers, I'm not so sure that if WWE if they run the types of pay-per-views they're running now, which are no more to me than glorified Raw and SmackDown shows.
A lot of them.
Yeah, where's the hype? Where's the old? I've got tons and tons of tapes, and I mean I've got tons of tapes, and I've turned some of those into DVDs, and I look at those and I go, wow, now that's a pay-per-view. That's a pay-per-view. The storyline goes on from the pay-per-view. It followed 6 months down the line. Not just, let's crank out another edition of Insider. Let's crank this out. Let's crank that out. It's not the case. And I think if AEW thought the process out, reviewed what needs to be done, maybe they wouldn't beat out WWE, but I sure as hell believe WWE would have some competition.
I'll say this, Johnny. You know where I think WWE and even now Peacock shot themselves in the foot? With the network presentation as it is, I would have never removed WrestleMania from pay-per-view.
Thank you.
Because I think even if you kept just that one event on pay-per-view, I think it would do even bigger numbers than it was doing before, because it would be presented as something more special, as something unique, as something different than every other pay-per-view over the course of the year. I would have kept WrestleMania as that one $69.99, whatever it is, pay-per-view a year, And I think they would have only increased the number of buys they have for it. One man's opinion.
Yeah, but I think what they've done is it's kind of like that old business move, you know, buy one, get one free. I think if I can give you the top dog show, you'll buy the other products that I have to offer. It's kind of like that bait thing. You know, you're getting the show of shows for $9.99 or $10, whatever it works out to be, and all the rest of the stuff that goes with it. So I basically got you in. Just think about this. If you don't have the network, how else do you watch WrestleMania? You pay for it on demand, and it's not cheap. So what they're saying...
You know, to be fair, it still is available on traditional
It is.
pay-per-view
It
methods.
is,
For those
yes.
people that have, maybe they live in an area that has poor internet or something like that, you can still spend $70, whatever it might be, but it's just, you know, it's 10, 20,000 buys maybe compared to over 1 million in some years during
I agree. No, I agree with you, but I still think that, you know, I don't think it's a stupid decision because you have that option. And it's like walking into the store. Well, if you buy this, look at what you're going to get that goes along with it. You're going to get all the cream, nuts, and things that go on top of the sundae. If you don't want that, come on in. And now each item, it's like that Putnam Pantry in Danvers.
Yeah.
When you go in and buy the ice cream, you got to put each one cost you X number of dollars or pennies to put on top of the ice cream. No, I think Vince has got a great idea because he's given you a choice. You can buy me at $80 and watch me on demand, or you can get the network and watch it for $9.99 and get all the bonuses that go with it. I don't think it's a bad move.
Well, all right. Well,
one man's opinion.
One man's opinion, as we like to say. One thing, though, Johnny, it pulls on the strings of the heart. A man that was with us here less than a year ago, producing some great talk shows in this studio. Young Lio Rush has announced his retirement yet again from the world of professional wrestling, which is at least the second time since he left WWE. You know, I consider Lio beyond one of the great in-ring talents right now to be a good friend. You know, in his interviews, he was very forthcoming about his mental health issues. He was injured during that casino battle royale at Double or Nothing when he was getting ready to sign an AEW contract. And now he says once he recovers from his injuries, he's going to fulfill his commitments with New Japan Pro Wrestling and then call it a day, John. Well, your thoughts on a very, very young Lio Rush deciding to, at least at this point, retire from the king of sports?
You know, you can only cry wolf so many times. This is number 2. I think the world of Lio Rush. That man has so much talent. He really is there. He could be right there at the top of the card. But I think he's got so many issues in between. Until he gets rid of the demons, gets rid of the issues, settles his life, I think he's made a smart decision. Because he would do more harm than good to himself, his character, and his family. I think he's made a very, very smart move. I predict this. I bet you see a Lio Rush back in the ring again.
Well, you know, one promotion I'd love to see him compete in, and that is right here in Boston Wrestling, MWF. He's a good soul since the first time he and that piece of garbage, the Velveteen Dream, took a bus up from Baltimore, Maryland. I tell you, I won't get into my thoughts about Patrick Clark because I'm not a teenage boy, but with Lio, though, you know, he just, even as a young person, he impressed me so much, John. He gets off the bus, he's working on a laptop, he's working on little vignettes and music videos and things for upcoming events he had. He is someone, to me, that got it. He understood it. He understood that it's more than just the promoter saying, okay, here's what you do. Lio took social media and self-promotion by the balls, and he made content with it. He promoted himself and made himself more interesting, more talked about, and more valuable. That's why, to me, it's a very... it's a loss for professional wrestling. I know Lio can be a very polarizing individual to some, but Lio, I wish him the best. I know he has 3 youngins now, and you want the best for them. And you know, he's ventured into the world of music. He's made some very interesting music videos, but I still think at his age, he has a lot to offer the king of sports professional wrestling when he is sound of both body and mind.
Maybe someday you'll see him back, not necessarily in ring, producer, trainer, There's a lot of things you can do in this business other than bounce around in the ring.
Well, the depression part can be tough.
It's very difficult.
It can overwhelm you.
It's hard.
And
It's
that's
hard.
why, whether it be Leo or anyone else, that's why it's a good thing we have such a great resource. And Dr. David Reese, who is always, in his work outside of professional wrestling, always welcomes anyone to reach out to him if they need a helping hand. He may not always have the solutions, but he can at least guide you in the right direction if you are someone that is in a place of maybe a troubled mental health at the time. Long term, short term. So, you know, David Reese, you can easily find him via Google and social media. He's an acclaimed psychiatrist, usually based out on the West Coast, but he does have an office here on the East Coast. So, you know, hopefully Leo gets well physically, and then maybe as the body feels better, maybe the mind will find some peace, and then he'll say, you know what? I really do have a hell of a lot to offer professional wrestling. I do belong in that ring tearing it up. Because I wanted him November 13th, I'll be honest.
I think that there are things that happen to us in life on roads that we take that sometimes you don't quite understand. Why did I take this corner in life? I should have been going straight ahead. But sometimes when we take that corner, it gives us the time, the rest, to really examine the whole package. So Mr. Rush is out there. He's taken that corner. He's made a decision. I think it's a difficult decision to make. But at the same time, you know, I hate to say it, if you're retired, you're retired. I don't like retirement and come back. I don't like retirement and come back. If you're out, you're out. But I do think there's a place for him in professional wrestling. I think he knows that. He's made a decision for himself and his family, so to speak, and I think that's a wise decision. I've always, in my whole life, have put my 5 sons before everything else. My family is my life. I lay my life on the line for my boys. And so I think for him to make that type of decision for his family, it's a good start. And it's also a good start for him and his psyche. Let's see where it goes from here. I don't believe the journey's over.
Do you think there is a spot in the King of Sports professional wrestling for that piece of garbage he broke in with, the Velveteen Dream, who WWE wisely said, "C'est la vie. Ciao. Hasta la vista."
I'll be very honest with you. We all have different lifestyles. Is that a good way to put it?
It's a good way to put it.
However, you don't do what was done. That's
what
wrong.
What he was accused of.
Okay, okay, good word, accusation.
Because here's the thing, even though I detest him as a human being, when it comes to what happened with the accusations that were put out there online about him sending the nude photos to the underage boys, it was not proven by a court of law or anything like that.
Nope.
So I may not like him, but to me, as far as that goes, they are accusations. But at the same time, we live in a culture where if you see it on social media, you're almost automatically guilty, which I also think is wrong.
I agree.
And it put WWE in a tough spot. Every time they put the man on television, you know, Fire Velveteen Dream would start trending on Twitter. So what does that say as far as what the fans want? And now you're getting back to a point where there's going to be more and more fans at live events. What would the reaction to Velveteen Dream be at a live event filled with fans?
You know, human nature is a very cruel thing. We pick up on various things and, you know, crucify him, beat him up. You're different. Kick the shit out of him. God made us all different. Thank God for that. I don't knock anybody's lifestyle. It's an open world. And who is to define love and partnerships? Certainly not I. Certainly not I. The man above, and he hasn't condemned anybody. So my whole thing is, you know, I can't say that the man is guilty. It hasn't been proven. So for you to take and make that type of, or perform that type of action, I can only assume that the WWE must have had something that you and I don't know about.
Well, I also know that there were personality issues, I guess is maybe a good way to put it. You know, he was an asshole when he joined the company with everything that went on here in Boston Wrestling. He lied to WWE Talent Relations, not knowing how friendly I am with some in Talent Relations, which led to a clash when Him and I finally got off the phone after he blew me off when he was going to no-show one of our events. And your good friend, the professor, said he thought the walls of the studio were going to cave in. I got so angry because you know what? I don't like the lying. I don't like the bullshit.
I don't put up
and
with
for
lying.
him to try and make me look bad to people I've known over 20 years, intentionally, no.
Well,
But the human side of me says, you know what? If he's innocent, if he didn't send those pictures out to those kids, why should his career be destroyed because of it? Because you know what? There's been a lot of successful assholes in this industry.
I would agree. And again, human nature. You know, we have a tendency to feed off of, you know, it's like the sheep, they follow the goat. Human nature, or people are a lot like that. You see somebody being kicked on the street, instead of turning around and get involved, try to help that person, you find the person kicking them. Why? Because we're followers. We're not leaders. It's so disturbing to me when I see some of these, what do I want to say, protests? What are you protesting against? Well, I don't know. Marty's carrying a sign. I think I'm going to carry one too. Well, you know what? I think what you need to do is become you. We need to be individuals again. We need to be able to think for ourselves. Stop condemning. You know, I'm going to tell the fans this right up front. Before you shoot on anybody, look in the mirror, man. Take a good look at what you're looking at. And when you can tell me you're perfect, when you can tell me you've never done any of the stuff that everybody's complaining about, then I'll take your side. Until then, you know what? The good Lord said it best. Before you try to remove the splinter from your brother's eye, go home and look in the mirror and take the beam out of your own. And I'm telling you, not only professional wrestling, religions, politics, right down the line. So, you know, Velveteen Dream screwed up, if that's the case. If there was a personality issue and he didn't cut it, sorry to hear that. Will his career end? That, my friend, is up to him. And if it comes to fruition, a court of law. Who am I to judge before I have the facts?
I'll ask you two questions, Johnny. Number one, if he is innocent of these explicit pictures being texted, but guilty of being an ass.
Okay.
Do you see a future for him in wrestling?
Well, you know, I'm only going to say this. I've worked with enough people. I'm sure you've worked with enough people. I met a lot of asses in this business. It's all about I. It's all about me. I worked a show with the individual involved in that show. The promoter, would come in and say, hey, Cena, it's your time to go out. I'm not going out till I get my envelope. Once I get paid, I might go out there. And where are the other 4 or 5 or 6 bookings you promised me? That's being an ass.
Yeah.
All right? I mean, we all need to make a living in this. Or a guy with long hair that took over a faction, that did a wrestling match, and I was managing this giant, and they dropped him to his feet, and the answer was, I had to get my shine. That's being an ass.
Well, isn't it interesting that your enemy of sorts, Cam Zagami, brought Patrick Clark, the future Velveteen Dream, into the Uprising faction? So
you know what?
He
Two asses.
He had an eye for talent. But
oh, really? Really?
Well, I don't think you can take away from the man's charisma.
No, he has charisma.
To the plate.
I agree. I agree.
It's the personality thing. But let me ask you this, Johnny. We talked about, okay, if he's innocent, is there a place for Velveteen Dream in pro wrestling? Let's say he is guilty of sending these dick pics to these teenage boys. Is there a second chance? Is there a way for Patrick Clark to redeem himself in wrestling? Or do you think, as your good friend Commissioner Von Johnson would say, he's done, baby, done?
All I can say is this. Society is tolerant to a point. Mm-hmm. If that was done, to me, that's predatory. That's wrong. We all have to learn to forgive. Done. But you can't forget. So I think the issue we have, maybe that's a double negative, I don't know. I think one of the issues that you have to think about is that's something that if he were trying to bring in, prey on these young men, I think that society is not tolerant of that. I know that there are not many people who are tolerant of that. Rape, sodomy, that type of thing.
I would hope not.
Well, I'm not. I'll tell you right now. I don't tolerate that very well. There's enough freedom out there for everyone to buy or get what they need without molesting little children, without raping young women, without taking advantage of people.
Well, he was only accused of sending pictures, nothing like that.
Well, but what's the start of a picture? Why would you send me a picture? What's the point of sending me the picture? Why? To try to seduce? To try to bring me in? I don't understand.
Trying to groom them?
Well, I have no idea. And to me, if that's the kind of lifestyle you have, keep it to yourself and live that lifestyle with people who view it the same way you do. But don't throw it out to these young men or young women, because it's been done both ways, that are going to open up on TV, they're going to open up on Twitter or Facebook or whatever, and destroy your whole situation. I just don't get this in this world today. Nobody thinks, they simply act. And why a man of his stature would even do that is beyond me. The character he portrayed kind of signified some of that. You just brought everything to fruition. You've damaged the whole society of good men and women who have a different lifestyle. Why? I don't understand. If it's not true, then those individuals that are making the claim should be prosecuted. It's wrong when you can take and ruin a man or a woman's career with false information.
Needlessly.
That's right. Then the tables should be turned. I bet you if somebody sat him down and straightened him out and maybe gave him a second well, yes, right, and gave him a second chance, he might be able to succeed. But if he's going to be an ass like Sagami, all I can tell you is this: Cam, the end is near. So, Mr. Velveteen Dream, whatever has happened, let's hope it didn't. But if it did, the end is near. Because nobody's going to take a chance on having their names smeared with that type of situation. Would you want to book him now?
No.
Okay. Would WWE, Impact, AEW? Nobody can be attached or affiliated. It's wrong.
Just from the personality issues aside, I don't think he's someone I'd want to deal with. But as far as until there is, I guess, a resolution about these pictures, I don't know. I'd have to do more research. And you know me.
There you go.
I can dig deep into some of our friends in Connecticut to try and get the scoop sometimes.
I'd like to know the scoop.
I think, that, you know, if he's innocent, I think the fans would probably like to see him.
I'll tell you what. The only issue I have with what the statement you just made is it's unfortunate that there's a thing called stigma. It'll stick. There'll always be those asshole fans that will start that fire 'em chant and bring back the past.
The memory.
Yeah. Look in the mirror, folks. That's all I'm telling you. You know, don't be so quick to throw a stone. But anyway, that's what's going to hurt. There's going to be those idiots in that audience that are going to start that shit all over again, and it's just going to destroy everything. And then the promoters are going to say, unless I turn him into a real heel, and he can live with that. A lot of people can't live with that type of that's why young people commit suicide, because it's bullying. That's a form of bullying if it's not true. You can ruin a life. You can take a life. Think before you act. If he's guilty, and as far as I'm concerned, there's been nothing that's really said, you're guilty. But why would a promotion who recognizes outstanding talent, and I'm beginning to wonder with some of the cuts, get rid of this young man? See, there's the question mark right there. Maybe it's a case of, hey, look, you know, Patrick, it's kind of up in the air right now, but because of where we are and who we are, a stock-held company and whatever, we just can't do it. We just can't do it. There's nothing wrong with that. That's a business decision. That's fine.
And you know what's funny, Johnny? As much as I will always resent and detest what he did, if he is, I'm going to say again, if he is innocent of sending those pictures, you know, I hope things can work out for him.
I don't wish anybody ill. I don't wish anybody ill. But you know, it's like the tide. When you look at the beach, it's all full of debris. When the water comes in, it washes the beach clean. He has an opportunity if it is not factual and not proven, to wash the beach clean. Change what you know is wrong, and by doing that, anybody in this world, you will succeed.
I'll tell you this, if I was him, I would go out of my way to hire a private investigator, a public relations firm to try and clear my name.
Yep.
I would offer the phone to be scrubbed.
Yep.
To see if any pictures like that were ever sent, and if not, really publicly showcase that to try and salvage my career.
You might as well open the can,
Yeah.
because the worms are already out. So why not just bring it all to fruition?
Well, he needed to keep his worm in, I guess. But
well, you know, when I hear these types of things, I get very, very confused and upset, because I look at people of that stature and say, why? Why would you do things like this? First of all, how'd you get these young men's numbers? One.
Well, you know what, to be fair, I'll say this for him and any wrestler. When you're a superstar like that, your social media is going nuts with people hitting you up for a situation like that. We don't have rats anymore in this business, for better or worse. That's the way that these guys meet up with, you know, random people that they don't personally know when they're on the road, is through those social media. So, you know, to say that Patrick would be the only one to have an interaction like that would be like saying that you and I were the only two people today that had breakfast. You know what I mean? It's virtually everyone. What's that?
Haven't eaten breakfast yet.
Well, Majo's waiting for you back at the house.
I'm down 30 pounds. I have 10 more to go.
Wow. I'll say this. I think to wrap the segment up, overall, it's very disappointing that you have two athletes that haven't even hit their prime yet.
Yep.
That haven't even hit their prime yet. That are only getting better and should only be getting better, and neither one of them right now that broke in together, Leo Rush and Velveteen Dream, neither one of them are actively part of the sport.
Well, whose fault is that? In Velveteen Dream's case, in Mr. Rush's case, something that he can't control at this point. So, again, I think you might see him back in some form, shape, or manner. Patrick, if he can, as I say, when the tide comes in, it washes the sand clean. That's it. That's all I have to say. The choice is mine. The choice is ours. You know, I'll sit right here and say it. I make no bones about this. 25 years ago, I had the world's worst temper. My sons would say that. My former spouse would say that. I was just uncontrollable. Little things would set me off. And then one day I did exactly what I'm saying to everybody else to do. I looked in the mirror and I said, you know, you're an ass. If you don't change or try to change, your life will be alone and you'll have nothing. I can tell you this, it is possible for a zebra to change its stripes or a leopard to change its spots. I tell you this, my sister, my family, those that know me, when I did make the change 2 years after my divorce or during that separation period, said, you're not the same person. And I wasn't. I really did what I needed to do, look in the mirror. And if you can do that and you want to do that, there's only one thing that defeats us, that's us. There's only one thing that doesn't allow us to change, that's us. And in some cases, we don't even realize we have that issue. I grew up with that anger issue with my father, God rest his soul. Italian, quick temper. Shoot, he had the greatest love for us, but he was such, oh man, I remember he put his fist through a wall because he missed me. So I can tell you, you think it's really the way to go because you grew up with it, but it's not. So change. If Patrick wants to be who he wants to be, then look in the mirror, find help if he needs to find help, and get back on the road. Mr. Rush, there are many issues there. Those will change. They will, and he'll be back.
Is that why you're so hard on me sometimes, Johnny? You know,
You have a quick fuse. And I don't know if the fans know this about my host. I'm merely just allowed to be here, and I'm grateful for that.
They usually know my humor and insight into wrestling. They usually don't see the behind-the-scenes things that happens. But much like you know I have a temper. And one thing I can say about you is I think you have put a lot of ideas into my head on how to try and work the faucet a little bit better.
You have to, because we all have to, you know, what Martin Luther King said it, can't we all just get along? And when I look at the things that used to upset me, a son spilling a glass of milk, I don't need you guys, I'm leaving. What a stupid ass I was. And when you look at all the things that you get excited about, they're so minuscule. If we just take, and now what I do is I step back and say, before you talk, before you act, for every action there's reaction.
Yeah.
And you know what? Stop and think. Stop and think. And I've seen some change in you.
Well, thank you.
You don't fly like you used to. We'll see what happens at the show November 13th when I fly.
Well, I got to tell you this: the day of the live events, I am a different human being, because it is a level of stress that I don't think you can imagine unless you've actually done it. And to me, I am not one that'll settle for second best. I am not one that'll settle for garbage. I want everything to be portrayed a certain way. And you know what? I think maybe the biggest problem for me is I spent that time in my early 20s with Ed Cohen of WWE, and then I went into the world of independent wrestling again after Tony Rumble passed for a second time. So it was almost like going backwards. So it was like I worked with the standard bearer. I saw how it was supposed to be done, almost to perfection in a lot of ways. And then I'm dealing with the realization of what independent wrestling is in 2001 through 2021. And it's a very different beast than WWE. And I think I get so caught up in trying to emulate what I saw that was so successful back then that I just get overwhelmed with stress. It's not, and I think any of the guys that know me personally know that that Dan, the day of the event, is not the Dan the other however many days of the year there are. But like Chairman Manolian says, the co-founder of the organization, he says there is no more miserable of a human being than you the day of the live events. You've never enjoyed one of them.
I agree.
And I said, you know what? I thought about it. I said, I think you're right. I can't think of one event that we've ever had that I've enjoyed.
I would agree. I would agree 100%.
And that's lousy when you consider the work, the time, the effort, the money, the love that we put into these events for the fans. And I have never actually got to sit down and enjoy one.
Well,
isn't that odd when you think about it?
I only got to say this, and maybe...
Well, I respect your thoughts. You know that.
I know, and I respect yours. That's why, you know, we've had our differences. But we can, you know, agree to disagree and still be friends. I think, Mr. Marty, and I'm no psychiatrist, Dr. David Reese, the expert, but when you try to do it all, you get yourself in that volcano mode, and if somebody just drops a drink, you go nuts. I've heard people backstage when I work the shows saying, I ain't working for that guy again. He's a nutcase. And he really isn't. He really isn't. It's just perfection is there. You want it to be the way it is. We're not all perfect. But if you would allow and delegate and trust those that you delegate to, I think you would be able to sit back like Vince does. Yeah, he gets pissed off back there. You know, Tommy shook The Rock's hand backstage when he was doing his jumping jacks. I'm sure The Rock wasn't happy about it because he made a four-letter statement, four-letter-word statement. I'm sure Vince kind of looked and said, "What? Do you know what he just did?" And I thought I was being, you know, I guess, but I wasn't thinking. You know, I apologize to The Rock. But my whole thing is, I think those are the things that we need to do. If you trust me enough to be in your show, if you trust me enough to be your security, if you trust me enough to assign me to the sales and the ticket booth, then let it go. If you don't, then maybe you shouldn't be doing what you're doing. Maybe you should just simply say, I'll be the guy that sits in the chair, I'll delegate, but not micromanage. But you want to do it all. It's utterly impossible. So maybe food for thought down the road when we get to November 13th.
Saturday night, November the 13th, Memorial Hall, Melrose, Massachusetts. Fans, save the date. We have some big announcements coming.
I'm waiting.
On July 4th, baby. What's that song? I'm your Yankee Doodle Daddy. My Joe's your Yankee Doodle girl.
Got to tell you a story, and it goes like this. I'm not looking for my Joe to give me a kiss. I hope the 4th of July is going to be a bang for you. All I know is, stop my Joe. It's something I can't do. I'd like to say, hello, baby, but I've got a friend named Moniz who means a lot to me. So all I want to say to you and the fans, Happy 4th of July. Enjoy the fireworks and the bands.
All right, wrestling fans, I have a feeling I missed Jackie's 15-minute cue. We're going to take a brief time out.
Jackie's coming through the glass.
Jackie's joking, folks. We'll be right back. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. Another heck of an episode, Johnny. You never know what way the GPS is going to go on these Wrestling Insider talk shows, whether it's you, Marty, Oscar, the special edition shows we have Wednesday nights with the random guests. We're trying to put together Wrestle House 2 this summer down in the Sunshine State to get some more unique perspectives in the world of professional wrestling. We just keep growing and growing and growing until things literally explode when all those dynamics come together on Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose. You have the 80s reunion, back to the 80s WrestleFest, autographs, pose photos with some of the WWF greats of the era that I know I love so much, you love so much. It is going to be the 20th anniversary of Boston Wrestling in-ring wrestling, so you know we're going to put together a hell of an in-ring event with some of the finest athletes that are up and coming, that are the future of WWE, that are the future of AEW and other national promotions. And on top of that, the third dynamic, Johnny, where it is November 13th, it's the kickoff to the 10th Paul Bearer Holiday Headlock Toy Drive. So you have all of these variables, all of these dynamics. Just think of some of the unique personalities all in one building in one night, like probably Moniz had to send out for the big day, a save the date card, November 13th. We're going to have announcements beginning July 4th. Tickets are going to go back on sale again to those that had previously had to reschedule and or those that are on our Patreon. And as we continue to make announcements throughout the summer and fall, we'll have more and more ticket information, especially those VIP packages, Johnny. With what the fans are going to get, it is the best value in professional wrestling.
Be great. I can't wait. November 13th. I got some surprises planned too.
Oh, I know you do, baby. Just ask Majo. All right, for John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marati. We'll see you next Friday night on Wrestling Insiders, Fabulous Fridays. You and yours. Be well, stay healthy. Good night.
The World Wrestling Federation was live at the world's most famous arena, Madison Square Garden in New York, New York, Saturday, June the 25th, 1988. In the opening contest, the Big Boss Man made his MSG debut, beating Scott Casey. The Rougeau brothers with the win over the Conquistadors. The Rock, Don Morocco, defeated Dangerous Danny Davis via disqualification when Greg Valentine attacked both Morocco and his manager, Billy Graham. Andre the Giant victorious over Bam Bam Bigelow. George the Animal Steele beat Greg the Hammer Valentine via countout. Bad News Brown with the win over Jim the Anvil Neidhart via countout. Hacksaw Jim Duggan defeated the one-man gang. The Ultimate Warrior victorious over Bobby the Brain Heenan in a weasel suit match. And in the main event, WWF World Champion Macho Man Randy Savage retained the title over $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase in a steel cage match where a fan jumped the cage as Virgil attempted to interfere. If you were at MSG Live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It was all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now, available on eBay.
As the Demon, he became the first WWE Universal Champion at SummerSlam 2016. Here's your chance to own this limited edition collector's autographed art print, personally signed by Finn Balor, one of only 50 made, direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible for your wrestling collection now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. As always, interesting insight from Mr. Cena. Please don't forget all new episodes of Wrestling Insiders. Fabulous Fridays premiere at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time after SmackDown. Folks, we tried to push the summer of 7. You guys spoke. You like us later at night. So later at night, we will premiere. If you can't join us for the premiere, hey, that's what the archives are for. If you want us before the premiere, that's what Patreon's all about. If you had fun tonight, and I know you did, please, folks, give the video a big-time thumbs up and subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's absolutely free. It lets YouTube's people, computers, algorithms, whoever the hell looks at their numbers, know that you're enjoying what we do, and then they showcase our videos to more and more fans that haven't seen us yet. Those fans are potentially new friends, and there are millions of fans that don't know we exist yet, but I do believe they will love us once they do. Again, like any high-quality human being that has given great service at any decent restaurant, if you had fun tonight, don't forget to tip the bartender or the waiter, using the amazing Super Chat button on YouTube, the little gray $ under the premiere box. We have a big week of news ahead, folks. Did I say that right? We have a big week of news ahead, folks. Yes, I did say it right. And we truly need your help. If everybody chips in a little, it will go a long, long way. Again, the eBay store is open 24/7 with great rare items of superstars from every era. Every single purchase not only helps keep wrestling legends working, but it gets you an on-air shout-out for helping our team. You can find the link to the Boston Wrestling eBay store in the description box below. Again, finally, we need you guys to go from being our friends, from being our fans, to becoming official parts of the Boston Wrestling MWF family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. You get the early ad-free access to all of these great Wrestling Insider talk shows, as well as New Jack, the final interviews, access to our world-renowned studio shoot interview DVD library seen by millions online, and millions more on the Howard Stern Show thanks to Sheiky Baby. You get Patreon exclusive videos and the knowledge that you, yes you, your fine self, are helping keep wrestling legends working. And we love it when they're working. You'll also have first crack at tickets to our Back to the 80s WrestleFest live event and Fanfest, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. How can you join? It's simple. Again, head on over patreon.com/Boston Wrestling, and in the description box below, you can just click the link. Fans, I've said it before, I've said it again. It feels like the ending to the old Saturday night's main event on NBC. We have to say farewell, but we don't say goodbye. But it's always a little sad, as we'd love to talk wrestling with you all night. We've thought about trying to do just kind of fan get-together episodes. I don't know. Your ideas always count. We'd love to know what you think on that. We'd also love to hear your feedback on all of this week's episodes. Again, a big week ahead. We can't produce these shows without you. Again, we listen. We hear what you say. We thought 7 p.m. might be something cool to try. You guys didn't like it, so we're back in our normal time slots for the regular shows on the weeknights. Let us be your post-game show after Raw, NXT, AEW, Impact, SmackDown. Let's light Boston Wrestling MWF on fire this summer as we prepare to hit our 20th anniversary this fall. I cannot believe that me and my best friend from high school started this 20 years ago. There was a little less gray in the beard, believe it or not. Can you believe that? Can you believe this crazy wrestling has ever caused me stress with all the fun that I get to have with it? There is a lot of pun intended. Anyway, I know we can do it because we have the best wrestling fans in the world with us on Boston Wrestling. I love you guys. I really do. Sometimes you can be feisty. Sometimes you have a little jab here or there. But when we get those nice messages that say nice things, they are the best feelings in the world because we put so much time into what we do. And it's not just me. I know you hear my voice, see my face, and I do a lot when it comes to the video production, as that is basically my duty nowadays due to my CRPS condition. The Dan Marotti of 2005, 2010, responsibility-wise, no longer exists. But it's a different me, and it is a me that is always working. So again, let's light Boston Wrestling up this summer. You guys are going to help us do great things. Again, folks, until we speak again, you and yours, be healthy, be well, be safe. We'll see you tomorrow night after WWE Raw with Oscar of Men on a Mission. As always, good night from Boston. The World Wrestling Federation was live at the War Memorial in Johnstown, Pennsylvania, Wednesday, June the 27th, 1990. In the opening contest, Coco Beware beat the Genius. Paul Diamond with the win over Jim Brunzell. The Barbarian defeated Superfly Jimmy Snuka. WWF Tag Team Champions Smash and Crush of Demolition retained the titles over the Hart Foundation. Brutus the Barber Beefcake victorious over WWF Intercontinental Champion Mr. Perfect via disqualification. Hercules defeated Al Perez via forfeit when Perez no-showed. And in the main event, WWF World Champion, The Ultimate Warrior, retained the title over Ravishing Rick Rude. If you were in Johnstown live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view, watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times.